we're live. What is going on, YouTube?
We're livid.
And welcome to OnlyCops. This is our Thursday stream, as we like to call it. Today it's going to be because
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursdays was messed up. So this
Tuesday.
is our redeem stream, or what did you call it? The Spectrum 2 Electric Boogaloo or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
that's right.
Yeah,
Girls' Night 2.
Yeah, there it is. The Spectrum Boogaloo. So I did some testing. Please yell at me in chat if you guys have any issues. If it's only one of y'all, probably going to ignore it because their internet goes in two directions. It goes up from me to y'all, and then also it has to go from your router to your device. So there could be an interruption in any one of those things. But fortunately, here in most first world countries, we have a relatively robust internet system, so we can have these shows for you guys. I want to give a big special thank you to more than anybody, really, our vigilantes that really hooked it up. They managed to do a bunch of mixing and make sure that we have some new videos for this while still catching all the videos we've missed from last Thursday. So thank you to them. And then for the Chads, there's like 2,000 people that at least blinked into that stream to be like, what is happening?
2,100. It beat the previous stream that streamed perfectly. Maybe we need to bring it back.
So if you're coming here, we shouldn't have any issues this time around. Like I said, go ahead and yell at me in the comments. If you're having issues, go ahead and give me a thumbs up. If it looks good, sounds good. If I have to change anything, let me know. This is, like I said, a body cam breakdown stream, which means we're going to be looking at real law enforcement encounters. Because of that, I want to give a caveat that these are going to be violent. Some of them, unfortunately, it's the reality of law enforcement. In the beginning of the stream, they tend to be less egregious. As you get towards the back end here, it's going to get pretty spicy. I try to give you guys a warning when I can. But the reason I bring that up is because we're not trying to glorify violence here. We're just trying to find a way for the public to more safely interact with law enforcement so they can actually know their rights. And then specifically on the law enforcement side, which is where kind of I and a lot of people in this chat got brought into it, was how to discuss tactics and how we're applying tactics and maybe try to change the culture and the thought process on like how we apply them, basically. But at the beginning of every single stream, I tend to say hi to everybody that's actually, I guess digitally. They're not physically here, but they're digitally here. So I'm going to say hi to everybody. If you're watching this after the fact, you can skip forward to when I click off of the scorecard. That is how you know the stream has actually, I guess, begun. The breakdowns have begun. And until then, you can admire random Juan merch plugs I'm wearing here. This is our Officers React version of the shirt.
Hell
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm watching that.
That looks sick.
It's pretty nice.
I need one for myself, too. I gave y'all all the best ones.
So we do have some nice ones.
Although I do love this one. My lights, camera, action.
Heck yes. There's a lot of good ones. Go check. I think I bought a Deputized as a gift. It was the deputies.
Yeah, the hoodies.
The totally not they're not marsupials. It's some sort of rodent.
The beaver.
A legally distinct beaver.
I mean, the sheriff paws.
Yeah, the sheriff paws. But I bought that for a good friend of mine that was helping me get into some training classes. So that was on, what was it, 4-Leaf? What is that called?
Fourth Wall.
Fourth Wall.
So if you just go to our...
that's where all the good
like
stuff is. I like that one. That was an easy purchasing process. It's supposed to come in today. But as always...
YouTube shopping page.
Yeah, we reward first place. Unfortunately, today it's RJ. He's over here being an pro. But I believe in fairness and transparency. He was the first comment. And mine, Motorola Solutions, God bless you. They do make a superior body cam. I'm going to screw us out of an Axon sponsorship, but I'm okay with that.
I know.
Tweaky Thrower 75, Poe with the weirdest little, like, what are they called? Profile picture. Sam, you beautiful bastard. It's good to see you. Brave Django, Just Christy, Jazz Hands. It's good to see you. Jordan, Abby, the rookie, just simply the rookie. Jordan Yaros, it is good to see you, brother. Not L. Pete, Custodes, Tyler, D242, BWP Photography, Notorious Emu, Caffeinated, LD, Lynn, welcome. You seem new. If you're not new, get mad at me. Chief Deputy, Millennial. This is one of my favorite here. For those of you that get it, you get it. Likely your birthday started with a 19 and not a 20, but if you get it, you get it. As a participant, or I guess a veteran of the drug war.
Participant.
The Mando Merc, Jay Bake. That's a sassy name. Brian Miner, it is good to see you. Bro, Brian's been here for a hot minute. His little like membership birthday or like subscriber birthday should be coming up here soon.
Wait, who's?
Brian Miner.
Oh yeah,
He's
Brian
been
Miner.
here for a hot minute. Robert Carson. John, it's John Akanos 77, something like that. It's close. I recognize John. Escaped psychotic felon, our resident truck driver. Shannon, the other Shannon, not you, Emu. Fearless YouTube, just simply Bob. Welcome,
Bob.
Agent J.
My Bob.
Ivanovsky. I feel like I was close.
Ivan. Ivan. Ivan as opposed to Ivan.
Ivan. That's the same thing. Ivan. Ivanovsky, something like that.
Yeah,
I'm close. Ewan. Jay Bakes there. I got to the bottom of the list. If I missed you, yell at me in the comment section. I do see them all. There's just randomly one called Trivia Sports. Welcome to Trivia Police Reports. Raira, I did miss her. Abs. Oh, just X-Bane 1.
Trivial Sports.
Sounds like a sussy MySpace name. X-Bane 1. Ferrero Share Raptor, he is here. Pretty sure he actually just changed his name to that. Mr. Emu, he is here for round 2. That actually rhymed kind of.
Senor Emu, it's almost Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, yeah, it would be Senor Emu. And then I think I got everybody. If I didn't get you, yell. Like I said, I will see it, and I will acknowledge you. Just got to do it in all caps eventually. I'll see it. Anyways, this is the Thursday stream that we couldn't get. He says, hey, now that's true. He finally got up to what I was saying. Was that a Bobcat? Good to see you. Lima as well. Custom Clone 07. My brother outed him for hopefully his high school graduation. If this is his date of birth, you might be a little too young for this show. His year of birth. And then Agent J, I think I said hi to him. John closer to them than the Russian pronunciation. There it is. My dyslexia helps sometime. Changed it last stream. Yes. Okay, so anyways, for the uninitiated, this is our scorecard. We are keeping a now annual tally of how our scores are doing. Municipals has almost crawled out of hell. I think we were at like negative 200. We're slowly. I guess the vigilantes are taking mercy on me. We are typically we are the 30 by 30 champs as far as that kind of stuff. Worse than that, we are also the lower your standards champ. We have. It's a real funny I guess trend currently in like the tactical space to like every single time they see like a female officer mess up, it's like 30 by 30 or DII. And I was like, dog, you know how many times I've watched men screw this job up? Like in general. Mm-hmm. And it's like the reason why some of these are negative 800 and negative 1200 is that though I do believe, generally speaking, on the dangerous part of the job, there's a higher percentage of men that have been coached since childhood to be prepared for that eventuality of violence, right? There is still, I think if you look at the intellectual and emotional stability to do the job, probably a very similar percentage of both men and women who can do it from like a maturity standpoint. Mm-hmm. I always give, if you look at like pilots are a really good example of this. And that especially in the military, if you look at the easiest integration for women in what you call it like a combat MOS. This is a high stress, very real deal thing was pilots. There's a lot of female pilots, fighter pilots, helicopter pilots, although the helicopter pilots have gotten a couple black eyes here recently. You'll also see it a lot of times also in executive spaces where, again, you're still going to have a relatively high stress or a high level of degree of emotional maturity and at least like education.
Statistically, right. Female executives perform better.
Right. And so,
which makes sense if you're trained from childhood to work as a team,
organize,
as opposed to just be a dick.
Right. The ugly biker, he said to Josh's internet fund. I also appreciate the 556. I noticed if I was about to call it out. Yeah, that didn't get by me. I appreciate it. But I kind of to push back a bit on that trend, if we had to one-to-one it, and yes, there are more men than there are women. It's kind of like when we talk about, any statistic, the law of numbers kind of plays into account here. There are more men that are involved in screw-ups. Do you know how many females were on the Uvalde response team?
Mm-hmm.
How about the guy for Sandy Hook? 0 female officers in that one, and we still managed to screw the pooch on some of those. So like I can see it in some instances where it's very easy to kind of point the finger and snub the nose.
My main thing of pushback is also like, you can always point to the extreme ends of anything to be like, hey, well, it's always the 250-pound roided out dude that's going to try to beat you to death. It's like, yeah, well, number one, most men are not going to do very well with that either.
Pretty rare. Yeah.
I don't care how much jujitsu you got. If the dude just outweighs you, or he's just more motivated than you, he isn't wearing 50 pounds of gear.
Right.
That's not great. Right. But also 99% of your job is not that. Where I see almost all of and where all of these points are being lost is almost always, do you have PC?
Right.
Are you approaching this in a way that is going to,
legally get us in trouble?
Create scene safety, create a situation where your subject is not immediately getting more amped up and angrier with you, and dudes will just show up. And I think I shared one, today
just pull guard. One. I hate you for that, LP.
But it's like you walk up with an aggressive attitude and a big ego, and you're going to get into more fights just from that alone, right? Like most of the job is going to be traffic stops, and it's going to be dealing with domestics and angry people. And that's 99% of your job. On the 1% chance, call your backup.
Well, and to be honest, most of the statistics, when you look at the FBI statistics on police shootings and all that stuff, all of those critical incidences where we're getting the good data, all of that was based the joke about cop MOA, the joke about response times, all of those statistics were gathered with the majority of your donated stats coming from men, to be fair. So I do think in general, the standard for policing, I don't know that it's gotten worse per se. I think in a lot of situations we're seeing the side effects of the urbanization of most major cities, right? You're starting to see the social decay of some of these places, and it has nothing to do with just culture or just the economy or just whatever. You're just seeing what happens when you slam that many people together in that tight of space that are going to have, again, economic strife or wiggle affects big cities way more than it does. And when you look at the Great Depression, there weren't lines for food in the rural areas. It was in the city where these guys were relying on manufacturing jobs. They were relying on the infrastructure, which is all dependent on federal money or national or international trade deals and stuff like that. I don't know. It's a very different. But we can point at that, and all the pictures come from those places where you're Great Depression. It was terrible for everybody. It was terrible for a lot of people, but it wasn't terrible for everybody. So I wanted to bring a little bit of rationale to that discussion, because a lot of it is currently, and we're going to see some of it today. So I'm caveating that a little bit. A lot of that's been happening in our space specifically, and so I wanted to address that early in the stream.
I also do want to point because of that one of the reasons that I think it's important that we do these streams and we talk about this kind of stuff is because there is a sense of nationalization of every single thing, right? Where you look at everything from a lens of the national conversation or the national narrative or whatever, right? As opposed to looking at things from a local or even state level. When you're talking about your urbanization and all of that stuff, New York City is not the same as Dallas.
Dude,
despite them both being big cities, right? Yeah. The culture's different. The infrastructure's different. You can walk wherever you want in New York City. In Dallas, you're in a car, so your road rage incidents are going to be much higher, right? Yep. Where people are segregated to, and I say that word on purpose.
That's what it is.
Segregated to in neighborhoods is a very different from, right? You don't have a Chinatown in Dallas, but you do have South Dallas, right? And so all of that stuff also plays a role. And when you're trying to pull these statistics and nationalize these things, you end up with very, very generalized statements that don't really capture a full picture of pretty much anything, and they're extremely unhelpful.
I always kind of chuckle because a lot of people, this is typically like, we'll go talk about Australia and you'll talk about something. You'll go talk about, England and their crime issues, zombie knives or whatever it is. The amount of people suffering from zombie knife attacks is still in the incredible minority compared to like vehicle burglaries or whatever. I'm not saying they don't happen, right? Like clearly they do, and clearly like it's a problem for them, but it's a problem for a very specific area with a very specific set of circumstances, right? They talk about school shootings, right? And in America, we're just over here crushing it at that, right? But generally speaking, 99.9% of Americans don't know anybody that was involved in one. We're never in one. Every single lockdown we ever had was for nothing. Every single time. I've been in plenty of lockdowns. I'm in Texas, so tornado drills were a thing. But I've had way more real tornado drills, right, in my life than I have that. But
well, the one time you could have used this tornado drill, you weren't even in your house.
Right, exactly. Wasn't even there.
Your tornado drill was, I am miles away.
I successfully dodged the tornado.
Yep.
But it's the national narrative. You tend to paint with very broad brushes, and we try not to do that here. That's something if anything, it's kind of why we started it in the first place, was to kind of try to center that lens and have it focus in on what the real problem is. Brandon Herrera for the ATF director. He got passed on that one, unfortunately. Although I think it would have been funny. I would have been there for the memes. Yeah, probably not. Probably not, but it would have been funny.
I feel like a lot of these influencer for whatever things, they annoy me because I'm like, these are like paperwork, boring, dumb jobs. Like you need like an accountant for this crap, not like a homeboy with a YouTube channel.
Right. Okay.
But I would prefer somebody who knows about guns versus
as opposed to someone who's ignorant, right?
Yeah, versus an accountant who,
Paper seems good. Numbers seem good. We'll go with that. Is this spicy already? Hold on.
Yes, you started with a very spicy one.
Whatever.
Start with, I don't know if I added
this one?
Emu would get so mad at me if I added it.
Entitled Brat. Wasn't this the thumbnail?
Bro, I found, just in case we don't have it in the list, because I think I didn't add it because Emu was going to get mad at me if I added another video. But I did find a police video of a police. I don't know what country it is, but they use the net.
Oh, okay. Send it to me. Send it to me. We'll start with this one.
Straight up,
make sure I have it.
It really undercuts my narrative real badly.
You need to go and let my dog out?
No, you don't.
So I'll do that.
No, you don't.
Whoa! Let the go on me, bro!
Get over here.
Let the no! What the What the
You don't get to walk away from me. Do you understand?
Well, it depends. If you have a detention, no. If you don't have a detention, yes. Let me see if it gives us any. It does not give us any context, so we're gonna have to rely on the video for context.
Get the hands on me like that. Pick me up like this.
Stop.
Buy my shirt.
Okay,
You need to calm down now.
On April 20th, 2024,
It seems like a lot of adults.
an officer observed an SUV with a non-functioning high-mount brake light. The vehicle also drove southbound in the northbound.
So the non-functioning high mount brake light shouldn't be required by almost any state law, because at least in Texas you have to have 2 working brake lights. One of those working brake lights needs to be, there's a certain like inches parameter for it. I don't remember off the top. I should know this because I'm about to take the TCO test, but there's a certain parameter where these brake lights have to be.
You'll need a 70 to pass.
Yeah, and they have to be visible by a certain amount of feet. Typically, I think here it's like 1,000 or something crazy like that. But the center light by itself, if it goes out, you're fine. And even if one of your brake lights goes out, it's fine because you got that second one. Technically, you'd still probably get stopped. Like I would still stop for that because I'd be like, hey, like your brake light's out, you should fix that. But I'm not treating that the same as something else. But the northbound and the southbound I get, because that's an actual moving violation.
Lane without any apparent reason before pulling into a driveway. Upon initiating a traffic stop, the driver, Nevier, exited the vehicle along with 2 passengers. Despite being ordered to stay outside, both passengers ignored commands and entered the residence. What happened?
So we talk about this a lot. There's a little bit, if you look at, obviously Pennsylvania v. Mims is a discussion for the driver. You do have some Carroll Doctrine stuff that'll kind of play into this idea of what I can do with everybody else that's in the car. But generally speaking, there is not a lot of strong case law that says that if I'm stopping for a vehicle, like a moving violation, that I can say anything to anybody else in this car. Mostly because they are actually only traveling. They're not driving. So the typical sovereign citizen defense does work for them. The only time this tends to get stretched, you're going to have to articulate something like a seatbelt violation for them so that they're in the car without a seatbelt. That's pretty weak. And given that this is probably a pretty dark window, I doubt you're seeing that, especially at night. Or you're going to have like the odor of marijuana or something like that. That's going to give you PC for the whole car, which also means everybody in the car. Because like it's a general area where I'm smelling it. I got PC to search everybody here for it. Even if my contact was only for driving in the wrong lane of traffic. But it's a pretty weak, as long as the driver's complying, I probably don't have too much beef, but this is a weird traffic stop only because they pulled in. I'd only be nervous about the safety standpoint because they could be going into this house to go retrieve a weapon and go smoke me. That I understand from an officer safety standpoint. So I'll give him maybe being a little bit amped, but you just use your suspect as a human shield, kind of put them in between you and the house and deal with it from there.
And next will leave you surprised.
Hey, all of you stay out here now.
Lights in April.
Get out here.
Sovereign passenger is a base defense. I love you, Mac Daddy.
6 and Pine.
Why'd they mute this?
Probably personal information.
I guess.
Is the issue the emissions? Because I do have that. I have the letter. I just started driving this again. Like, literally this week, I got my emissions letter back.
Stay in the car.
And I had a van.
Get in the car.
Took a shit.
Both of you get in the car.
Just started driving this again this week. Mom called up. They said I had 30 days till my next emissions to get passed.
Okay.
Okay. So, 2 reasons I pulled you over before I could even get your plate. Okay? 1, your high mount brake light doesn't work. Which is that.
Maybe that's a state thing. It bothers me that he's specifically like, it's your high mount light. Like, well, who cares about that? It's not even required by the state here in Texas, so that's weird. But maybe it is there.
That's petty.
What's the percentage a cop will actually see? Oh, dude. Depending on the car, like 5%. It is pretty rare. The only time that you typically will see this, and actually it's a big reason why if I ever was looking for traffic in a very specific area, I would want to see the car coming head on. So I would look at like a residential two-way street, so like an undivided, unprotected two-way street, because the windshield never has tint on it, because it'd be hard to drive with tint on your windshield. You might have some like on the top strip, but you won't typically there. I could actually physically see into the car. This is no light whatsoever, or there's no like it's a very weak photonic barrier. I could see everybody in the car, and I could see whether or not they had seatbelts. I could also see whether or not they had a front license plate, which in Texas is required. Easiest way to find PC. And then when I was getting behind the car, I would get whether or not it had a tail light or something dumb like that out. But that's typically what I would look for if I was going to try. I never stopped for seatbelt just because I didn't care. But if that's what I was looking for, I would do it that way. Because from behind the car, good luck. It'd be so hard, even on the driver, to see seatbelt violations. Probable cause for marijuana, since this is 420.
They're lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, that doesn't. that alone probably doesn't do it. But I tell you what, your batting average is probably a lot better on 420 for finding marijuana in a car.
That top center one?
I swear to God, it works.
It
I
doesn't.
literally just tucked it back in.
It doesn't.
This is what you're talking about?
No. The one on the top. Top and center.
Oh, yeah.
And
okay.
You drove halfway down 6th on the wrong side of the road.
I wasn't even on 6th. I was on 7th. I came up on 7th. Oh, right here?
Well, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, because that road is on the right side.
It don't matter. You have to drive on the correct side of the road.
I wasn't on the wrong side of the road. I'm just not going to hit every pothole on the right side of the road.
You were completely in the northbound lane.
Fair.
Okay. I cross the center line periodically to avoid potholes. I have a road
I drive in
specifically near my
Dallas. What
house.
am I
Yeah.
going to do?
Yeah, right.
Fucking pop my tires every single day?
So I think the stupid super chat stealing my job. Duck, welcome. But you've articulated what your reasonable suspicion was, or in this case, this is probable cause. I mean, he saw it. He on-viewed the misdemeanor. There's no reason to go and get in the discussion about it. But whatever. Points off for a lecture, I guess.
As you were coming southbound.
Okay. Absolutely not, bro.
It's all in video. I don't know why you want to argue this with me.
I'm not arguing with you.
How much alcohol did you have tonight?
I just left the bar picking people up to come home.
That's not the answer to the question.
Okay, that's fine.
Nope, stay over here.
I need to go and let my dog out.
No, you don't.
So I'll be back.
No, you don't.
Whoa! Let the
Okay, yeah. Okay, the grab was justified. You can't leave a traffic stop. This was a valid traffic stop. The entitled brat is fine. I'll allow it at this point. It's definitely editorializing the situation, but
I'm going with regular brat for now.
Yeah.
I want to see her earn entitled.
yes, I'm with you on that. But yeah, so the grab was perfectly justified. He had all the reasonable suspicion he needed. This is so far a pretty reasonable traffic stop. The alcohol, I'm wondering if he smelled it or saw something. Maybe the driving behavior, again, not knowing where you're at and all that. I could see that adding up to reasonable suspicion for like SFSTs or whatever. But
Your Honor, he who smelt it dealt it, so the cop was drunk.
he who smelt it dealt it.
Go on me, bro!
Get over here.
What the No, what the
Yeah, pulling away will earn you getting.
You don't get to walk away from me. Do you understand that?
Get your hands on me like that, the
You don't get to push off of me.
I didn't
Do
push
you
you.
understand that?
Okay,
You
no,
don't
no,
want me to go.
I walked away from you and you slammed me on my car.
Because you pulled away and then pushed off of me.
I walked up to my fucking house,
Stop
bro.
it. Stop now.
I walked up to my house.
So I hate the term de-escalation because it's often not applied very well. If this girl doesn't pose a huge threat to you physically, right now, I'm fighting Ronnie Coleman. It's a little different. I'm probably going to have to elevate my authority or seem more threatening or whatever. But like pretty easily was able to grab her by the hoodie and move her. Or at the very least, she's not about that life, right? Like she's not putting in a lot of effort into resisting, right? I'm sorry for everybody's ears. She's cool. Phoner, welcome. I missed you. Also, Spool, which I'm assuming is Sarah. It's good to see you. But the yelling at her to calm down probably doesn't work very well. In certain situations, I think when you're elevated, you think there's a weapon there. This person is a very big threat to you. And in this case, he's got other people in this traffic stop that he can't do anything with. So I can understand him being a little stressed out. But yelling at the individual is going to get them more amped. Just make compliance happen. At this point, I would be okay with handcuffs going on. It's going to kill his SFST because then he's going to take her back out and this whole nine or whatever. But she's getting more amped because you're continuing to yell and pull and whatever. What do you expect? You OC somebody, they're going to freak out. You tase somebody, they're going to freak out. You punch someone in the face, they're going to freak out. So just like adjust your expectations for compliance depending on the amount of force that you're using. Ask, tell, make isn't make and make them want it. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's not how that works. You make them by just simply making them do it. Yeah, I'm with Frag on this one, but that's what it is.
You don't get to walk away from me on a traffic stop.
Agreed.
Okay, I walked up to my house.
Agreed.
I told you not to.
Okay.
And you kept going.
Okay.
Okay.
That is why I grabbed you. You don't
She's
get to
calmed
pull,
down.
and then you don't get to push. Do you understand that?
Cool.
Can we talk like adults behind your car?
That's
He
what I
officer
was
presented
doing.
it.
Okay, let's go back there.
Dog out, like.
Oh, second officer showed up. Maybe that's why. It's not being tall.
I'll tell you what, old boy is grown. Old boy is looking past that. This was all the use of force you needed. Officer presence alone. He's got to fill out a use of force policy for that. That was a grown ass man right there.
I just took it in. I spent $2,000.
That's right.
I don't care. That is not the issue right now. Okay, how much alcohol did you have tonight?
I literally had like 2 drinks and I picked people up to come home.
Oof. You
Big
shut your
oof.
mouth, girl.
Yeah, big oof. You don't have to answer that question in case you wanted to know. You don't. It's a little sus, but your Fifth Amendment rights say you don't have to say anything. And also, you're actually not allowed to use their lack. Like, it's actually codified in the law, at least in Texas. I cannot use you choosing not to interact with me or say something towards probable cause. If I write, well, they didn't tell me anything when I asked them how many beers they had, the judge is going to politely hand that back to me and say, well, that's their Fifth Amendment right. So was the sun out? You know what I mean? Was the house blue right next to you? Like, who cares? But yeah, you know what to fine for yelling past midnight. I buy that.
Okay.
Breach the
I
peace.
worked all
Noise
day.
complaint.
Yeah, no,
I don't care how much you work today. Okay?
Okay.
Good job.
Just yelling at me that's trying to walk away from me and then pushing
cares?
off of
Who
me
cares?
ain't gonna happen
I'm gonna
tonight.
push off you if you're gonna grab me like an
I
asshole.
tell you, you can't leave.
You didn't need
can't.
to grab me like that, dude. That was
I'm not
ridiculous.
gonna let you go in your house.
What's the
You
point of this
understand that?
conversation?
Yeah.
You didn't need to grab me like that. I didn't do nothing to you.
I told
You know what?
This is where I'm
this guy's
talking
a
about,
this
like,
guy's a 30 by 30
you're-
hire. He's a DEI hire.
This is your emotional.
He's
what-
got
your-
he's
this
got
is your
testosterone
logical
brain.
Man brain being super logical, telling you, I need to get my point across to this woman right now,
Yeah, he's got
she understands instead of just move on.
he's got man brain.
He's got man brain. He's got a mansplain.
This is gonna be a bit for a while.
Yeah.
you to stop and you kept going, so I grabbed you. I have every right to do that.
Agreed. I agree.
Cool, bro.
Okay. You had 2 drinks. What kind of drinks were they?
I had twisted teas.
2 twisted
Twisted
teas.
teas.
Not
Oh, come on! I don't even drink it. I know
Don't
that's
go to
bad.
jail for twisted teas. Come
I
on.
like it. Tweaky's like lecturing.
9.5 hours.
How big were they?
A twisted tea at the bar. They're a bottled size. They're the same at every bar.
Stop the attitude.
No, because you want me
Yeah,
to.
he
I mean,
does.
you literally just slammed me on my car for no reason.
He said, "Stop with the."
And now
attitude."
you want me to be nice. Like, you were nice to me. No. That was ridiculous. I didn't ask for that.
Yes, you did. You disobeyed my legal order,
Oh my god.
and then you tried to pull and push off me.
Oh my
That is
God.
why you ended up on the side of your
off
car.
you after slamming me in my truck.
No, you pushed before that. Okay, we're not going to sit here and continue to argue about that.
Okay.
Are
Agreed.
you willing to do a standardized sobriety test for me? Okay. Not at all.
No, I
You're
haven't.
going to make
Oh, she said no. Mega based.
Give her points. As long as we'll wait and see if she sticks to it.
I'll give 10.
I get the
if she
feeling
sticks
she's
to her
going to try
guns.
to prove her innocence like a dummy.
decision for yourself.
I'm
You
literally
don't want
home.
to give yourself
Like,
a chance. I don't care if you're home. That doesn't matter.
What do you
were
need
driving on
from
the
me?
road. I want to see if you were okay to drive tonight.
No.
Obviously, I'm here.
That doesn't matter.
Have you
if you're
drove
here.
on that road? You cannot tell me you drive straight down that road. Like, that road is not a piece of dude. I spent $2,000 to get my stick fixed on the
don't
truck.
care
I'm
about
not
the
going to drive
fix
down
on
the
the
road and hit every pothole on
Nevaeh,
this road.
Nevaeh, you doing fields would give you the opportunity to show me that you are legally okay to drive.
Oh,
If you
and
don't do it, I have to
even
make
if
a
I said,
decision.
okay,
No.
you could go back and say I'm not. Like,
Stick to your guns.
I would like to see you drive straight down that
Stick
road
to
like
your
you would not miss
guns.
one of those potholes. Yes, I will drive and move away from a pothole because I'm not going to sit here after I paid $2,000 to get my truck.
Pretty reasonable defense, to be honest. Like, normally, you should shut your mouth, right? Like, in general. But from a, like, criminal defense, we need the chancla in here because I'd want to hear his, like, would you push for
Right.
that on her veering to avoid potholes as, like, a reasonable defense? Because it's an affirmative defense. So, like, you're
Yeah.
totally still guilty of, like, failing to maintain a single lane of traffic.
End of the day, you're trying to convince a jury, and guess what? If I'm
Right.
sitting on that jury, bro, that is
I
all I'm
avoid
thinking about.
potholes.
Is you said potholes, you won me over already. Because you know how many damn potholes I have to swerve to avoid just to get to where I'm going every single freaking day. I drive like 4 hours a day.
Is this likely a relatively immature young female? Yes. However, she's
is
got to
rare.
crushing it though.
Brat,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Entitled brat. I'm still
kinda
iffy on that.
This is kind of funny.
Thanks. I am. Did you not see him slam me into my truck?
I'm sorry. Is bad tone illegal?
Yes. Bad
He
tone
grabbed me
is
by my
illegal.
hoodie and smashed me in my truck.
Nevaeh, I'm going to ask you one more time.
I didn't do anything. I literally said I need to let my dog out and he smacked.
We really gonna let mom hug this lady?
It's a social
We
worker.
handed her a blade, dog. I'm a city cop, so like I'm a little like let's say untrusting. Let's just say it that way. And it's probably like a toxic mindset to have. But in general, when I have somebody detained, they're detained. I don't want people handing them stuff. I don't want them taking stuff. Mom could be removing weed for all we know, right? I'm not accusing mom of doing that, but I've seen it happen, right? She knows she's got a dime bag in her pocket, and she's grabbing it because she's not detained. Right? This is why you enforce. Because again, let's say the dime bag ends up on her. Where's the chain of custody on that? Could it have come from mom? Like, these are all things that are going to come out if you have like a half decent defense attorney, and because you haven't protected your scene, you're going to have a much harder time making that argument on the back end, even with a little bit of resistance or creativity from the defense. That, and like, let's say mom decides that she's going to go and join in, and let's say the apple didn't fall far from the tree, right? If we're going to treat this as entitled brat, let's not introduce another party. Bro, you got old use of force standing right next to you, dude. Like, hey, like, let's enforce a boundary, please.
Yeah. Because also, we have no idea mom's temperament. She might be like, hey, whatever, baby, right now. Right. Immediately, one thing you say sets her off, and now you're dealing with two angry people.
Shannon said, it's a toxic mindset that could have saved you 1,000% more than once. There was a handful of times where I stiff armed somebody and felt a gun in their waistband and was like, oh no. Reggie, like, I'm in danger. And I didn't start off with it. I had senior officers. It was all those. It was the Southland era of cops that taught me a lot of these. I call them like the toxic part of my brain that's a little less trusting, right? But
I'm in danger.
I don't leave it up to someone else for safety. It's just like the general rule of thumb is like, if you're leaving it up to someone else, is my affirmative defense to prosecution when my suspect gets stabbed by mom, I just didn't think it was important. That's going to fall on you. As stupid as that sounds, like, yes, are we going to charge mom for that? Yeah. But is there a very real conversation that's going to happen about, well, why didn't you do anything to protect her? Like, it's stupid, but like, welcome to policing. Like, it's a weird, I don't know. Just think about it.
Stop.
Good job on mom, though.
No, that's bull. You need to calm down. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be respectful.
Honey, who is this?
There is no reason. Ask the people in my truck. Pick me up like this. Get off by my shirt. Okay. You need to calm down now.
Okay. It's genetic. You need to calm down now. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe everyone's.
It's all the lead.
It's all the lead.
Go away. Nevaeh,
This Flint.
One more opportunity.
No.
You're not going to do it?
No.
Okay.
Based.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Based. Give it points to suspect. That's one of the very few times we've seen a refusal on SFSTs. And I'll be honest, she's probably on the line. So 2 twisted iced teas, right? Were those like 0.6 or something like that? Or those 7%? Like, what's our percentage here?
Twisted tea, I feel like those are like 5.
So maybe it's 5%, right? But
Yeah, let me
5%, if she's eaten, and they were pretty long ago, like, she's close. She might be close to that 0.08 that she needs to be.
Yeah, 5%. They have a twisted tea extreme that's 8%. So I'm guessing that's not what she had, because I doubt that's sold at restaurants.
Right. That's probably like right on the bubble for liquor, and the liquor license is different than a beer license. So, anyways,
Yeah.
it's she's probably really on the line, but he's got pretty weak. Brave Django just outed himself. He's like 5%, like he knows. The resident alky.
So if I do field sobriety, I'm not under arrest?
No.
Past that point, no. I gave you the
Well, I'm
opportunity.
just saying, like,
No,
what is the
don't do it.
difference in that make?
Don't do it. Don't
I
do
will. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand. Like, I would have talked to you, but you smashed me in my fucking truck.
We're going to go back to my car.
it. Sick. Stick to your
You
guns.
gave me a concussion. I got an injury. That's why I can't stand up straight.
Stop it, get out of your car.
I will. I promise. Not here. I promise you. I will bet you $1 million. It's
Separate
not
your
here.
feet for me.
It's not
Just take a
here.
ride. It's all getting kicked.
I have a wallet and a phone.
Okay.
But I promise.
He's going to say driving behavior
I'm not blind. Okay, so you can put the app.
and
I know
verbal
what type of woman she
admittance.
is.
Okay, that's fine. When you guys do it, you're gonna realize we've never been friends. I never talked to her. I don't like her. Never had a problem with her ever.
And see, one of the other reasons why you don't want to keep talking like this is because now I'm starting to hear a little slurred speech.
Right.
Which I didn't hear at the beginning.
Switch.
It's a pretty standard search. It's kind of a weak search, but whatever. If he doesn't offer to leave this stuff with mom, that's kind of extra poopy. They're right there. At least he's got gloves on.
Gloves.
So you want them released?
I don't care about them.
Okay.
You did earlier.
Let you know once the names come back. It was just those two?
So there's 2 in the car, and there's 2 that got out of the car and went in.
Okay, so we're not worried about them?
Shannon, you got a point. Slurred speech is head injury from being slammed in the truck.
Stop.
100%.
She wasn't drunk till she got home and concussed. Bro, he's beating a DWI or 2 right there.
Well, he's a trucker, of course.
Truckers.
If they come back clear, you want to move the stop out of the driveway? Taylor, again, how much have you had to drink?
Wait, what?
I've done this job long enough. Is the judge going to read that you were deceitful and lied to me like how you are right now? Or is he going to see that you fessed up and said, yeah, I messed up?
Wait, for what?
Taylor, again, how much have you had to drink?
Bro, she's at home. Now, I'm not saying, because there's a secondary purpose here. If there is a drinking establishment that is giving alcohol to minors, I want to know. And if that's his objective, I get it. But if he's, thank you. Thank you very much. This is chicken
Share
and
with
rice.
the class.
Chicken and rice with some veggies and Zivia. Vanilla Zivia.
Zivia?
Yeah, it's
The blue one?
a Zavia. It's the vanilla Coke. Zivias. These are pretty good. I'm going to rearrange my desk real quick. Okay. But if he's just here because she's underage, she's already home.
I've done this job long enough.
Who cares?
Is the judge going to read that you were deceitful and lied to me like
You can
how
do the
you are
job
right
for a
now?
long time poorly.
Or is he going to see that you fessed up and said, yeah, I messed up?
Or
What's it going to be?
I'm sleeping here.
It doesn't matter. I've already said that. My question for you, and I've been quite polite so far, is how much have you had to drink tonight?
Don't answer. You don't have to answer that.
Not a thing.
Good job.
Will you submit to a PBT? You won't. Because I believe that you've had some.
Okay.
And actually, I can arrest you based off of that. Now, if you blow into a PBT and it's zeros, you're on your way. But if you blow into a PBT and it's not, that's bail jumping. You know you're not supposed to be drinking.
I guess they ran her. She's
Is
on
it probation? Oh, okay. That's a different story. I thought she was a minor.
That's a little different. Okay.
Those are my 2 options, is that I can arrest you based on my observations, or you can do a PBT, and it blows zeros, you're in the house, or you're done with us. What would you like to do? Which one?
I didn't do anything wrong, please.
You're not going to be able to beg out of this. You're an adult. I know that you drink a lot. My officers see you at the bars all the time.
I have not been out in the West Bend bars.
Okay,
in
so
a while.
where were you drinking tonight?
I wasn't.
If you weren't at the West Bend bars, you were at a different bar. So where were you drinking tonight?
What a weird condition of probation. I'm not saying it's not a good one, but I don't know, Doug. What would normally be lawful behaviors now not? Only because of your arrest history? Like, I get it when it's like you're like on a registry of some sort, right? Like, I kind of understand restricting. You're probably not going to get access to stuff if you defrauded a bunch of people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a weird condition of probation, especially if she's.
I mean, I can see it if your probation is for something like a domestic because you were drunk and you hit your wife or something, or again DWIs, or like if it's an alcohol related offense, I can definitely see like alcohol, like not consuming alcohol being a condition of your probation.
Yeah.
I think if it was just something else
on bail for DUI, yeah, probably. Let's be honest. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm betting it's charge dependent.
That makes sense.
Because right now, my officer can arrest you anyway.
I didn't
You
deal with
realize
this
that?
very often.
Officer Hines can arrest you right now because he told you to stop before you went in the house, and you went anyway. You claim that you had to pee. That
If
doesn't
you could
matter.
arrest her,
My
you should
officer
arrest
told you
her
to stop.
because you have enough PC.
Right. I'm like, I don't buy
If
that.
you're telling
at all.
her you can, but you're not doing it because you need her to confess to you right now, then you clearly don't have enough to arrest.
Yeah.
At least not enough for it to hold.
And like, I'm not going to get mad at him for lying. I just want to point out that that is objectively likely not true.
Yeah, he has the right to lie about it. I have the right to tell people he's lying about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see it from both sides of the fence here, but he's definitely trying to push for that PBT because he wants a good charge, which I'm okay with, but like a little bit of a stretch.
He's conducting a lawful traffic stop, and you decided to run.
I did not run.
You didn't listen to him.
I sauntered away.
Sit tight for a second.
She's traveling.
Could you tell Taylor to stop?
I told them all to stop and stay out here.
And they just went in anyway?
Yes.
So they could arrest her for obstructing?
No.
Because she's
No.
probably been drinking. Her eyes are red and glassy.
Yeah. Her response to yes or no for blood was call my lawyer. Come on.
Good.
Mega
You good
beige.
if I go over there and start working on the warrant?
314, 232, if you can 25 with us. You don't right now.
Yes, I do.
When I am done,
Right now.
when I am done, I can explain to you a few things, but right
you
now,
stopped somebody while they were in their parking lot in their driveway,
that doesn't matter.
already parked.
That doesn't
yes,
matter.
it is.
Okay, are you an attorney?
doesn't.
No, I'm not.
That's irrelevant to whether or not it's legal or not. I hate that question because it implies that if they were, this would be different. Don't ever ask anybody that because it's also like an argument over authority. Oh, I'm a police officer. I don't need you to tell me to do my job. Either it's legit or it's not. Why are we lecturing somebody about it or arguing about somebody with it? It opens up in the court of public opinion the idea that maybe if they were a judge or an attorney that you'd feel differently about it or you'd like conduct yourself differently. It shouldn't.
Which we have seen done before.
This is why I don't like that line of
number of
discussion. But again, these officers have picked this up because they've seen other officers do it. And maybe they got away with it without having any consequences. But let's say old girl just actually took, fentanyl or something crazy, dies in the back of that patrol car or after the arrest. Now it goes in the national news. Now everybody's watching this. All the idiots on the internet will get on there, and it takes one district attorney to decide to go take that and turn it into something that it's not. So just be cognizant of that. Be
Not.
wise.
Do you have
But
a
I know
degree
the
in
law.
law enforcement?
No, but
Okay.
I know the law.
Doesn't matter.
Then what is the law?
You cannot pull somebody over once they are parked inside their parking lot in their
You're
driveway.
wrong.
That's incorrect.
You're dead wrong.
Okay.
You are so wrong,
Okay.
okay? I will be polite and explain to you what's going on, but right now is not the time.
Okay.
So I'll knock on your door and we're done, and you and I can have a civil conversation, but right now is not the time, okay?
Okay.
I promise I'll knock on your door before I leave, and I can explain everything to you.
Okay. Can I, whenever you guys are done, can I get my girlfriend's property so I can bail her out of jail?
There it is.
Which one is your girlfriend?
Nevaeh.
Nevaeh. Okay. It'll be a while. I have to find out what's going on first, and I can get you a more solid answer.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay? So if you mind just heading back inside, I'll knock on the door and I'll explain everything before I leave.
Okay.
Cool?
Thank you.
Thank you. I can smell the alcohol on you now that I'm standing here. Okay? Can you take Taylor into custody, please? For obstructing and bail
You don't got handcuffs?
jumping. Go ahead and take your purse off over your shoulder. Actually, does
Is the admin?
does it clip?
No.
There we go. Thank you.
I left my handcuffs on the bedpost at home.
Yes.
I'm Officer Garcia. How are you doing today?
Fine.
Do you remember me from last night?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us that you were the one that jumped out of her car?
What?
Did you hear Officer Hines say stop?
No.
You didn't hear him say stop?
No. I just ran in the house.
Okay. You realize that that's illegal, right?
How?
Is it?
When an officer gives you a lawful order during the duration of a traffic stop, you have to abide by it.
Okay, but if I didn't hear him.
It's on camera. He yelled it.
Yep.
Okay, there were so many.
She's setting up a pretty good legal defense here, actually. Because that's an affirmative defense of prosecution if I didn't hear the... Because, again, it's going to come down to the reasonableness of it, right? It's proof beyond reasonable doubt. That reasonable side on the back end, let's say I make an announcement, right? I'm going into a property, commercial burglary alarm, right? Hey, it's the police. Moving around, doing my thing. 20 minutes goes by, and then I randomly bump into somebody and smoke that guy because I think that he's a burglar, and I think he's armed and I'm armed and whatever. The question's going to be whether or not it was reasonable for that dude to have heard that I was law enforcement. Well, I said it 20 minutes ago. And the jury's going to come, that family, when they decide to sue me and attack me for my qualified immunity, they're going to say, well, is it reasonable that he didn't hear him? 20 minutes went by. Maybe he showed up afterwards. We don't know. Maybe he didn't see it. The fact that I left that little bit of a window there gives them a leverage or a stepping stone to then build a prosecutorial offense against me as a police officer. So she's saying, oh, I didn't hear him. It's on body camera. Well, did he say it loud enough? How many times did he say it? Did he get compliance? So on and so forth. Now, in this instance, because other people complied, I could see them having a case. And I do believe that. However, his impromptu defense there on scene of, well, it's on body cam and we said it. If she says no, understand that's something you're running into.
It's just, he said, she said. Also, this is one thing we've discussed before, and I think it was, I don't know about a gray area, but when you have a detention, you have a detention on the driver, correct?
Right.
So the passengers are not detained.
Agreed.
If you don't have an offense on them, so she can just leave. And you telling her to stop, what is your legal authority to tell her to stop?
Circuit courts might feel differently about this. I could totally see where the Fifth Circuit and the Ninth Circuit feel differently about it. Maybe. But to my understanding right now, there is no Supreme Court case law that will support saying that if I have a detention on the driver, I have a detention on everybody. You cannot compel them for their ID. You cannot compel them to stay put or move or whatever. So I really think unless you've established separate PC for that passenger, you're screwed. They can go run off and do whatever. Like they can go impromptu jogging right then and there. And unless you're going to get them on some BS like pedestrian or roadway or whatever, good luck. A lot of times this is why state troopers and stuff like that will do, one, because it's just in their area. But like on a highway, like you're not supposed to be a passenger on a highway or just a pedestrian on a highway. You just can't do it on an interstate, which get wrecked. You're like literally landlocked if you're in Texas. There's nothing but interstates in every direction. But I vote this gets kicked unless there's a different court case that exists within the circuit court that's got, I guess, jurisdiction over this area. But there is no Supreme Court thing. If somebody finds it, please put it in the comment section. But to my current understanding, big no.
People in the goddamn car, I couldn't hear shit.
Okay. That's fine if that's your defense, but he told you to stop.
Okay, but I didn't hear him.
That's fine if you want to make that defense. That's fine. But that's not what we're here for. And
Okay.
did you know that a traffic stop was happening?
No,
You didn't see the red and blue lights behind you?
not until we pulled into the driveway, no.
Okay, so you saw the red and blue lights in the driveway, correct?
Yes,
How old are you?
22.
Okay. And what happens during a traffic stop? Should you get out of the car?
No.
So why did you?
That's not a law. Just in case you're wondering. That's a procedure, but that's not a law.
Because I was already at home.
That doesn't matter. We talked about that last night.
Okay.
Okay? So here's the deal. Is that what's going to happen? Is that we're going to take you to the police department. We're going to give you a ticket for obstructing. We're going to book cite and release you right out the door. Okay? Ideally, 30, 40 minutes of inconvenience. Okay?
Okay.
So you can bring your hands around your back.
Now, the way he worded that was a little weird. Because why not just simply take the report and then kick it up to the judge? And let the judge determine whether or not they got an offense. And if you do, go ahead and write a warrant for obstruction. Because you can do that. Super easy. You call her, you hit her with some mail, says, hey, you got a warrant for obstruction. You got to go sit this thing out. Because a judge agreed that you were guilty of obstruction. Instead, they're going to take her to jail on it, right? And then see if a judge agrees with their charge or not. It's weird because you can do it out of custody report. Why not just do the out of custody report? I think he just really wants to put this lady in handcuffs and take her to the jail. I don't know why. And again, maybe it is obstructing. Maybe it's totally the case in where they're at, legally speaking. It's not where I'm at, but seems like a lot of work.
Back for Officer Garcia, please.
For what?
Just call me right now.
Also, again, you don't have handcuffs, dog?
Like I
I have
said,
your fucking phone number.
30, 40 minutes. Do you want your phone? Is that her phone?
Yeah.
Do you want that to go with so you can call her?
Well, she doesn't even have her phone.
What about,
You guys have my phone.
what about mom or dad?
That's not my mom.
Do you
No,
have, you have
her
mom's number
mom or
though?
dad.
No.
Just call on Messenger.
Do you want to? Well, she's not
Got
going to be
data,
able to
right?
use.
I'll just call grandma.
She's not going to be able to use that phone. Do you? Or
You got no grandma's number? Just call grandma and tell her to call me right away.
there you go.
Amber was then transported to the police department, where she was booked and cited for obstructing an officer, and was then released later. Taylor was also transported to the local county jail, where she was released to the jail staff without incident, whereas Nevi was taken into custody and escorted to jail, facing charges including OWI, resisting an officer, and operating with a prohibited alcohol concentration.
Huh. Weird. What they skip here is charge dismissed, charge dismissed, charge dismissed. Now they pled, so they pled to get those charges dismissed. But if you were really trying to make a point, and I get it, like I don't work at a DA's office, so I can't know what their workload's like or whatever. But like, you mean to tell me that all we cared about was the possession of paraphernalia and then whatever the heck this was, which is a misdemeanor, whatever this is? I guess it's cocaine. What is this?
She pleaded guilty to OWI and resisting. While the other charges were dismissed but read into the record, she was sentenced to 80 days in jail.
So dumb. This is crooked, in my opinion.
Her license was revoked for 14 months, and she was ordered to install an ignition interlock device for the same duration. She must also undergo an alcohol assessment and pay a $465.50 fine. Please show your support by liking this video to see more of these cases with a proper legal analysis. Make sure to subscribe to stay informed about...
Dumb! This is municipal police. We were doing so well. I'm going to take 10. According to their laws, it was not unlawful. I have real big beef with, because of the way that played out in the back end. I think somebody had an axe to grind and they ground it. I really think that's the case. And they found a lawful but awful way to do it. I don't think any lawsuits are coming out of this or whatever. But like, if you really didn't care about the DWI, or you really didn't care about that other bullshit, like why charge her? And then also with the passenger for obstructing, like, notice they didn't show whether or not that got dismissed or not. Like, I don't know, dude. I think this goes to I would be the worst judge ever. I would either be the most based guy. Like, if it was legit, I'd be like, based. These guys are idiots. Qualified immunity. Or if you're if you're sending me this BS, like,
that Harris County judge would have laughed in your face.
That's what I mean.
The one that's always on the YouTube.
That's what I mean. You'd have been like, dog, what are we doing?
He was throwing it out because they charged him because of that. Like, they stopped him for smell of alcohol, or like they.
Maybe I take the bar exam, dog. Like, this is how much this is pissing me off. Like, this makes me so mad. And like, I have taken probably
was charged for the brake light. No.
No
citation, no nothing for it.
No,
it's pretextual. I'd be curious to see if their statute actually says anything about it.
Right. I have likely taken thousands of people to jail. Likely. It's a lot. I put those handcuffs on a lot of people, right? And it was everything from, just you're crazy and you need medical help, all the way to you shot your kid in the head and you need to go to jail because you're a terrible person. But we always had like a law enforcement objective. It was so incredibly rare I ever charged for resisting or ever charged any of this other stuff because I don't care about any of that because I'm getting paid to be here. My job is to be here. Their job is likely to not like me being there and being a consequence for their poor decisions. But like, there's none of this lecture BS. And I don't know, man. Bring back robot cops, man. This whole ordeal that took 5 other officers and Mr. Axe to grind and then a follow-up for obstruction. Like, get out of here, dog. For what? Now, I get it. This is like a super tiny town, and they're like, respect my authority, and they just want to practice. Fine. But I don't know, dog. Tyrant Josh. Okay, let's get the DEI comments out of the way. This one kind of earned it, though, to be fair. Let me see if I can blow this up a bit. I cannot. It's just a crappy body cam. So based on what we're looking at, this is a residential alarm. So this is going to be a deliberate search of a house. Gun will be out, and you're going to be making announcements and stuff like that. Done hundreds of these.
No, there's a freaking mirror, bro. I turn that way. Fuck.
So she shot a mirror, in case you're wondering. She saw herself in the mirror and shot it.
I mean, to be fair, they were holding a gun and pointing it at her.
Exactly. She did see what she saw.
But we have to finish freaking clearing it.
That's what I said here.
I didn't hear you say that.
You alright?
Yeah, I didn't hit anything. There's a door right here.
Thankfully.
Is she holding a flashlight?
Yes.
Lame. Get weapon-mounted lights.
Agreed. So nobody got hurt, which is a good thing, right? So should likely be some days off. Should likely be some training, right? Like, I'm not saying you're getting fired for this because nobody got hurt and you're just going to be embarrassed for the rest of your life. As you should be. Like, this is pretty cringe. But and I kind of chuckled about some of these people I actually know. Mike, you bastard. But this is probably PD, isn't it? Oh, LAPD. I gotta take 20. That's pretty bad. Negligent discharges are a full send big no.
Well, to be fair,
Does
in
it
LA,
count as no.
they have body image issues, so they don't recognize themselves in a mirror.
Probably.
So, affirmative defense to prosecution.
So, yeah, negligent discharge is going to be a big no. Negligent discharge in someone's house also probably a big no. I'd probably
very lucky there wasn't somebody behind that wall.
Dude, no kidding. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Something else to kind of be discussed here is, in an LAPD, you should get a lot of reps of this. If you're a residential or a municipal police officer, like you got a bunch of residents like around, you're going to do this a lot. Again, hundreds of these. Getting close to 1,000 between commercial buildings and homes and apartments and then just random like parks and stuff like that. Dude, we searched everything. You searched more buildings as a police officer than anybody in Fallujah ever did. Mostly because you wouldn't have survived that many because there's actually people trying to kill you in Fallujah. Here, it's a bunch of nothing 9 times out of 9, you know? But lethal force is the most sacred of responsibilities that you're going to have, and you cannot do anything on accident, which is why I took points. But Cassie's like this, be setting females back 30 years. So don't be Cassie.
Hey, you know what, though? 30 years is only the 90s.
That's true.
Doing better.
Not doing too bad. We're not doing too bad. But that's a big fail.
I want to be set back 30 years.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead. That's why I took 20. I took more than just being a douchebag on scene. But
take me back to 1995.
Positive target identification. I think a lot of this, too, comes down to weapons handling. In a search like this, I can't tell you how many times I've flinched and actually pushed on the frame of my pistol rather than the trigger, because I will walk around with my trigger straight, right? And I can very quickly go on there and go good, like get to business. There's actually a video of me falling while holding a gun when I took Kyle Morgan's class, they like obstructed the gun or obstructed the doorway we had to run through. I pointed the gun. You get a chance to see it. It's like first person perspective. Point the gun at 3 different people. You can watch me like hover between. Do I put my finger in the trigger guard or no? I put my finger in the trigger. Finally, someone shot me as I got in the room, and then I shot him back. And you can kind of watch how that goes to make sure that you're not having. And that's me pointing the gun at people because I'm getting surprised by a bunch of random people, knowing that I'm going to get into an OIS and still not manage to screw that up. But that's kind of like driving or anything else, kind of a thing you can't afford to screw up. So probably retraining, likely some unpaid days off. Stuff like that, but I don't know if you're getting fired over that. Not at LAPD, at least. They need help. Link, we'll find it. Go to ARFCOM. Can you find it? It's the very first video. It's like the first or second video we did for ARFCOM reviews. You guys can go.
I did want to bring up because who was it? What's his name? Motorola Solutions brought up Brenlin v. California for seizing everybody in a vehicle. So the Supreme Court holding that traffic stop seizes everybody within the vehicle. My understanding was that it was largely in terms of like the passengers being able to challenge the constitutionality of a traffic stop, because that was really the case. Was basically the passenger was challenging whether or not they were allowed to essentially take the drugs that were on him, because he was a passenger versus the driver, even though it was a stop for driver registration. So the Supreme Court did reverse the California court's ruling that they weren't seized under the Fourth Amendment, and said they were seized under the Fourth Amendment. So that's probably one we'll have to like go through.
Drugs,
because I just have the
is
summary.
one of the caveats I brought up. If drugs are involved, which means I have PC on the whole car, hell yeah, I can seize everybody. Mm-hmm. But PC has to be individually established for every. So like, let's say there's a firearm in the car, something crazy like that. Drugs, the vehicle was involved in a pursuit, right? And maybe that pursuit was fleeing a burglary, anything like that. If I can talk about, like, if I can tie them in some way, shape, or form to a crime, think that they're an accessory to a crime, whatever, sure, all day long. Kind of the same thing with, like I said, vehicle pursuits where we end up running after the passengers if you got multiple officers there. Sure, I have no idea why they fled in this vehicle. It could be stolen. Could be whatever, right? So I have reasonable suspicion to go and detain those people, but I'm developing all of that reasonable suspicion individually still. That's going to be the way that I would apply it. That's the safest way to apply that law. And the reason I bring that up is qualified immunity only works if the courts decide to agree that your actions were lawful. You always want to err on the side of legal rather than like, well, the law says, if there is no case law support, or it's one case like where it's supporting the actions that you're taking, it's not exactly something that you want to go do on, because you lose qualified immunity, everything's out the door. They're going to sue you no matter what, if they can prove or beat that charge. That's why I don't know. In a law enforcement context, like, the tie should go to the runner, right? You are going to, and I think this is the way the legal court system should work, we are going to side on or err on the side of protecting individual rights and liberties rather than saying, well, oops. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and if you have a lawful objective and you're executing a lawful objective that's very well codified and within the scope of law enforcement, knock it out. Go be a superhero. And that's what qualified immunity is there for. The more we start to abuse or blur that line, the more likely we are to lose it. And then I wouldn't suggest anybody go into law enforcement in that case, because it just wouldn't be worth it. Or you're just lazy and you just wouldn't do anything. It's an interesting conversation, to say the least.
Yeah. So, and it's an interesting one, because I'd like, this is one where I'd like a lawyer, because I'm reading it and I'm confused by it. Just because there's some stuff in there that seems to contradict other stuff, but I think it's just because it's a summary and not the actual opinion. Right. And I'm not going to sit here and read the entire opinion while we got other videos to watch, but
we'll read it.
Basically, when the police make a traffic stop, a passenger in the car, like the driver, is seized for Fourth Amendment purposes, and so may challenge the stop's constitutionality, was what was held. And so that's where, for me, it was like, okay, so you're challenging the stop's constitutionality. That doesn't necessarily mean that in every circumstance you are seized and detained just because you're in a traffic stop. And that's where I don't know if that is or isn't. applicable.
Yeah.
But they're talking about basically the reasonableness of what the passenger would believe, whether or not they were free to leave, the necessity for officers to do some kind of like action showing intent to restraint, like all this other stuff that again needs to be probably broken down by a lawyer.
Well, but also like you got to think, if that's the case law I'm going off of, that doesn't necessarily mean when it goes to a judge that they're going to agree. Or that it even gets applied the same way. You see that all the time when you look at like the application of what qualifies for curtilage. It's kind of a gray area, you know? So like that doesn't want to be the space that you're going and making life or death decisions on. Kind of the same thing with like, I talk about this a lot with people that are doing concealed carry stuff. Sure, stand your ground exists. Sure. The duty to retreat does not apply to you. And yeah, you absolutely can have an affirmative defense to prosecution and saying that I felt that my life was in danger, so I can go use deadly force. That is totally covered within the confines of the law. The reason it goes to court is whether or not they believe that applies to you and your situation. And any one of those variables, because it's going to be different. There's going to be something unique to your case.
This one's a very unique one.
That they might decide.
The officers ID'd him on site because they knew who he was.
Right.
And then he was like basically a parole violator, and so
it's different. The whole different ball game.
It becomes a whole So that's
because
I don't know.
I've ID'd
I remember we
him
had
as a
this discussion
parolee.
before when it was like a street cop training thing, and it was like they were like, yeah, everybody's detained, and we're like, well, there's other opinions on whether or not. Anyway, depends on the circumstances.
Somebody's saying me to check my chat. Let's see. I'm checking my chat. I see nothing.
Like your DMs or Discord?
Yeah, this doesn't help me. Dad. You might have to check it. I can't see it while it's popped out like that. I have it shrunk. I'm going to watch this.
Okay, I see. Oh, yeah, Keith, get in here.
Oh, he asked me to
do y'all have room? I'm good till like, yes, dude, just pop in.
Keith.
What are you asking for?
Like he needs permission.
Right.
Like I wouldn't just change.
He did it during in the middle of an officer's react recording. He just pops in and goes like, "What up, boys?" Like, come on, Keith, get in here.
Yeah, I'll adjust. He doesn't drink, but every time Josh sees one of those Zivias, I swear it's a Bud Light. Is that your intro? Get ready to sling some rock.
Did that.
That's incredible. Yeah, I as a Southerner by statute, I don't know that I could drink Bud Light, but I bet it looks like a Bud Light. Probably on like a flash, it probably does look like a Bud Light.
Sweet.
What up, Keith? You gonna behave?
I'm gonna try.
Okay. This is Texarkana Police Department. Okay. Trooper Tiller. So is this a state trooper or is this Texarkana PD?
That's ASP right there. That's their camera.
Okay.
That's their dash cam.
Well, let's get after it. You can hit the state boys. They'll enjoy it.
Yes, he's going to assist. I know. Just 1 second. There we go.
I kept pressing D instead of S. Dictate.
I need to facility running. We're coming.
Talking about a crappy road here.
That's Arkansas.
He said that's Arkansas for you. Yeah, dude, that road's pretty tore up.
Yeah, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana.
G25, G24, G5.
Oh, you went wrong side of the road.
They literally just pointed. They were like, "There, Dad, go get him."
It's on 47th Street. North on he is out on foot. The individual was over the 9:42 p.m. G25 about to take over northbound on 6th. He's on 48. I'm on the daddy. into Bradley heading south.
Hit him.
Oh, right there.
Oh, he was, oh. There you go. Little pin.
Get your
Why is it, what are you upset about? You ran.
fucking hands up! Get your fucking hands up!
Hit me, come on,
Put your hands
he's
up!
one of those.
Hit me right here.
Whatever, dude.
I tell you what, that pepper
He
ball gun will
regretted that.
take the starch out of you.
Instantly regretted that.
And this is the gel kind too.
Bro got sent back to IT with that.
Bro, rip. The factory reset.
38, one at gunpoint, JPX deployed.
Both hands out the window.
He's having a bad time.
Hey, get cover, get cover.
Yeah, he's gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, he's not liking that much.
I got lethal, guys. I got lethal.
Oh, they shot the glasses out of him.
He got right in the face.
24, 24. Where they at?
Let him ventilate a little bit first. There you go.
I was gonna say I'd let that marinate a bit.
Yeah, get him. Yeah.
The pepper ball gun meta.
I'm sorry.
He said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." You know what points the suspects for de-escalating themselves.
I got cuffs.
Watch out, JPX.
Yep.
I'm gonna clear the vehicle. I got another with me.
Yep.
Millennials like that sounds like consent. Pepper ball.
I got you.
Big gloves for
Hey,
sure.
come this side. We're not gonna do crossfire.
Into Bradley Street, Terrell.
Yep. Pop that trunk.
To be fair, they could have used the bell pepper on this guy and it would have had the same effect.
It's probably true.
He doesn't look like he can handle spicy.
24. I'll be using that way too.
It was a clean pit. Shout out to them. I hate it because I got his state boys more points. Those douchebags.
It's a little baby boop. Look, barely even any damage to the trooper's car.
If that, yeah. Good
Admin's
job,
gonna be happy.
dude. Yeah, there's some administrator that's like, hey, good boy, good job on not damaging that car. I'm only gonna give him 10. That was pretty easy. That was pretty lightweight for them.
He's cured. He can see. He doesn't need the glasses anymore.
Baby boop. Crossfire. He's in cuffs. I think they were talking about searching the car because it's in a high risk stop like that. Obviously, you get the driver out, but you're still going to bluff the car. You still want to make eyes in the car if there's not another person because
no K9.
You know what,
Bro, you're a sociopath if you send a K9 into a pepper sprayed car.
I'm gonna give him 5 more just for that. No K9. Apparently, that's a lot to ask. You know
Not
what?
even a bell pepper, a lemon would do. Yeah,
probably not.
Second,
Just regular
2025.
pepper.
Officers were dispatched to a restaurant for a call of a young woman trespassing.
Hello.
Fleet has this man's picture on their wall as employee of the month.
Dude, 1,000%. Bro, Fleet, like, drank a beer to that guy. They made a toast to that man. What a Chad. Steel Switch, what's going on, dog?
Waiting for the bathroom. I've been looking for more than an hour. Not sure what's going on.
You guys knocked. Has anyone answered?
Yeah, she's answering, but she just won't open the door.
Okay, do you have a key?
I brought a key, but whatever.
You guys all have a key? All right.
Yeah.
What a bad time. Kicking that's a bad time. Little Duck.
Little Duck, your dad was in here earlier. We had regular Duck.
We had regular Duck. It's good to see you, brother.
Rice Krispie, new year, what's the point format? So we give and take points away based on good or bad policing / administrative actions / firefighting / EMSing.
Yeah, it's a lot. This whole bit, so we're keeping a running total to see how we're actually doing. Currently, you can see
Over the year.
PD's not doing great for this year. 2025 has been a hard year for us. But
And then at the end of the year, we do an
wipe it.
awards show that we've started this year.
Master Key, bro, it's a municipal cop, dog. Master Key's a size 12 for me. You just turn around and boot that thing.
Yep.
Although this would suck. A steel door. So,
Yeah.
advice for those of you that ever get stuck in this situation, on a metal door, you actually want to kick the middle. Because your only hope here is to bend the door a bit, because it'll make it out of spec, and then you'll be able to push through the latch. But on a wooden door, you do attack the lock. So you'll kick as high and as close to that lock as possible so you can kind of push through that thread. And really what you're breaking oftentimes is actually the frame. The locking mechanisms will just push through the frame. But this sucks. This is a steel reinforced. Look at that thing. That is a bad time. But a master key would make this easier.
It's private. You've been there in an hour. They need you to leave. It is a private business. They want you to leave. If you do not leave, you will go to jail. And this is your last warning. Come out, open the door. You're refusing to leave. That is what you're doing wrong. It's all trespassing.
No breaching charge.
No breaching charge. Y'all need to chill.
In that narrow, tiny hallway.
No kidding. What would also be helpful here is having some breaching tools would be nice, but that's a bridge too far for most PDs. Stop pooping. I'll show you a breaching charge.
Well, you're trespassing on private property. If you have a medical...
Let's see. Drugs, just homeless, or... I don't know what the other one would be for this, Keith. Typically, when people were doing like heroin or something, they'd lock themselves in a bathroom like this.
Yep.
Stay up. Probably nothing changed about policing.
No, it's been a time-honored thing for years.
Every once in a while, you'd get like just somebody that's just trying to take a nap. They'd kind of lock themselves in one here, which is fine. Or IBS. Y'all need to chill.
See, when I had them like that, it was cold outside.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of time they'd secure themselves in the bathroom, just quiet, take a nap, and But points taken for these people not having an extra key to this freaking bathroom.
Let's take it from society. I'm here on that.
I mean,
BWP has a point. She might have some heavy flow.
Though I agree. An hour's a long time to not have the solution's either there or it's not, is what I'm getting at. So, and they still have they can still make you
What
leave.
if you're trying to call your mom to bring you?
I could see that.
Some additional.
I could see that. But then you would articulate that.
Supplies.
Yeah.
You just articulate that and explain it. I'm sure they'd be cool about it. You got 2 female employees, they'd be cool about it. But just yelling back and stuff like that's not going to help. They can make you leave, heavy time or not, which could totally be the case. I've had that a few times.
No problems. We're gonna get you medic.
Bro, I forgot about. Oh man, this brought back a memory. I got footballed makeshift pad one time. It was a good time. She just, that was her excuse. It was a heavy time, right? She had just balled up like a big old thing of tissue paper. And it all kind of congealed into one thing. Getting drilled in the
squatters' rights.
Yeah. You know what? Smokey, I bless
Give
it.
points to chat.
I was going to say.
Give points to chat.
I'll allow that.
That's so clever.
Squatters' rights. But yeah, getting footballed with a makeshift pad. It's a bad time.
You need to leave.
Oh, foot in the door, dude.
Let's go. Come out. Leave.
She opened it.
You want to go to jail?
Why'd they?
Let's go. We're gonna take this one last time. If you don't leave, you go in.
I guess because it's a bathroom.
Where?
To jail. We're trespassing. We're going to jail.
That's Tommy. That's Tommy.
Leave now.
How am I trespassing? I know my
You are being
rights.
told to leave private business.
Okay. I hear you. I understand you. I'm leaving in 2 minutes.
Listen, I'm going to give you a last warning. If you don't leave, you're going in impulse.
All right, let's go. I'm leaving.
We're on make.
Do not come back on this property. You're trespassed.
His head before.
How am I trespassing?
I've had a type
They
of
don't want you back on this property.
Step out.
Leave the property, or you go to jail.
Step out of
Oh,
the
see, the
property.
problem was she was trying to wipe with those nails.
Ooh.
That'll take you an hour.
That'll take a minute. That's true. I take it all back. Mr. Toestar, what's going on, homie? Having handcuffs in your hands before she's handcuffed is a sin.
You mean before she's in a handcuffing position?
That too. Sorry. Handcuffing
Yes,
position.
yeah.
Sorry. Secondly,
Don't cuff before they're cuffed.
Yeah, don't cuff
Heard it
before
here
they're cuffed,
first.
right? Dog, we're so past this. Keith's already like laser beaming me in the face for taking too long. He's like, look, not to put too fine a point on it, but shit or get off the pot. Is she going to jail or no? Like the threats are it's just dumb. Jail.
Ma'am, did you hear what I said?
Cuffs. Cuffs.
Motherfucker.
Cuffs.
That was a clever move, though.
Off the property. That means out of the parking lot, off the sidewalk.
Cuffs.
If you come back onto this property, sidewalk or
Cuffs.
parking lot, you go to jail.
Motherfucker, bro, you are ridiculous. I was using the bathroom and I have
It doesn't
medical
matter.
issues.
Other people need to use the bathroom.
I know my rights.
You have no rights on private property. If they don't want you there, you have to
It's
leave.
not private property.
Yes, it is.
It's a public restaurant.
It is a private entity.
You know what? You know what?
This is your last chance. Leave or you go to jail.
I'm off the property.
No, you're not. You're still in the parking lot.
You guys want her to
Django, I saw what you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still in the parking lot.
And you still haven't
And
taken her
then-
to jail.
She's still not in your car. Put her in your car and take her somewhere else. Take her to a public place.
Oh, Michael Quinones, look at this. He's got a whole story.
I remember I locked myself in the bathroom. Shit store. I destroyed the restroom. I still did not go back.
That reminds me of
That'll
that
do it.
one
That'll
news
do it.
story about that guy at the Home Depot who had like the SWAT team called on him because he said he was about to drop a bomb in here.
Yes.
In the
It's
Home
going to
Depot
blow this place up. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Michael.
talking about his
God bless you,
big
dog.
dukes.
Yeah, she should have been in jail while she was still in that bathroom, probably.
Alright.
Or at least in cuffs.
And who's the manager?
I know.
The state owns this restaurant.
You're going to get hit by a car.
In the bathroom. I mean, it's her use the bathroom, but it's not safe.
Okay. As of right now, do you want her to leave the property?
Jail.
Now, this is the manager. She's asking you to leave. Alright? As of right now, you need to leave the property. I'm gonna tell you this one last time. If you don't leave, you're gonna go in handcuffs. Now,
Why?
leave the property.
This is the 5th last time, to be specific.
I would not touch my eyes in a public restroom. Just
medical
FYI.
issues. What is your name?
Gonna get pink eye.
Charles
100%.
and Nicholas.
Yep.
Thank you for not helping me.
Okay.
You do not
We
know.
offered you the medics. You want to go to the hospital, we'll call the medics for you.
I don't need the medics.
Okay, well, then you
I
leave
was
the property.
handling my issues.
For an
I
hour.
went to
You need to
school.
leave.
Doesn't matter how long it takes. If I'm an hour, there's 2 bathrooms. Motherfuckers
They
can
don't have to let you
both
use
of
it.
them. Why?
Because it's a private entity.
Okay, and if I was buying something, that's
They can deny
allowed.
you service.
So can I get my food?
No.
No, at this time, they
Did I
don't want
pay
your
for
service.
it?
Nope. They don't want you back on the property for a year. If you come back, you go to
You
jail.
don't even know my name.
We don't need to know your name. If you come back, you're going
You
to
don't
jail.
know my name.
We know your
I
face
know
is
my
recorded.
property. I know my rights. And y'all are fucking ridiculous, and I'm going to report you.
All right.
Shortly after the initial incident, officers arrived back to the scene when the
They're
woman
trespassing her.
attempted to
Don't they need her ID?
That's a sticky situation here, right? So, yes, because
Yeah, the
it'd be
bathrooms.
hard to enforce if you didn't know who it was, right? But
Type in blonde lady.
if she chooses to not give the ID but comply, can I really get her for failed ID? If her compliance, because she's leaving now, right? And yes, criminal trespass is a log, right? Because we'll keep a log. Typically, the city dispatch has like a little log book that they put this in. And they say, hey, this property, these people can't be here for this amount of time, and it expires or it sits there, whatever. So yes, but let's say she, like here, deuces out. You chose not to take enforcement action. Am I really going to try to hit her with failed ID if she's not really committing a crime otherwise? I can't compel
It's
her.
a results matter situation. Law enforcement objective achieved.
Yep, that would be the way that I would look at it. To
You
try
get
to
the little Xbox
push,
pop up.
yeah, to try to push and say, "Give me your ID." No. Okay, cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be able to like push that. We've seen that call happen here more than once.
Return to the establishment.
Did they sell her food?
Doesn't matter.
So did you guys allow her? I'm saying, did you guys allow her? Because you guys.
You know how you don't have to come back? Just free advice. You take her to jail the first time.
Yep.
Ask, tell, make.
I mean, she said
You let line stepping happen. Here we go. DEI hires, both of them. It's their male brain.
It's their male
I just
brain.
got food. What are you doing?
Don't fight. Don't fight.
What are you doing? She just said I could order food. What are you doing? You just said I could order food. She just said I could order food. Really?
Just arrest her.
Wait. I know my rights. Wait.
Don't fight.
Wait.
You fight your
Wow.
I'm telling you. Put your hands together.
Girl, did you not
Not strong enough to take a 90-pound female into cuffs.
DEI hires the both of them. Wow.
Did you not just say I could order food? I was on the phone with them and I asked you if I could order food.
We got your phone.
Simple. Well, then we'll get you medically cleared before you go to jail.
Please.
What's your medical issue?
I need to make a phone call. I have interception. Please.
I'm what?
Does that make sense?
Did she try to say indigestion?
Intersection?
Intersection?
Yes.
Careful, Keith.
And then I asked her if I lost my mail in the bathroom. Can she come out and talk to you?
Oh, she already told us. How does this open? Is this pulled?
I need to make a phone call. Please, officer, please.
Dude,
At the jail?
So injuring her? Why don't you just let the jail do that?
Yeah.
Why the hell do you?
I agree.
Trying to take earrings, man. I didn't. Yeah.
There's a pawn shop down the street. Got a side hustle.
This is asset forfeiture or what? What are we doing here?
They were in the commission of a crime.
Yeah, a lot of times the only time I would ever like consider taking off stuff like that is one, if I thought it could be a weapon, right? But typically almost all of that happened at the jail. For like necklaces and stuff like that. Like I didn't care about any of that.
How does this come on?
Doesn't engage and inactive. Millennial, you win. You know what? I gotta give points to deputies. You're all done.
Oh, nice. I like that.
That's pretty top tier.
It showed up a little late for me. That's amazing.
That's pretty top tier.
Hearing doesn't come on.
Just
relax. Just relax. Just relax for
I've
now.
done nothing wrong.
Can you relax for now so I can take this off?
I've done nothing wrong. I know my rights. You are fucking violating me of my rights. You're violating me. You're violating me and my rights.
Clenching.
You are violating me and my rights, sir.
Turn around. What you're doing right now is not helping.
Specify stop clenching your fist. Be careful with that on Bodycam.
What you're doing is illegal. Fuck! Don't take her off! Do not take my grandmother off!
Is it entrapment if the establishment tells her she can come back for her food?
So this is kind of what I meant on the first go around, right? So yes and no. So no, because only the police can make entrapment happen, right? My beef with this in specifically is that they wanted her gone. She left. She complied, but we have no log because we didn't know who this lady was, right? That she was formerly criminally trespassed or whatever. They likely weren't trying to do the report. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but they had to put Jane Doe in here because they didn't know who this lady was. It's really compliance that we got. Well, she showed back up. You got to reestablish that they want this lady gone, right? Because there's the selling of the food and all that kind of stuff. But as long as someone obviously called. So somebody from management called and was like, no, this lady needs to go to jail. You had to show back up and go do it. I don't think it's entrapment, but anytime, I'm not saying it never happens, but anytime you have to show back up to an offense location, you probably did not do enough enforcement action. It's like a good rule of thumb. You will definitely get browbeat.
No!
Destruction of property. A toilet.
No!
All right.
No! You just broke off all of my things.
Now she's gonna have to.
Fuck! Over a bathroom! Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't hit.
Fuck you guys!
One more time, Sierra.
I am legally allowed to enter a building if a manager says so. I am being held accountable. I'm being held against my rights.
Sierra, your date of birth one more
I'm being
time.
held against my rights. Have you even read me my mandatory? I am.
Hold on.
Respect my rights.
One more time, Sierra.
I am legally allowed to enter a building if a manager says so. I am being held accountable.
So they were saying she's not. I'm wondering if she's not on the CT log.
Maybe.
Might not have the criminal trespass, but her kicking is going to count as resisting. And even in Texas, even if the arrest was unlawful, the charge for resisting still sticks, which is kind of shitty, but that is the case. Don't resist with violence. You will not beat that charge.
Description and see if they have a little bit more. Oh, of course not.
Not a damn thing.
Trash.
These are my people, right? I'll take 10. I won't take any.
When you
more
do
now.
an FOIA request, do you get a copy of the report along with the body cam, or is it just?
I believe you
okay.
should.
I think you have to request. Yeah, you have to.
really?
You have to request. Yeah, because I know when I've done them, it's video, it's body cam, or report, or both. But you have to specify.
Oh, well, does it cost more? Is it all free? How does that work?
No, I don't think so. No, it's
Okay.
it's like $6. I think was the last one.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay.
Yeah, because like, y'all, order the
Get it
report with
together.
us so you can just copy paste it in here.
Right.
At the very minimum, so at least we kind of know what the thought process was.
Bench warrant, possession, resisting, assault. Ooh. Okay. Let's see it.
What's up, Daniel? What's going on?
Ooh. Yeah, that poll's
This is already
sus. Yeah. Throws a shopping cart. Tearing a pursuit.
Put that down for me.
It's gotta be a foot pursuit, right?
Yeah.
You would deny an old man.
You know the
who's
last four of
walking
your
stick?
social?
Right? Hey, man. Just gotta ask the king of something real quick.
It's homeless Gandalf over here.
Go ahead and show me one custody.
Fool of a cop.
You got a warrant, man? I'm not too sure about that yet.
Okay, free advice. 2 things. 1, try not to take people in custody by yourself. And for the deputies that are out there that are going to have to do it, maybe not tell the guy that he's going to jail before you have like any tactical advantage on him whatsoever. Because he can still pick that thing up.
Skip the step here. I heard his cuffs too.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Let's see if he's.
Let's see it.
Let's see if they show up.
Can you do me a favor? Put your hands on the wall. Hands in your pockets. Don't reach in your pockets. Face the wall. Face the wall.
I'm seeing pre-attack clues.
Man, this is
Yeah. Both count.
Doctor?
Yes.
I'm out here. I need another unit 33.
Well,
Stop right there.
Clue and then
Stop right there.
pre-attack cues.
Stop right there. Get away from me. Stop right there.
Ah, there it is. There it is.
Big sin.
It would happen. Hey, no Apple Watch, though. Shout out to him.
Yeah. Well, it needs the right hand. We haven't checked the left.
That's true.
Oh, he's counting.
Stop.
Oh, my God. He's akimboing.
He's a Kimbo. Taser and handcuffs. Let's go.
He's running. Get away.
I'll tell you what, old timers keeping up with him though. This is a pretty
Yeah.
decent run here
Old
for the
timer's
Lord of the
old-timer.
Rings reference.
Well, this guy needs his walking stick. That's why he can't run fast enough.
Come on.
We ran inside food basket.
Ah, come on. He threw it in the wind.
Yeah.
Bro, y'all are getting
potential
soft.
victims.
Maybe I'm like the toxic part of me.
Ah, he got away.
No, he's like he threw a card at me.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, he's gonna walk in the store after him.
Where'd he go?
With no sense of urgency.
He's over there.
It's a public bathroom. I'm traveling.
Allowed to go into a public
Is that
building.
back there?
What a fucking
Show me your hands. Show me your hands. All right. You ran in no move.
Oh, it was a deputy hanging down there?
Dude, how'd another officer
Stand
be
up.
in there?
I wonder if this guy was just in the store. If he's like
My brother.
Dude, running isn't gonna make you fucking any better, bro. Go.
Oh, bro, that was so fast. Put some respect on old Deputy's name.
Go one for your wrist. This
Yeah, charges.
Oh, it's fake. Oh, well, you're going.
Well, good job, Chaparito. I'm proud.
I wonder why he was there. Getting some delicatessen.
Maybe.
Using the bathroom.
Old timer, damn.
Walking out of the store.
He just got pitted by a shopping cart.
Don't run for the police, bro. You know that. Gloves. Now you gotta just be waiting and stop on peel.
He's breathing like
Where's your gloves at, bro? What is this?
I think you still need to go get the ER and get you checked.
Golly.
And I couldn't get my feet, and I fucked something up. And I just fucking went down, and I just rolled. Yeah. This should be open.
There's the Apple Watch.
Oh, did we see it?
Ah, god
Nope.
damn. Be open.
There it is.
Oh,
one's not, but the other guy was.
Yeah.
No, other officer.
Let me grab my phone. Ah, goddamn.
I'll take less points than I was initially.
A lot of pressure on it. Ah, get shit.
Yeah, this would not happen at Buc-ee's.
Yeah. Bro, Buc-ee's, they jump you.
That beaver would take you out.
I'll take 5.
Make you part of his dam.
I'll only take 5. Ultimately, Deputaz handled up, but the initial interaction left some things to be desired. Akimbo, cuffs, and tasers, not ever the meta. Don't telegraph taking people to jail, especially people that are walking around with a pole and stuff like that. I always tried to be cute about going 10-15, just because if I could get like an advantage, you try to take it. I don't know, dude. You're gambling with your life out there. Let's try to hedge our bets. Yes. Oh, dude, this GIF is legit.
Hell's that? Yeah.
Let's see what this is. She's all mad. Why are you recording?
Oh, it's crazy. Finally, these niggas beef with each other and not hit us. Thank the Lord.
What happened initially? That's what I'm trying to see. He pushed him. Oh, this might be a she. Hold on. I might be being
Crazy. Finally, these niggas beef with each other and not hit us. Thank the Lord.
Versus Puerto Ricans or something going on.
It's street beefs for sure. I had disagreements with other officers. Like, it was definitely a lot I didn't like, but you know what it was? That was just his man brain.
That's what. Yeah,
he was
got emotional. He was too emotional for the job.
He was a DEI hire.
It's his time of the month. He's fine. Just give him a couple days.
This is PD, right?
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, it's NYPD. Can this be half
He'll
points?
get over it.
Is it cool if it's half points? I was gonna take.
I think NYPD has been half points. Yeah.
Bro, this bit gets better for me as we go.
I know, I love it.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Like, especially at work. Like, you're in uniform. You want to go, like, I don't know, go to jiu-jitsu gym on your off hours and go handle up. It's still conduct unbecoming, but I don't know.
Before we get to spicy portion, I sent you the net video on your Discord.
Let's get this out.
Little happy palate cleanser.
I might save that for the end. There's a lot of sad going on the back end of this. I'm pumped about the
We can rewatch it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I just want to see it now. I'm curious.
I got muted, I think, because the music.
Oh no! I tell you what, he's about to get lit up too. Bro, you know what you need?
Love that
I would have gone. I would have gone to some river in Thailand and just stood on a riverbank and waited, because you know you got those guys that are just like out there crushing and be like, "That's the guy I want." I was like, bro.
His issues, it didn't have the little weights on the end, so it can't get thrown. It's got too much wind resistance.
Yeah. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, it
also gets caught on his belt. You see that,
bro?
But this does go against. I literally last week I posted on our Discord chat the future of policing, and it was the gladiator with the net and the trident. And then this shows up on my feed.
Dog, he's winding up too. Oh, he's about to beat that ass. Oh, poor guy. Okay, we'll keep that one until the end, just so we can watch it again for giggles. We'll go demonetize ourselves.
Did you see the first Total Recall with Arnold?
Yeah.
No, not Total Recall. Running Man.
I've seen parts of it. I've never seen the whole thing.
He was out running flat out, and this dude pulls up, and he's got it looked like a shotgun that had these 4 weights on it, and he fired that sucker and threw a net on him. That's what they need.
Mm-hmm.
They need something like that. Very cool.
The net launcher.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Japanese net gun. Of course, the Japanese have. Bro,
they would have. Okay.
This is all I'm saying.
I gotta see it now.
この機器はネットガードの持ち運びタイプです。
What?
操作は簡単で、
kind of a sussy design.
That's just a mag light.
は約 800g の軽量タイプ。まず本体を構えてガードカバーを外し、
Oh, we got an arming switch and everything.
不審者の顔に狙いを定めて
Barry Straw Suspects. Thank you for your late fee.
作動スイッチを押すと
Get after it.
瞬時にネットが発射され
See the weights.
2メートルから
That's what
3
I'm
メ
talking
ート
about.
ル
So they have
不
little
審
weights
者を
on the
絡
end.
め
That's what lets it
動き
fly
を
through the
抑
air.
制します。ネットはネットガード同様
ネットゴナ
簡単には切れないので、その間不審者から逃れることができます。
Give him a good kick before you go. Come on.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude, net.
Yes, double up.
Let's go. Did you imagine trying to handcuff this guy?
Wait, I had the other one.
Taser Bukkake. There it is. Hey, could you imagine trying to get handcuffs on this guy? You'd have to cut him out of this. Just let him get tired. 10 out of 10 for acting. Yeah, no kidding. It's like the Taser glove guys. It's like that. Oh, goaded!
Let's go.
Go, bro, they're living in the 21st century right here, dog. Get after it.
This is the future of policing.
I'll tell you what, though, I'd be kind of nervous about compressing his diaphragm with this thing. You could really put a lot of leverage on that.
Pretty good range.
Oh, she's using it to pull. Okay, I'm tracking.
より安全にまた効果的に使用していただくためには
Lively.
引き紐を引くときは必ずグリップごと引っ張ってください。
Second version.
引き紐を素手で引くと怪我をする恐れがあり
Man
ます。
grappler.
引き紐を引く余裕のないときは、タ
goaded.
ーゲットがネットに絡まってもがいている間に避難することがポイントです。本体が障害物などに引っかかること
Yeah,
が
I keep that thing on
いず
me.
れにせよ無理は禁物です。
Oh, look at that.
ネットランチャーを複数使用すればネットが複雑に絡み合いより効果的。
Bro, terrorists be warned. Japan's out here with their net guns.
This is why their crime rate's so low.
I'll tell you what, dog.
ネットランチャーに加えさすまたなどを使う
Dude,
ことで
Even the civvies got the man catchers.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'll keep one in my
for,
car.
For like a suicidal subject, this is kind of goated.
Mhm.
If he's got like an
boy.
edged weapon, you know?
Autistic kid and the chain link fence.
That's what I'm saying.
If mom and dad had this in the
That's
house,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, same.
You don't have a
Parents,
problem.
elementary school teachers. Yep.
Yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Just net gun them and use the man catchers. Dude, could you imagine? You know what? I'm here for this. I hope if we can find this company, I'll be like, look, dog, I'll give you guys a free ad.
Man catcher. I need to see if I can buy one. I'm just gonna order one.
Spider Cop. I'll allow for this.
さらなる効果が期待できます。ただし、さすまたを持つ人にネットがかからないように十分注意してください。
That's incredible. That was worth this. The juice was worth the squeeze on that one. That's pretty. You know what? I'm gonna say they're municipal. No, we're gonna say it's federal police. It's Japanese.
I don't like that they're all the ones for dogs.
I'm gonna give them 69 points. There it is.
Responded to a 911 call from a teenager reporting a man waving a gun out of his car window and pointing it directly at her while she was driving with a friend. At first, this appeared to be a disturbing case of road rage, but officers would soon uncover a chilling twist. The suspect was someone the victim had rejected months earlier. This wasn't a scene from a movie. This was a real-life encounter captured on body camera.
On my phone.
This was Tuesday on Arlington.
I looked up and someone put their window down and he had a gun in his hand and he was just like making some face at me, and I was like, I don't know if I know you, but I know your face looks familiar, but I've lived here my whole life, so it's kind of like I just don't know.
No points. Axon's not getting points for a Japanese product. Come on now.
Okay.
It's not like
Sarah, like, are we supposed to take our bet? Place your bets now. It's the Bonsai Crew. That's a callback. God bless it. God bless it.
First time I've been followed or threatened or anything like that, so I'm just scared because I'm now back in town and I'm like, I don't know if that was targeted or he's doing it to random ass people, but I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was scary as hell.
Okay, so you're in the passenger side, right?
Yeah.
You're driving.
He was in the right lane, like
where are you guys coming from, northbound or
right
southbound?
there.
I was going northbound.
You guys are northbound on US 1.
Yeah.
You're in the right lane or the left lane?
We're in the left.
You're in the left lane. And this truck pulls up next to you guys?
He's driving next to us for a moment.
Driving next to you guys for a moment.
And then he just randomly did it.
No road rage, no nothing, just puts the window down.
Did it and then
the whole way he was
sped
riding
off.
my ass, kind of, and he was like cutting people off and shit. But...
Okay. Like, okay, so you noticed aggressive driving from him before that?
Like, I stayed my distance.
He pulls up next to you guys, right?
Yeah.
And around where does he just puts the window down? He has a gun. He's not pointing at you. He's like waving at you.
He did point it at me because he's like this, and I see the hole straight to my face, and I'm like,
I see the hole straight to my face. Rip.
There you
go. Is this a DEI suspect? It's his man
Yes.
brain.
what the fuck? Like, what
This
is
joke's
that?
not getting old
what
for
is
me.
that called for? Like, what
Normally
is
it's
one
chat
to do?
doing some dumb
Whether
shit.
it's fake,
It's
whether it's
muted.
what it is, whether it's a game. What is one to call for you to point a straight end of a gun at me?
While explaining her story to officers, the victim appeared visibly shaken. However, the situation would soon begin to make sense as officers gathered more information.
By the dog steiner.
And you guys pull
as we were passing dogs.
Doc Steiner. And you guys pull off here.
Or no,
he
what
pulled
happened?
off. He pulled into here, and then we took. I believe
yeah,
a
went through
U-turn.
Wells.
and
I'll tell you what, my brother over here probably heard the entire interaction, even over the car noise and everything, because of his satellite.
Came back this way, yeah.
Sorry, I need you to. I didn't understand that.
So it was a pedestrian walk that turned on, that's when he waved it, and then we went through Wells Fargo, and he turned off here, and I came
Okay, so you can call and get the description.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And as far as you guys don't know the guy, you guys just some.
Nah, probably not.
Can you describe the guy to me?
I didn't see him. I know his truck. It was a Ford.
It was brown with
4x4, jacked up, probably lifted, these nice rims.
Okay. Okay. Both your licenses,
Police
please.
asked me what it looked like, I guess, to identify if it was like in his sort. There was a black truck that also at the same time had pulled in here and then pulled out with them looking at us. So I don't know if they were involved back here.
Okay, but when you guys turned around, you saw that we had the right truck.
Yes.
Officers quickly located the truck involved and immediately pulled over the driver.
Switch order patrol 2.
I bless the high risk stop. I mean, it's just deadly conduct at the very minimum.
Report of a gun. Yep.
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 There's a weapon present. 1, and then 2. It was used in the offense. I'm here for this. Shout out to the no red dot, no weapon mounted lights. My dog, day shift out here crushing it. Keith's like, he's lucky that thing doesn't got a cylinder in it. It's a flintlock. Keith's like, hold on, I'm putting the powder in. I got this.
I got Keith's old service pistol.
There it is. That was the Gen 1.
Yep.
There you go.
He had another one cross draw just in case.
Yep. He had to carry like 8 of them to be able to get the same.
Driver, step out with your hands up.
I'm using the PA. What a Chad.
Step out of the car
That's where
with
the
your
old
hands up.
switching weapons is faster than reloading came from.
Literally.
Homie, those are not your pants.
Information that you pointed a gun at somebody.
Not aware of that.
No? Anything else in your hand?
I mean, other than my drink, no.
A drink? No gun in the car?
No gun in the car.
No gun in the car?
That's
all right, just stand back here.
Give me 2 minutes, okay?
This will be too long, man.
It's gonna be pretty long. Do you guys want to press charges on the guy?
If it is a gun, if I don't really learn this lesson.
What the?
So, I'm gonna say I was seasoned. Maybe not like well seasoned, but I was a relatively seasoned officer by the time I left. In situations like this, you don't say you want to press charges, right? You just meet the elements of the offense and take the report. Young people are, well, maybe not young people, but just like young at heart people is what I'll say. The worst about this. I have had someone get robbed at gunpoint, pistol whipped, like in the front of their house. And then been like, well, what if the guy was poor? And I'm like, dog, then why'd you call me? Well, I thought it would be good for y'all to know. To do what? Like, to know? Like, for my FYI? Like, for my information? Like, dog.
Yeah, that's not an informational report.
Dog. You got a felony that happened in your city? Just get their information. Get all of it. Be like, I'm taking a report. Yes, you need a victim. I get that. But, like, for the sake of the investigation. And so you don't... I don't know, dog. It's important to get all that info, but this also just... You know what? I'm just going to take the points from society. I'm not mad at the officer asked, because you're supposed to ask, but I'm just going to take some points from society. I don't ever victim blame here, but this time I will. Maybe if he learns his lesson. He pointed a gun at you, dog.
That's the only real question, because I'm young too, and I don't know if he's young. He looked not too old, but I think people need to learn their lesson. That's the only thing.
Does your boyfriend regularly point a gun at you? Like,
yeah, jail's a good lesson.
This is called a very nice, safe childhood with loving parents.
You know how many people own firearms in America? There's millions. There's more guns than people here, right?
Mm-hmm. By a factor of 5.
Yeah. Do you know how many of those things get pointed at people? It's actually relatively rare. Now, it happens more than I would prefer, but it's relatively rare. You know how many people are in contentious relationships that don't hit each other? Crazy. I'm talking like fallaciously contentious relationships that manage to move on for free or just put up with each other in a safe and meaningful and lawful way. Like, I don't know, dog.
Aw.
There it is.
Okay, then let me get the rest of the story, and then you can make your decision. I don't know the guy. I don't know what he'll learn from this.
This will be pretty long. You think? I got work in an hour and a half.
We're
I got work in an hour and a half. I get it. I'm an employed person too. I've been an employed person for, I don't know, the last 16, 17, 18 years, something like that. Someone just pointed a gun at my lady?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah, dump this guy too.
Come on, man.
Well, I guess with her luck, he'll pull out a gun too.
I tell you what, this Mitsubishi with rims is giving me some sussy vibes too. Maybe she just got a bad picker. Yeah. She might just have a really bad picker. That happens.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be here for a while.
More than an hour and a half?
It depends what we're gonna do with this. Do they find it? Do you guys press charges? Do you, just stick with me, okay?
I'll
Got anything on you I need to worry about? Huh?
I don't have anything on me.
Did you get in an argument, confrontation with anybody?
Ain't no space in those pants for anything, bro.
Okay.
Including him.
Check inside those boots.
All right, have a seat here. I said it was about a gun being pointed at somebody. Did you flash your gun at somebody?
I only know the firearm.
His shield's back there and everything.
You don't? Was it a cell phone?
Yeah, I did have a cell phone in my hand, but I don't know the firearm.
His Smith & Wesson shirt would say otherwise. Yeah. You're telling on yourself, my friend.
All right, just have a seat real quick.
I want to see what kind of tattoos he's got too. Because they get 1973 tattoo over there.
You don't? Was it a cell phone?
I don't own a gun.
Yeah, cell phone in my hand.
I don't even own a gun. I own several.
I don't know what this is. It's like a mystic tattoo from Pokemon Go. 1973.
Trying to look up what that means.
Probably.
I just know the scripty font like that definitely means Second Amendment of some type.
There's something there
Usually.
though. What's there's something on it. There's some script there.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the scripty.
1973 wouldn't have anything to do with that, but that's weird.
Yeah.
Punisher sticker,
like
bro. I will get. Okay, Dylan. I will give chat points if there's a Punisher sticker on this car.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
I was thinking maybe like 1973 was like a sovereign citizen thing.
Oh, that
That's what I
might
was
have
trying
been.
to find.
That might be.
Some kind of like Black's Law Dictionary thing.
No, there was a female in this car.
Maybe she pointed the gun.
Oh no.
Can I please pull my pants
They have the same hair.
A minor too. Can I call my parents?
Ooh, sussy.
I'd be looking for birthdays.
No.
There any weapons in the car? Huh?
No, sir. I'm just gonna find nothing.
Oh, okay.
Bro, pull her sleeves up.
Yeah. Stand up.
Doesn't slip out.
Can you pull them right there? There's a... All right. What's up, man? Oops, sorry.
I need you guys to both please fill out these statements. Maybe this pen doesn't work. It's.
Yo, Jack.
I've done this.
Is there a possibility?
I've done this. Homegirl. Better choices.
We don't victim blame here, and I'm not going to. But if you've already done this, let's press charges. Yes, free advice to the people that are out there that are looking at this. And the reason I bring this up is, yes, it is destroying you personally. Like you're worse. You are a child of God, and you deserve love. Everyone does. I truly, intrinsically believe that. But the amount of stress you're putting, not just yourself, but also everybody else in your life, the people that care about you, friends, family, and more than anybody, and I bring this up because I've been victimized by this, the people that have to respond to said emergencies, like dog. The amount of we'll call it residual trauma that I got to experience because a lot of my uses of force and kick doors and physical altercations and yelling at people and having kids cry at me, why are you taking daddy away, and all that stuff came out of either the decision to not, separate or whatever. Tweaky, he said, I won't blame the victim. I did not say but. I'm not blaming the victim. I'm simply giving advice
This is me sipping my tea.
Why you don't do this. There is going to be secondary and tertiary. It's the same argument I give for a lot of people that have suicidal ideations. I have my Christian perspective on that, right? But from a legitimate sociological perspective, if that's a word, you are going to upset the people that have to react to it. Someone's going to find your body. Someone's going to find out about it. It's really going to bum them out. Then the news is going to get a hold of it. It's going to bum the news team out. It's going to bum, it is a reciprocal thing. It propagates itself. So the more sadness you bring to this world, the worse it gets. So just advocate for yourself, but also advocate for a better future. That's my advice.
Protect yourself from people.
Yes. You are worth it.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting spicy on a Tuesday. Garrett, we're making up for last Thursday, so it's gonna get. This is probably an egregiously spicy Tuesday too. We might not have Thursday. We'll see. The vigilantes actually did an excellent job of picking videos. I got to see some of these beforehand, so I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a spicy meatball."
And a female passenger.
Spicy meatball.
They're like, bro, we're just driving, and this black truck pulls up next to us, and the driver puts his window down, and he does some stupid motions with a gun, a black and brown gun, which is more bulky, she says. And
black and brown gun.
Yeah, she says. She says he points it at her, he points it at her.
DEI gun?
Oh.
All right, coming up. So what happened? What do you mean? Argument, confrontation with anybody? No. Road rage?
No, that's why I'm confused.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm on the way. I gotta go to a job site.
And she called saying that you pointed a gun at her.
I had nothing on my phone, and then I put my phone down and got my drink in my hand. That's it.
All right, so we can check the car, make sure there's no gun on it.
I can search, but...
Mm-hmm.
So...
I don't think you need consent, to be honest. I think that we've got a felony, right? That I'm now you might need a warrant, but I see where he's going for on trying to get consent for the vehicle. You want PID on the truck probably, but this is a little bit more of a gray area because it is a traffic stop. I guess theoretically you could frisk the truck, but that's very gray. I would want a search warrant or consent, but you could probably get that written up. It would just take time, but you just freeze the scene and say, hey, I want a search warrant. I have two parties, right? I have two reliable witnesses that are saying that there's a gun in this car that got pointed at somebody, potentially a relationship, potentially whatever. Go ahead and make a couple phone calls, write up a warrant real quick, get it sent off to the judge. Judge will approve it so that you're at least respecting chain of custody and CCP. Keith, how would you handle this? I'm curious.
Well, if it's not, if it's valid, yeah. There's that too, but, you know, if the registration's valid,
right?
You know, if it's expired, you could tow it.
Oh, you bastard! I love you, bro. Keith's on some devious levels.
Yeah,
that is a kosher way to do it. He goes,
but the other thing is
that tire tread's bad. It's
Yeah.
an unsafe vehicle.
Yeah, you look for no safety violations, sir. We have to impound this vehicle, and we're going to search it. It's incident to
a towing,
we're going to
right? You're gonna inventory it.
Yeah, pre-tow inventory. So.
But that's how you can tell Keith got down, dude. Like, you were the worst case scenario for a traffic stop because it's like, dog, you don't understand. He was there when it was written. Look, brother, there's a way to get in this car. This man's gonna find it. Oh my god, you could do that.
We helped write some of it. So
I was gonna say, Lexi, you can complain to Juan. Juan will tell you what to do. Well, actually,
Hey,
complain to
listen,
YouTube more than anything.
I was working on it this weekend.
Well, there you go.
So there you go. I was trying to get it out this week, and then I had work.
Work does happen.
Okay, you're gonna let us or you're not gonna let us? Because there's a gun involved.
There's a gun involved, but what evidence do you have that it's a firearm? Do you have video? Do you have my picture?
She has a witness. She's back there with
I
you?
have a witness as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, that doesn't give you a stamp on it. So I don't consent to a search. And also now you're going to make me late to my work, which I'm in a very tight situation with work because of money.
Okay.
So,
well, as fast we get this situated, the faster you leave, you know? That's all.
Just want to call my mother and my attorney because I feel like this is unlawful and I just turned 18 as well. So I don't know.
Ooh, use an adult, boy. You know.
Well, he's an adult. However, most states, because the federal statutes here, a handgun for an 18-year-old is going to be a no-no in most places, even where constitutional carry. So you can transport it, right, like from the range to the home and have it in the home and have access. But a lot of states where even where it's like constitutional carry, once you're 18, especially if he just turned 18, that's a big... Ooh. He's looking at UCW. It's a whole other ball game. So he verbally admits to a pistol, right? And being in possession of said pistol. We have somebody else saying he's brandishing.
His I have gun boner shirt also leads.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, dog.
You know, to sit there and go, I don't have a pistol, but yet I have pistol shirts.
With UCW, would you even need the witness to file charges or the victim to press charges?
No, because you can go with UCW, just straight like unlawful carry. Though what you're still gonna take the statement, like you're still gonna want their statement. You're still gonna put it in the report.
But if she doesn't believe he's gonna learn his lesson,
right? You could give him
still charge him
the
and
Smith
try
and
anyway.
Lesson. The hard way. Yeah, I'd go UCW at that point, especially if she's going to be an uncooperative. I'd tack the charge on anyways.
Which you get for anniversary of his 18th birthday.
Oh, wow.
Know too much about the law.
Okay. Yeah, give us a second and we'll let you get your phone calls as fast as you can, right?
So that's why I'm like extremely confused. Now I'm going to be late for my job.
I have a partner. He's meeting with the lady who had called us to say what you did. And we're getting approval on that, okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
So I mean,
Just stand by.
Damn, something just hit on.
Where?
Back there, like pinched.
to go sit in the car. Sit him in the
100%.
car.
It's a gun.
Sit him in the patrol car.
100% it was a gun. I saw. If I've seen a gun before because of Orlando, but if you hold a gun up.
Said what?
100%. It's a gun.
100% it was a gun. I saw. If I've seen a gun before because of Orlando, but if you want.
Because of Orlando.
I mean, fair, yeah.
I guess because of South Dallas, I would buy that. Oh, you know what? This tracks. This tracks.
If you hold a gun up, even if you were to, because I know cops have them, hold your gun up and you look at the end of it, right there. It's the front of a gun. I was shocked as hell when I saw it. I was like, I've never seen a gun that damn close to my face. I've seen them close to my face, but not with another person I don't even know doing it.
At first, the victim didn't recognize the suspect, but after noticing an Instagram username displayed on his truck and viewing his profile picture...
Idiot!
Dude.
For all 20 followers that he's got, I'm sure.
Also, mad cringe. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah.
Sure, everything suddenly made sense.
You think he's trying to be a gun influencer?
Frag, you need to calm down. You said Orlando is there. About to go in timeout.
I'm pinning that.
Yes, I'm with Tweaky about the gloves too. Dude looks so down.
He had previously rejected, and he was angry because she had a boyfriend.
It's weird because he looked familiar and I don't know if I know him, and maybe he just mistakenly didn't think I wouldn't report it and maybe thought like, oh.
But wouldn't he tell the cops, hey, yeah, that was my friend Isabella?
No, we're not friends. That's the thing. His face looked familiar, but I have a lot of hate, and I don't know if he's someone that just maybe made the joke out of hate and threatened me to be scared or something like that, and I don't want to mess with anybody.
Heading up to mainland for work.
But you don't remember seeing another lady? No road rage?
I mean, all I saw was there was a guy I knew from my school, but that's it.
We took him out of cuffs?
Wow. We're making bad choices today.
Is this Florida?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah, Orlando.
Okay, we're half points. Okay, we're half points.
I hadn't seen a lady or nothing like that.
At any
Not to
point, did you
victim
put the
blame, but
camera
if
in
this
the
cop
air?
gets in a fight with this guy.
Dog! Not to victim blame, but for real though. Oh, hold on. We get to see this.
What is with this 1973 on is like everything?
Phone in it.
What is that a reference to? That's going to bother me.
Yeah, I need to know. Chat, somebody figured this out. I would like to know.
Maybe it's when his mom was born.
Eesh. Eesh. That's probably not too far off.
Phone in the air like this, but that's it.
Was she next to you? No?
I don't remember because I didn't see a lady, so it's hard for me to say that kind of information without actually knowing.
Okay.
He's also got like the Gaelic star, like the Gaelic little.
Yeah.
All right. Like I said, nobody's arrested yet, and we're just trying to figure out what's going on, all right?
All right, sorry. It keeps connecting to my stupid-ass car. All right, so we found the gun. It's sitting right behind the center console. It's brown, like she said, with black. It's got a black, it's mostly brown, but it has a black, like, holster.
Crazy. Oh, they described this truck to a T, too. Lifted with the rims and all that. Patrol car said Key West.
Yeah.
Michael's like,
well, yeah, and he asked him, he said that he was going up to the mainland. So, yeah, that's definitely Keys. Yeah.
So he pulled, so what is she saying? He just randomly pulled up to her out of nowhere and pointed at her? Okay.
21 Bravo, Lima, Bravo.
Oh, he's got smart water, but he's not that smart.
Mike, 21B.
Yeah, ask her if she wants to press charges.
Also, the felony forced on this guy. Goodness gracious.
And yeah.
Mac tools. Sorry.
Ask her if she wants to press charges, yeah. And we need a written statement from her with all that, like describing the gun and everything that happened, and we'll take it for. Okay. Yeah, after this, you want to press charges? We got a lady walking up that might be his mom. His mom's calling his cell phone, just so you know. Lock the doors, just make sure the doors are locked. So we're just waiting to see if they want to. If Harold's still not statement out, she said yes, then we'll have her come down here and we'll do a.
End of the Vietnam War. We're still trying to figure out 1973.
My friend called.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just waiting to see if the victim wants to press charges.
Roe v. Wade, pull us Watergate. y'all are getting deep. This is what I like about y'all. Y'all get after it. Waiting for that Salt Life sticker.
What is it?
He pointed a gun at some lady. I guess they got. I think it was a road rage related thing, but we're just trying to find out what she wants to do. He's 18, so he's an adult.
He's driving my truck, so I was like, if there's, I didn't know if it was somebody just said.
Well, if she wants to press charges, it was usually a commission of felony, so it'll likely be those. So we're just waiting to hear. They're down there getting statements from the victim now and stuff like that.
I don't know if I should tell you this, but we did just go on Instagram and search up his Keeping It Real thing, and I know exactly who it is. It's Yachtic. He dated one of my friends in high school. He hates my ex-boyfriend. He probably thinks it's my current boyfriend.
Does that change your...
Get Yachtic's Instagram up. That was Yachtic.
Okay. Is that changing your opinion if you want to press charges
I'm
on him?
pressing charges 100% because I know he hates my ex-boyfriend.
Fine, I just need you to add that to your statement. Basically what you just...
Free advice. It is going to hurt the prosecution because you're only pressing charges because of who it is, not the behavior itself. The discussion around whether or not this meets the elements for the offense is that it puts you in fear of serious bodily injury, right? That's going to be, and mind you, display of a weapon is almost automatically it should, but the difference in between ag assault and deadly conduct is going to be the idea of placing somebody in, if I just having the, so Keith decides because I'm taking too long to arrest a lady for criminal trespass, points a gun at me, right? But I know Keith's not going to shoot me. It's deadly conduct at best, right? Versus ag assault where somebody like Keith points a gun at me and the mortal fear of my very mortal life, hits me. That's reasonable fear. I have a grown-ass man pointing a gun at me, Just changing your mind because of who it is going to make it
because of who it is. Yeah,
right. That's going to really poke holes in. And I get the officer's perspective. He's asking just to make sure, but always look at this through the lens of how this is going to play out in court. This is why we do this show.
Discovered.
I'm sorry.
No.
I knew someone on Instagram searched it up once I found out who it was because I didn't want to ruin someone's life. I know who. Go to his Instagram right now.
I didn't want to ruin someone's life, but I want to ruin his. Come on. Sorry.
But also, all he had to do was go like this, and your life's ruined. So,
Agreed. Right.
But
which would have been the sake, no matter who it was. I'm so stupid. This poor guy.
The guy they have pulled over.
It is Yachtic.
Could have been a rando having a bad day. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
That is Yachtic.
It was more of a targeted thing because they just went on his Instagram when they searched the sticker up and it comes back to him. She wants to press charges.
The Bahamas gained independence in 1973.
He did look like he's from the Bahamas.
The Bahamas.
Brenda threw me one more time. How do you know this guy?
I started dating this kid that I was dating, and we got back together after a little rough moment. And from that point, when we got back together, I saw Yachtic was always trying to cut him off, or acting insane with the truck, or rolling dust wherever he could, following him home to Venetian. Sometimes when he got angry and just speeding off right there when he tried to turn into his neighborhood.
Give me 3 more minutes, guys.
See if you can get a pause on that arm.
Anything at the jail?
Yeah, we'll never get over that tattoo.
For aggravated assault with a firearm.
What firearm?
The gun we found in your car.
Gun?
Yeah. Huh?
That's what I'm confused about. What gun?
All right, I'm going to read you your rights. Before you ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Like I said from the beginning, what happened?
What happened?
Stevie Ray Vaughan got a peacock tattoo in 1973. Okay, so it's a tattoo in remembrance of Stevie Ray Vaughan's peacock tattoo. Makes sense.
That tracks.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
It's not the best song in the world. It's just a tribute.
The judge and prosecutor isn't going to care why she pressed charges. Maybe.
What this whole situation I'm confused about. It's
We need the Texas Choncla to let us know if that's
found a firearm,
usable thing.
and the victim thinks that it's a firearm.
It's displayed as in what? I'm just a little bit.
Did we see what firearm it was?
No, we never got to see it. That's what I was looking for. I wanted a judge.
Maybe it's in the description.
This is municipals or is this sheriff's?
County.
It's county?
County.
Yep.
I kind of want to take 5. I mean, they got to the right thing. It was just kind of, okay. I was like, it was just kind of muddy.
Yeah.
The whole thing was in of cuffs, out of cuffs. The interview was kind of weird. But we don't have a victims category because we don't blame victims here, but I can blame society. What? I am allowed to blame society. Whether they want me to or not. Smith & Wesson and FDE, probably. That makes the most sense. That 1973 tattoo is going to drive me nuts all day. Frag me too. That's definitely going to get us in trouble.
Good pit.
What's going on here? Oh, the akimbo.
Akimbo. Oh, shocking. It fails.
Oh, I tell you what. Handling up never fails. Let's go. Oh, what's going on here?
Take your gun, dude? Oh, no. That's his cell phone. Okay.
There you go.
It's so bad.
Wrestling in the streets, not the best idea. He's doing all right. This trooper's handling up for the most part here. It's a messy fight, but he's also...
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Oh, the phone. I'm guessing this is an off-duty or a detective or something. I'm tracking. I'm tracking now. Dude, that was wild. He didn't get his ass beat. That was a pretty even little scuffle.
I do not like that they cut from when he goes akimbo to when the fight starts.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's some important context missing there. Yeah.
This was such a good... So the issue with the suplex / kind of like body toss, it's like a weird judo body toss, is you should want to go to mount. That should be the goal here. If you're trying to control somebody, just simply get them to the ground is half the battle, right? That's why one-arm drag's just such a... To this day, like goated with the sauce. Like it is such a good technique because not only am I controlling one of the arms, typically it doesn't matter which arm you pick, but I'm going to get them to the ground so they can't run, can't kick, and it's harder for them to posture up and punch me. But I'm immediately going to what would be considered modified mount for the kids that believe in all that stuff. But you're like knee on lower back and you have full control of one hand. That's a pretty dominant position to be in, and that's kind of the goal at the end of that whole move and technique. But
yeah, you can get down and you get up on his back, you gooseneck that wrist.
That's what I mean. That's a pretty. I can
wrist
hang out there all day. Yeah, I hang out there all day.
Get me have a little drink,
dude.
So
get on the radio, pop the radio off your back. And, hey, that pavement's probably hot. You know what would make that less uncomfortable? You just giving me that other hand. But
give me that other hand.
I'm cool to hang out and barbecue it if you are. Like, you tell me how long you want this to take. But like, it's kind of what the technique's there for. So like, that's my only beef with this toss, is it ends up with him just not being in any position to actually take him into custody.
Yeah, over tossed.
And then here, like, and this is just messy. What are you going to do? He's got like a single underhook here that's keeping him from getting into a mounted position, but he sprawls. He handles it well enough by himself. It's just, man, this is pretty suboptimal for a place to go wrestle. This is a good way to get hit.
Easy way to get run over.
But I didn't operate on freeways for this reason. And honestly, the officer that decided to show up, I don't know if it was a taser or a gun, but went and made that initial officer not as he got it. That's as close to online as you can get. Because he doesn't know if this is deadly force or not situation, right? But he showed up and created compliance, but he got himself in a position where that officer wasn't in harm's way. Because let's say if it had to be deadly force, this guy produces a knife and I need to go smoke this guy. He's in a position to do so. And then the other officer cleared. He might have yelled at him to clear because he jumped off that guy. But
look and see if they've got because this is just a clip of this video, so I wonder if he's got the whole video on his
somewhere. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's police activity, so probably.
That was pretty good. I'll give troopers. I hate having to kill 69. Oh, that's a bummer. I'll make it 79. That was pretty good. I'm not upset about that. You can play we're gonna get the other State Boys clip. We'll let this one play, and then State Boys play.
State Boys on the highway. They stopping everything.
I love it.
Oh, Georgia.
They get down there.
Yeah, this could get ugly.
That's where I get my peaches.
That's where I get my peaches. You spin around on this car.
Schoolhouse Rock debuted in 1973. I would buy that. Especially if those are the lyrics of "I'm just a bill" on his forearm.
Dude.
That'd be a base tattoo. I'd forgive him for pointing the gun. I think he learned his lesson.
There you go. I gave in to chat. He's really getting after it here.
This Smith & Wesson Model 73 was made in only 5,000 units in 1973.
That car's really getting after it.
Revolver. Maybe I want one.
I've had a mat on for a revolver for like the last year and a half. I kind of want a revolver.
I need one small enough to carry. Not ridiculous.
The rare Honda Civic, like a newer model Honda Civic's pretty low on the totem pole for felonious behavior. I'm impressed. The way to show up, way to represent. This is a DEI hire for suspects. 30
Maybe
by
it's
30.
stolen.
Probably. Stolen would make sense. Come on.
Does he have his lights on?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see him. I see him on the signs now.
There it is.
Endangering other drivers.
Yeah.
Put that car now.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go. Good, good.
Come on. He's trying to avoid those tickets. He knows is coming.
Bucks
Those
him.
aren't usually. You just chill.
Deputatas.
I didn't realize he wasn't here until now. Ivana, what's going on? No lights or sirens. I can start to hear them now, but this is a reflection of a blue light. But
Yeah, you can kinda see him.
It does
Yeah, he's got
stress
lights
me
inside.
out.
You can hear
The fog in the rain makes him hard to see.
Yeah, but it's still. I think it's just the camera sucks.
Used to turn signal interesting choice. He doesn't want to get a ticket.
There it is.
Oh, that was.
I'm home. I'm officer. I'm safe.
Pushed him on the ditch.
Ooh.
Oh, back pit. Oh, self ditch.
Contact Bush Pond. Travel back south.
Okay.
Boop.
Boop him.
Boop.
Boop him.
Boop him.
Baby boop. Baby boop.
From the car.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
And it looked like it was effective too.
If it was
on grass?
effective, dog.
Dude.
I'm not often impressed, dog. Where's the bingo card? That's kind of wild. I think it was effective.
Hands down. Get off your phone. You finna get it again. Hands behind your
Finna
back.
get it again.
Hands behind your back.
There's no way. What a Chad.
I said don't move. You hear me? Lay back.
16 years minimum. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this these little hash marks? What is for every 5, right, or 7?
Every 5, I believe.
Oh, it's a 20.
Yeah, it's like a 20-year guy.
Big Sarge coming to handle up. That's a whole wild. Great radio traffic. I love this guy. He's my hero. Backup finally showing up.
Can we get their dash cam, see what's going on?
Right. No.
Stand up for me.
That's county.
I ain't got. Mine's a little.
Wild. That's hilarious. Damn, I gotta give. I'm gonna give 20. That's pretty good. Why? You know what? I hate that I have to do it, but I have to give Axon points here. We did it in 50 increments.
Ugh, that hurt me.
Yeah, that hurt me. Let's see. Texas lawmakers want to exempt police from deadly conduct charges. Is that not already a thing?
No, so if you remember, homeboy who did the guy that shot the dude with the knife in the elevator.
Yeah,
that's what he was charged with, was deadly conduct.
Oh, no way.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. So
that's right. They charged him with deadly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so they're trying to do a specific exemption for law enforcement officers.
Just so that they don't give them that like stupid avenue to, because it's like if it was unlawful,
Right.
you'd have just charged him with murder or ag assault, but they didn't have that because they knew they didn't have that, but there was not an exemption specifically for deadly. Wow. Well, shout out to
so
them.
the idea here is that like the prosecutors are using essentially spirit of the law versus letter of the law, right?
Right.
Prosecutors using letter of the law against what the spirit of the law was intended, which is, and it's explained in here that like deadly conduct was originally created to try and, like curb gang violence and stuff, like drive-by shooting, stuff like that, where
Right.
you technically don't have like a murder or anything, or like homeboy, pointing his gun at his crush,
right,
because of Instagram beef or whatever, like that kind of crap. And instead, it's being used for, it's basically being extended to apply to other types of cases. Now, I have like a resistance to making people exempt from laws just in general.
So
because of a specific designation, but this one seems like one of those where it's like if you're just kind of stretching the text basis of that law to kind of fit a set of ideas that you have.
I don't know how this
really
didn't
helpful
fall under qualified immunity. Because, like, I shouldn't have to make it to where I can't be prosecuted at all for it, right? Because there's going to be some situation where it doesn't meet a law enforcement objective or whatever, right? Like,
doesn't qualified immunity only apply for civil cases, though?
Right, but what I'm getting at is it's also, like, from a law enforcement standpoint or from, like, a criminal standpoint, I'm not, the qualified immunity is only from the civil side of it, right? But like in the commission of my duties, I am allowed to commit my affirmative defense to prosecution on the criminal side is I was a cop doing my job. Like I'm not like a regular person that was using the affirmative defense of like duty to, I didn't have a duty to retreat or stand your ground. You're not using those affirmative defenses under like a use of force like that. You're just going to, I was doing my job and I was doing my job lawfully. Like, it's not like I'm locked in the back of my car with some chick, right? While on duty. Like, that's not going to fall under my duties, right? Because as much as the Supreme Court will say that law enforcement doesn't have a duty to intervene, if I do intervene, I'm covered under those sets of circumstances. I don't know. You're right. But also at the same time, like, the law isn't applied to you the same way as long as it's within that. It's kind of like a right. It's expressly put in transportation code that none of the code applies if I'm going code to a call, right? I can violate all the transportation code I want, As long as I'm doing that. Now, if I'm not going to a call, I still have to abide by traffic laws. I'm not allowed to be exempt from that. The same thing would happen there in a deadly force scenario. I don't know if it's codified in the law, which would be sus if it's not. I think that's probably a good discussion to have now, but that's wild that we've had officers using force for centuries, literally now. That's not codified into the law. RJ with the bicentennial coin for the Boston Tea Party. And then Garrett. So we don't have it. I'll probably cover it on Thursday, only because I'm trying to get through this Thursday. But I do have I actually watched the whole interview about it. I sat down because I wanted to have an educated opinion on it. I do know, one, we've had Angry Cops on the podcast before, so we at least got to talk to him for a little bit. He's been on this show. But I've also talked to a lot of the people around him. I'm in the industry for my day job. I'm in the gun industry, right?
Josh got the connects.
He happens to overlap in. That is not somebody that would bring up that he has too much to lose to bring that up and not have what he believes is a pretty solid case. The fact that that school district had a prepared statement kind of susses me out. And in that, it wasn't just his complaint. His supervisors have brought up complaints, I think all the way up to like deputy chiefs have like been like, what the fuck? Like this school district is not participating in or doing whatever. I'm assuming the DA's office is also complicit with this, because if they have a duty to like a report and they're not doing it, that likely means that PD is like, hey, well, we want to go and press charges. Well, the DA's office is the check and balance for law enforcement. If the DA's office doesn't want to prosecute, I lose qualified immunity, right? And I'm losing all of those protections I have to enforce the law get stripped from me by the DA's. It's like the whole purpose of the DA's office, right?
So here's my question with that, because then this is, again, going into kind of the bureaucracy of it all. If you are a DA, right, and you've got the cops saying, hey, we want to press charges on this, but you've got uncooperative everybody in the school district, right? How do you, do you follow up on it if your quote unquote victims are telling you like there's nothing here,
right?
Even though the cops are trying to press charges on it, is that an issue with trying to actually?
So you'd have to go to the state level for it. So a lot of times in those situations, it's what happens. So like, I try to assault Keith, peer to peer. We're not going to solve that internally. Those charges are going to be prosecuted at the Texas state troopers will come in and deal with it. It'll probably be adjudicated within our jurisdiction, right? But or maybe it doesn't. Maybe they just choose, because of the nature of the crime and who's involved, that they're going to go and escalate this to a different court. But like, I can't imagine that they don't have some mechanism to do it at the state level. There is a possibility, it's not unprecedented, that at the state level there's issues, and that's why that they're having issues with enforcement, that they maybe went through the proper channels, and at the state level they're not wanting to prosecute, and again, maybe in their mind it's for some federal reason or whatever, and in that case you would have to go to the feds. And the feds,
this is also like a notoriously difficult thing to prosecute, right? Which might be why, I mean, again, your DAs are going to be like, well, what's an easy case to win? Friggin' marijuana possession on random black kids in the middle of the street, right? As opposed to like, you need DNA evidence. Is it a he said, she said? Is it like, because a lot of this stuff, and you can look at, there's plenty of reports about the ridiculous backlog of like the testing kits and all of that stuff in a ton of police departments nationwide, where like a ton of these cases are basically just sitting because you don't have, the resources to actually follow up on all of them. So I could see that being a possibility. It doesn't make it okay, but that could be the excuse you get, as opposed to.
So, and I could see that on the DA side of it. I wouldn't see it on
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I could see it where if it's like, if they're getting pushback from the school district, basically being like, oh, there's no problem here, they might go, oh, well, they said there's no problem there, and like move on, because it's easier than making it into a thing when you yourself don't have a crazy amount of evidence. Like if you don't have a.
And if there's I'll probably do it on Thursday, because I have to be up tomorrow morning relatively early. But I have a bit of a personal axe to grind on that because I've been on the business end of like, I'm trying to go through and investigate a case that I believe is legit. I'm getting a direct outcry from a kid, and I've gotten it to where the chain of command, or not the chain of command, but like the people that are supposed to handle these type of outcries and interviews has given me pushback and said, well, we'll do it later. And I was like, that is not what the law says. The law says you're going to do it now. And I've had to threaten, my command staff's had to threaten, and it turns into this weird middle ground. And I get it because kids say weird stuff at times, you know, and that's complicated. But like, I think we still have to err on the side of trying to defend victims, right? Like you should want to be there for victims. And if you're not, like, you're not doing your job.
Yeah, especially if there's a systematic issue here,
right?
Where it's like, it's not just like, oh, one or two, where it's like, oh, well, maybe this kid has a history of whatever or whatever.
Right.
Whatever excuse you want to give, right? But it's like, no, you're systematically avoiding reporting,
right,
or following up on reports.
It's a good thing. Maybe we might pull it up on Thursday. I watched it. It was a good conversation. I'll probably also talk to
it is one of those things where like I would love, and I'm glad this, because this will bring a lot of attention to it so we can get more information on the how and why. Because I think a lot of this stuff tends to just fall through the cracks. It's a lot of people that just, a lot of times it's not even malicious. It's just you're overworked, underpaid, whatever. You're pushing stuff to the side. And it's one thing where you're in a corporate job and the stuff you're pushing to the side is like filing receipts. It's a whole other thing. And what you're pushing to the side is assaults of kids. Like that's two different things, but the human mind is not great at differentiating those two when it comes to work.
No kidding.
You go ahead and roll up your window?
No thanks.
Why not?
We could ask him to come on the show and see if he's available to talk about it.
Hey, baby. Yeah.
Actually, because we do have his info. That'd
We
be
might
great.
reach out. Be like, yo, dog, we want to cover this. I'm down.
Your tint's under the legal limit, right? 25%?
I don't answer questions.
It's not a question.
You did ask me a question. You just asked me, did I know something?
Okay, well, I'm saying...
Why are you so nervous, deputy?
Nervous?
Yeah, you're nervous. You're shaking like a motherfucker.
Nervous about what?
Are you going to give me some tickets?
Yeah, I'm going to cite you for your window tint as well.
Okay, cite me.
Okay, do you mind rolling it up for me?
No. I'm not going to do that.
You know it's a traffic violation, right?
I get that, but I don't have to assist you with your investigation.
It's not an investigation.
You're doing an investigation right now.
Traffic stop.
Okay. Do your...
A traffic stop is an investigation.
They had that avocado sponsored segment. I like that.
So, that was pretty nice. I hate to say it, but I'm kind of team driver here. You can compel me to roll him down to communicate, but I don't know that it says anywhere in the law that I have to roll it up for you. It's kind of the same thing with SFSTs, right? Like, yes, I want to do them because it'll absolve my reasonable suspicion or get me evidence to the contrary that you are drunk, right? But yeah, dog. If that's all you stopped for was for tint, also, like, you're bored. You need to work on something else. But yeah.
Your investigation, but I'm not going to assist you.
You're not going to assist me?
I'm not going to assist you. I'm going to comply with any lawful orders you give me. Rolling up my window is not a lawful order.
Well, you know it's a traffic violation.
Okay, give me a ticket then.
Like I said, I need to get the window percentage.
I'm not going to comply with that. I don't have to. Okay. I'm not going to assist you in your investigation. This is a reasonable suspicion. This is not probable cause. You suspect my window tint is illegal. You don't have probable cause. Until you use that temp meter on my window, that's probable cause. I'm not going to assist you in your investigation.
So on the driver's side of it, yes, I totally get it. On the officer's side of it, here's where the penny comes out. Here's where you're checking tread depth. Here's where you're checking whatever. Only because he is knowingly and intentionally violating the law, which we're trying to dissuade, right? And where I didn't write tickets. I was not a citation writing person, right? I had other stuff to worry about at the time. But in this specific set of circumstances, find the things that you don't necessarily need his compliance for the investigation on, and I would just write him for that. Even if that's what you stopped him for. Get his insurance, get his registration information, get his driver's license. Is this where you live? Yes. Go through your questions, but the back and forth about the tint. Bane, so a lawful order, I can't ask him to whip his junk out, right? Like, it doesn't matter that I have a good detention There's going to be certain limitations between what I can make him do. Like I can make him get out of the car, right? But I can't make him tell me like what he had for supper or whether or not he drank today. I can't make him tell me. I can ask, but like him failing to do so is not, that's going to fall around 4th and 5th Amendment rights. So it's weird. It seems like a gray area, but it's really not. There's going to be, it has to be expressly codified in the law. So like on a traffic stop, I'm absolutely allowed to ask you your address, your driver's license, like whether or not you have a driver's license, your date of birth, your name, all that stuff. But outside of that, I can't compel you to produce those things. And if you refuse to do that, then cool, I have failed ID or obstruction, depending on where you're at, or interference, whatever. There's a couple different laws under that. But outside of those handful of things, everything else is going to be and fall under something I have to give you a Miranda warning for if I'm going to try to compel that information out of you. You can typically skirt it because you're not in custody for it, right? But it's going to be self-snitching at that point. So like he doesn't technically have to.
Is it legal to make him get out of the car and then roll it up yourself?
Well, that's what I would have done. To be honest, that's kind of shitty, but that's exactly what I'd have done. I'd be like, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and frisk you for weapons, and for my safety and for yours, I'm just gonna go ahead and put you in the back of my patrol car while I finish conducting this investigation. 100%, you totally roll that thing up. Could it get kicked? Sure. They're gonna try to act like that's maybe like an unlawful search or whatever. Maybe, but.
I would 100% fight you on that as unlawful search.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, and that's kind of what I'm getting at is like you at least have grounds for it. But that's kind of why. And again, I tend to lean on go the easy route. I would say cite him for whatever you can everywhere else and just let this thing slide. So sometimes you get the bear. Sometimes the bear gets you. I had to let people go all the time because I didn't have enough. And it sucks and it's annoying, especially because you'll get some like felonious people that are going to go home and they're going to beat up their girlfriend and they're going to rob from their neighbor, but I got to play by the rules. That is, if you're not good with that, then this job's not for you. Oh, it's already done. Well, there you go. Key-made personal attacks, like you're shaking like a leaf. They're going to say dumb stuff like that to you. Whether it's true or not, it is what it is, dog.
First Amendment.
Yeah, it's covered.
I got to go.
You leaving?
All right, Keith.
Bye, Keith. I love you.
Sorry. Love you too. I'll see y'all on Thursday.
Oh, you're going to be here? Based.
Yeah, I'll be here Thursday. Yeah. I got stuff to do tomorrow morning. So.
Oh, you're good. Bye, Keith.
See y'all later. Good night, everybody.
Sleep tight.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Oh, almost perfect. Fixed. There you go. I fixed it. Okay.
Yeah, so this one I couldn't find a longer video to see what started this altercation because it's all from a cell phone. But
yeah, this is the one time OC spray makes a lot of sense. In this instance, she's gonna have to handle up. Ass tail make. Right there, leg sweep. Leg sweep, stiff arm. I'm talking full-on punches in the face. I was just going to rub some people the wrong way, but I have an officer that's in a very vulnerable position here, and I have people that are going out of their way. This is going to be considered assaultive. I know it seems weird, but pushing, slapping,
they've been doing this.
Punching, all this kind of stuff. Dude, after that, like it's going to look bad on the outside, but the difference in between a slap and a stab is this big. All it takes is for them to retrieve a weapon. I could articulate the hell out of all that, but
I mean, not even like they've been walking around behind you. They could just grab your gun or your taser.
Right. That's kind of what I mean.
Right out of your holster.
Especially her, because she's got her back turned or whatever. She's handling up here and she's trying to put this chick into custody by herself. He's doing the right thing by handling the crowd instead of handling, like, trying to aid in the assist. But
you know what fixes the situation immediately?
What?
Akimbo.
Yes.
Cuffs in one hand, gun or taser in the other.
You could do a baton.
I don't think it would work.
My only fear is
pissed off.
The baton's really only pain compliance, right? And it's individualized pain compliance. So I got to dole this thing out one at a time. Versus this is like literally the first time I've ever seen a situation where OC would actually make a lot of sense. I spray them once and they probably become pretty unmotivated. The only downside is we're all living in it now, which really extra sucks. But dude, someone starts shoving you back like that. Now don't break your hand. That's stupid. Open palm strike. I'm talking right to the nose. Puddle on the floor, leg sweep, the whole nine. It'll look bad. Like, don't get me wrong. The outside looking in, you're going to get everybody saying, look at this cop assaulting all these people. But like, this is all very much like effectively assault on a peace officer and interference on top of that. They're all going to jail if you can get them into custody. They're likely going to run because it's just two of y'all. But push the red button and start making. You're past the ask part, right? I just wish I knew what the context was. Like, that was a swing. These are all pre-attack cues. I'm not taking her into custody. We're already wrestling one. We're just on the make side of it. She's very lucky she didn't pull for your gun there. Little leg sweep.
There you go.
But now here, compromised position. Nobody's protecting you. Same thing.
And it gets worse because more people show up.
Who is this?
I don't know what those old timers doing. De-escalator in chief.
She probably gets leg swept too, and be honest. You can't. You gotta tell her. I would at least get, because let's say this is mom, right?
That's mom. Yeah.
I would at least tell her, like, hey, you cannot be interacting with her at all. She's in custody. You can go talk to her when she's at the jail. That's at least an attempt at de-escalation. But the second she's pushing, the second she starts dictating what's going on, just from a scene safety standpoint, context would be great. Said context. It was a school fight. Someone submitted a news segment, but didn't really.
Yeah, the
offer
news
much
segment
more
wasn't
clarity.
much better than this because it's literally from ABC7, which is who posted this.
Stupid.
They literally just add like, I think it happened at Highland Park High School. Blah blah blah. Not super helpful.
And
Yeah,
cops
high school
show
fight.
up. You start swinging on cops. Cops swing back. That's going to be assault on a peace officer unless they're like 12 or 10 or
And
whatever.
they're
That's different.
SROs, I guess.
Yeah. I love how everyone else felt. Yeah, dude, this pull here, dude.
So, I'm wondering why nobody. And I guess it
nobody
just
else
depends.
stepped in, right?
Yeah, well, and also like this chick, this one that's pulling the hair right now,
that one should be
has
the one in
been a
custody.
problem. She's been the biggest problem the entire time.
Yeah.
At least from this vantage point, in terms of like getting around behind him, being extremely sussy. I don't know. I feel like she should have been handled a little earlier. But it's also a very dynamic situation. Like you're dealing with the mom, you're dealing with multiple
complicated.
parents.
Like, I'm
It's
not.
ridiculous.
I've been.
They need more officers.
Yeah, I've been in. I'd say about 5 that got this off the rails. We had basically an entire apartment complex that decided to fight us, and there was like 3 of us. That was lucky. We had 3. They got 2. That's way worse, right? I didn't have any random old timers hanging out here, and ours were an apartment complex, a little different than a school, but they were minors, and it was a lot of make.
So once you got first girl into custody and she's in cuffs, or maybe even second girl, do you just go like, okay, we're taking you all to the car and just leave?
Well, yes and no.
As opposed to trying to stay and explain to mom or whatever.
Well, I'm not saying to explain. I still have, wasn't her, this chick that definitely assault on a peace officer. Bro, they got to go to like that. There has to be, I talk about this with line stepping, right? If I let somebody, let's say punch their neighbor in the face, and I don't do anything to intervene, right, at all. Well, now that neighbor's going to try to burn that person's house down. And then when that happens, it's the Hatfields and McCoys or whatever it is, that if you allow for violence and line stepping and you're not the end all be all, you've lost control of that environment and you've failed to peacekeep. And it's an ugly, awkward thing about society, but the whole point of policing is to have a monopoly on violence. That's the government's goal. is that if violence is going to occur, it's going to occur because the government said it would. And if the government's operating the way it's supposed to, you're only doing it when it's justified, and you have systems of accountability that prevent officers from abusing that, right? But when you're allowing street beefs to, now, again, they go and get organized and decide to go fight it with a referee and all that, that's different. They both signed waivers, they consented to it, cool. We have means to sort that stuff out. But when it's just happening in parking lots like this, like you're slowly allowing, we talked about social decay, we talked about some of that stuff. It gets away from you very, very quickly. I don't really want to take too many points away because it's kind of a dynamic situation. I'm not going to give points either. I'm assuming this is municipals, even though they have the goofy badge here. We're going to take some from society, though.
Yeah.
This is definitely a society.
Society was useless in this.
And then we'll take some from suspects because they turned a high school fight into likely jail time. But yeah, it happens. You deal with minors. Doesn't matter where you are. That's a county thing. That's a city thing. But you're going to deal with minors, and minors are a big pain in the ass. Mutual combat. In that case, no, because you can't mutual combat the cops. So that's the problem. Nor should you, again, you don't allow for line stepping like that. If they fought each other, and then there's like an administrative way to deal with it, oftentimes we tend to lean that way in the States. In Texas specifically, penal code applies very differently to you when you're 17 or younger. We tend to expunge stuff. We tend to do a deferred adjudication on stuff, and we just basically force you to do a diversion program while pending and holding those charges. Just because we don't want recidivism, we want these kids to become tax-paying adults, right? But the second you start laying hands on teachers, is pain compliance if you hit them. That's what I advocated for. I'm talking. It would have been one swift punch to the nose. It was an open hand hit to the nose. Stop that. Or again, a leg sweep, and we'll sit there and deal with that. I can't breathe or whatever. Say, hey, the more y'all get assaultive, the more assaultive I'm going to get. Okay, like I didn't want to do this. I just wanted to show up and not do a report and leave. But you decided to make a thing of it, so here we are. But you do have an obligation to step in. Are there certain circumstances in certain cultures and communities where they would rather this get resolved with no police involvement? Sure. Were there times that I let street beefs go because there's 2 of us and 50 of them? Hell yeah, we did. Because
break it up, get out of here.
Me intervening wasn't going to do anything, and I knew that, right? So I hung out, and as long as someone's getting beat to death, I was good with it. I was like, somebody's probably getting trashed right now, but turn on the siren, show up, everybody leave, unless you want to go to jail. Start doing that. Do you want to go to jail? No, then get the F out of here. Do you want to go to jail? Then get the F out of here. I live here. I don't care. Go inside. That kind of stuff. You could posture a lot. That's where posturing helps, but somebody's getting beat to death or it's in a school like that. Like, you have to do something, dude. And then everyone's like, oh, no, the police. You're like, no. Y'all raised these kids. Y'all allowed whatever bad stuff was happening. And even on the staff there, it's not like you don't know bullying's occurring. Like you don't know that whatever cheating nonsense or somebody's being rude or whatever, you know that's occurring and you chose to, you failed to handle it administratively.
Listen, we just got to punish the victims of bullying enough so they'll stop getting bullied.
Right. Saw a video where a cop punched somebody in the back and in the head while cuffing. Admin called it pain compliance. You have to be really that's good. So pain compliance is gonna only fall under when I'm trying to get them into custody, right? If it's just a straight up assault, because I'm getting punched at this point, right? I'm not gonna stand here and let you punch me because, again, there's an off chance that one of these lands. There's also another issue that there's weapons involved in this because I'm here. They're getting a punch to get them to stop, and I'm trying to take them into custody after that too if I can, but they might fuck off and run for all you know. But it stops the situation from getting out of hand. You take the starch out of somebody and the whole situation, it's really, it's de-escalation by escalation is really what it is. But you'd rather that than allow this situation to continue to spin. Old man gets involved. Old man falls and breaks his hip. Mom
old man becomes a victim here.
Right.
Old girl decides to take your taser. Now you got to shoot her.
Right. That's kind of what I mean is like you really have to, like, the quicker you get control of a situation like that, the better. Gosh, dude, could you imagine? It takes one of the, in that emotionally fueled state to go for your gun. It is a whole other call. That's why I'm saying, like, it's going to look bad, but I'll take the lecture and the eyebrow beating for having to hit this chick in the nose to get her to chill out rather than put her in a situation or leave her up to her own devices where she could decide to make a stupid decision and make this a life-changing thing for all of us. But yeah, if the guy's in handcuffs, you're not punching him. That's extra shitty. I have condemned people for less.
Yeah, context matters.
A lot. Context matters.
Call emergency Mahaffey. Hello?
In case you're wondering, this is probably the spicy part of stream.
I saw the word Chicago and I immediately...
And she said they were going to call me, but I can't answer it now. But my mom just like... What's the problem? What's going on here? Her boyfriend has a gun. He put it at me in my mom's head. Told me I could go to school, so I ran to my... I told my sister to arrest myself, and he was in there hitting her. He already been to jail before. His name is... I don't know his last name. How old are you? 15. So, where are you right now? I'm with my auntie. She stays over here. Did he look like he was drunk or... Did he look like he was drunk or impaired by drugs? Did he do drugs? No. He was telling me he was a gangster.
He just had a gun. That's what's important.
On his face and tattoos on his face.
You send one more car this way so we can cover the back.
He unlocked his door. Oh, he unlocked his door.
She's got keys to the apartment. Says he's still inside and he's been to jail for shooting at the police before.
God, those are some ugly cars.
Those are pretty hideous. Every time this happens, dog, the amount of times we've had to approach somebody that's been like, oh yeah, he shot at cops like a month ago. Like, that goes out to y'all judges, man. That's judges, prosecutors, all you guys. It's like, dog, the fact that we got him in last time and y'all decided to, not keep him from society or at least make sure that he was going to be cool. And now we're here again, not just for cops, but for his victims here. Like, dog, protect us from them.
Meanwhile, there's people sitting for years on like 1 ounce of marijuana charges.
Dude.
They're too poor to make bail.
Absolute travesty, dude. Over like some shake too. It's not even like actual weed. So dumb.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's the thing.
I told the dog to sit.
Okay? Yeah. We got another unit coming so we can cover the back, okay?
Okay.
Once we go, I need you to come up. You got to unlock the door and then just get the hell out of the way.
No, she doesn't. Have her give you the key. We are not putting the chick in harm's way to approach this. What?
Like, hey, he likes you more than us. He'll be less likely to shoot you if you're in front of us.
What up, step bro? I miss you, dog.
Okay? I can't just make
This is the, if you die, we'll know it's not safe.
Sound good to you?
Immediately abort this mission.
Back here?
Go now?
No, we're going to wait for one more car to get up here to cover the back door, and then we'll go up there, okay? Are you talking to your mom now, or is that your aunt?
My dad.
Your dad? Okay. Describe this guy to me.
He has, like, dreads.
Dreads?
He's like 5'9", 5'8".
Okay.
I know his name.
Okay. Is he a fat guy or skinny guy?
He's like... No. Oh,
She's 15?
he's like a little
And
kind
they
of...
want to use her as a
Did you just
shield?
call my part of fat?
Wild.
I'm taking points if she approaches this door and nobody thinks better of this plan. Bro.
Oh.
And you saw the gun today?
Yeah, he got tattoos on his face.
Did you see the
DEI victim.
Did you see the gun today?
Yeah.
Bro, DI victim for show. 30 by 30 victim for show. What are we doing?
He had put it to my head, and then my mom got in front of me, he put it to her head. He kept hitting her with it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, once the other county unit gets here, we'll
PWP, you need to chill.
go inside, make sure your mom's all right, okay?
Yeah. She's hard of hearing, so my dad's coming, so she probably won't know she has to take.
She's hard of hearing?
Yeah, she's better. He is too.
Hard of hearing. That's good to
Hey,
know.
top right room is where he's at?
Yeah, can I go now?
No, we're gonna wait a second. You got
And I suppose there's still here, because they're going here.
Okay, now we'll check out, make sure everything's good. Hey, you wanna come in the front with us? We'll have, we got a two-man unit out back, okay?
You got 2-man unit out back already?
No, we're right in the middle. This guy had a shooting right in this unit. Okay. If you guys could just loop around the back end, just in case he tries to score. He's supposed to be in the upper right bedroom right now, okay? All good, man? All right. Yeah.
Cuff slapper, you got ringworm? That sucks.
Supposedly shot police. We'll go out there and get it anyway. Supposedly shot police, so be careful, right?
You need to wear full body gloves.
Full body gloves always. There's no way.
Thank you. Bruh. You almost got out of hell.
Almost out of hell. Now we're right back in.
Go with your partner,
You can just stand covering more of the doorway for us? That'd be great.
So, I'm not SEAL Team 6, right?
She is.
But I hope they talked about this afterwards. Like, maybe let's not put the 15-year-old in between me and what I know is an armed person taking people. Like, call text is, dude point a gun at my head, history of violence with law enforcement. And we ain't even suns out, guns out right now. We're just chilling.
Like, maybe I don't be a 15-year-old victim of a known gunman.
That was pretty good. I'll give her that. I'm so glad y'all are safe.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready to make entry? Are we going to announce? Or what are we doing? What?
The 15-year-old's going to announce.
Keep the keys in the door.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, turn it.
Take your time, you're good.
No rush.
Can you turn it?
Turn left or right?
I don't know, you gotta mess with it.
Probably gotta pull and then turn.
Limited cash bail. Lots of violent offenders get back on the street the next day. I'll be honest. You know what you should do? Just make it to where if these guys reoffend, you lose qualified immunity as a judge. And take care of this problem. Also, I sure hope this guy's got lethal cover. But whatever.
It's probably this one.
Alright, go with her, okay? Ready?
I think the 15-year-old that they gave her a gun. Oh my god.
Police!
I guess we got our gun out.
The little dog's the victim.
Give us one more.
Just check out real quick. Chicago police, anybody home?
There it is.
Chicago police! Wait for Buck. Let me go first.
Oh, it's not safe. Wait for the 15-year-old. She'll clear it and then she'll let us know if it's safe.
Hold on the door.
What a bad time.
Glad you didn't shoot the mirror.
Chicago police, yo! Hey, attention! We gotta do it!
At least she got away.
Mm-hmm.
Get up here.
Rate that gun.
It's like a Ruger LCP. This is like a solid 3 out of 10. That's not great. I don't know if that constitutes a deadly force, to be honest.
Bedroom.
I talked over the quote. What quote?
511. Send an EMS. Offenders down. Weapon recovered. Give me a sergeant over here. Secure the gun.
All right, we got EMS rolling. 510 is en route. Is the offender down?
Say yes. Tell them offenders down.
10-4, where shots fired by police.
Yes. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Woo! Jesus Christ.
What a jab.
Please don't touch your face after you just grabbed his body full of blood.
Is someone gonna like take him and put him in a car somewhere? Like,
nah, he's an FTO. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, wait for the ambulance.
Wait for the ambulance.
Bernard's got keys,
Come
right?
down here, have him come out. Oh, yeah.
Let me grab a drink real quick, Sarge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I think the one that ran out too, because there was
Wild. I took points, right, for the girl. 15-year-old goes first.
I don't know. Did we?
I think I did.
I'm okay with taking more. Because that was way sussier than...
Well, he did hit the target, got compliance, right? He did.
I'm just saying, like, the amount of, like, her just standing in front of the door while they're all clearly cognizant of the danger that it's presenting there.
How about
they're fully staying outside of the
only give him 5
doorway
points.
And windows?
For having a good shoot. This was a good shoot. They did good work. They went in there. They intervened. Lady got taken hostage. Didn't take the shot until he knew that she was safe, and then went to town.
5 points for the dog.
You know what? Good boys. Get points. I'm good with that.
That was a cooperative dog.
But yeah, 15-year-old shouldn't be opening that door. That's my only beef, which is why it only got 5 points. I'm pretty sure I took 10, and then I only...
Yeah, you watched the blood across his face like war paint. Dude,
jeez. No kidding.
That's how you get ringworm.
Exactly.
November 29th, 2024, a bank manager near Chicago noticed an individual acting suspiciously after lingering inside the business for about 15 minutes. When the manager approached Jarrell Thomas, he allegedly pulled a gun from his waistband before leaving the bank. Concerned for safety, the manager alerted security, who contacted Oak Park Police.
Bank security by the name of Ellis. You should be stepping out to speak with you.
Officers quickly located someone matching Jarrell's description 2 blocks east of the bank.
I got one with a khaki coat, black hat,
About to walk into the Oak Park Library.
blue jeans, white shoes.
While multiple officers reported to the area, some officers, including Oak Park Police Detective Alan Reddens, stepped up to patrol the area due to staffing shortages within the department. Jarrell likely tried to enter the closed library to avoid public view, but with the doors locked after the Thanksgiving holiday, he was forced to either confront approaching officers or flee.
Can I talk to you for a second, sir?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Betty picks in front.
Keep your hands, no, keep your hands.
Don't reach, bro.
Don't reach. Don't reach.
Keep your hands up.
Put your hands up.
Bank home.
Put your hands up.
Have the bank home.
Is he armed?
Hard to tell. He definitely is positioned like he is.
Free advice. Get a call. Guy pulls a gun on a guy, right? Could totally be BS, right? So you show up, find said guy. Said guy decides to be sus. And then said guy arms himself with a pistol. If anyone disagrees, please give me a good argument as to why. But lethal force is authorized. This guy could start shooting somebody at any point. I know
it's an empty library.
Oh, I'm talking about anybody else that's around. Even just cracking a round off, anywhere. Like, dude, him being armed's not the problem. Him brandishing said firearm after already threatening somebody with it in a public place. Like, hey, dog, I get it. the de-escalation part of your brain says, hey, let's try to talk this guy off this cliff because maybe it's a suicide by cop situation. That's probably totally the case, but big public place like this, he's already threatened one person, and he actually goes up. The second you make contact, goes out and brandishes it. Let's not name a street after each other. And then also worse than that, like not leave the public at the... What happens if this guy starts running? Now we got to chase him, and because we didn't shoot earlier, now it's extra sussy. And the video is going to be, law enforcement shoots guy in the back. That guy brandishes, you go to town. Give me the argument for it, in case you're not.
Hands up, man.
Well, we don't have a 15-year-old behind the bench, so it's like, there you go.
All 3 shots fired.
Gerald opened fire in multiple...
So glad we're waited. God, I hate being right, dude.
Listen, it's a SIG P320.
I went off by
itself. It was
itself.
Accidental. Yeah, it went off by itself. His finger was not even on the trigger.
What? Of all the people to make that joke, bro, Juan, I tell you what, Juan's in on it. He's hip.
Directions, attempting to hit both officers in quick succession before taking cover behind the library's pillars. One bullet hit Detective Officer Reddens in the right side, causing him to collapse.
Yeah, shots fired, 1040 Lake, 1040 Lake. At the library?
Oh. Go. Old Park Library, he's going towards Grove.
Shoot that fool.
Black hair, blue jeans. And a male black khaki coat, blue jeans, white shirt. Over down. Yeah, I'll get out of locations at 1040 Lake Street. We're getting the ambulance. Can you tell me if it's at the library or in
You
the
should have read that sign that said
At
you
the
matter.
library.
At the library. He's still in front.
Fighting with him right there.
Out in front at the library. I need more units over at the library, and I got an officer now.
Let me out.
You need a rifle. Get down here with a rifle.
Somebody shut down Grove. Get over to Grove. Where's he at, man?
Shut down.
He's north.
He's standing by a pillar over by the library on the north side.
There's like a point in time we talk. This is, again, why I hate the discussion around like de-escalation in general. Is the discussion around it is always concerned with the welfare of the suspect, which I think is a valid concern. We're responsible for everybody there, police officers, people, whatever. But it goes in order of, and actually T. Cole backs this up. Victims, police officers, suspects. In that order, when you have a deadly force scenario, right? All of those matter, but they matter in that order. Right now, the issue I have is potential tertiary suspects. Cops got shot because they decided to wait, right? And that sucks for him, but that was just the reality of it. Guy quick draw McGrawed it, and you had an opportunity, right? But man, that golden BB, I don't know, man.
Drop your weapon.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
You got a shot ticket.
It's a stressful situation. I'm not trying to like armchair quarterback this too much, but like it went out over the radio. It's not a BB gun, in case you were wondering. Could have been with the store clerk, right? Totally could have been with the store clerk. The officer that's currently down would tell you otherwise, right? Like, come on, dog.
Drop your weapon. Oh, three, we're talking to him. Where is he? He's behind the last pillar.
And where are you talking to him?
Brown coat. Looks like he's got a Glock.
Drop the gun.
I can't see what they see, so maybe it's weird. But we're taking this gunfight to old boy. Especially you got a rifle, dog. Come on now. Handle up.
Manny, can you see him?
No.
Let me
I
hang
don't know
on.
where he is.
All right. Oh, three, give me a car. Off of Grove, a little bit further north.
I'll be honest. I'd probably just wheel around. Just use that that closed library as a backstop. Wheel around until I see him. I'll take my chances. I do not want this guy squirting out the back here and being able to run around anywhere where there's potential people. Ugh. BWP.
Can
Where's Pillar?
On the north side.
Where's Pillar?
I take a shot, skip it off the pavement, hit him with a ricochet.
Man, drop the gun and come out, man.
No.
Drop the weapon.
Past that.
2240, show me in rock. 2240, 10-4.
So I wonder if they've got anybody coming around the other side. I guess not, because you've got all your officers pointing guns that
and
way.
you wouldn't want them to, you know? Like,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is like, you got this settled. Start working your way around. L-shaped ambush, baby. Come on. Ugh.
Traffic across the ocean and then something going there.
2220, 10-4. 5003, I got River Forest and Forest Park coming your way. Let me know.
Drop the weapon.
So is that him? Is he visible, or is that what am I seeing right now?
This
that
looks
is on
like
that
this
pillar?
looks like a statue. I don't think it's
Okay.
He
So
might
he's
be back
behind the
here.
pillar. Okay.
Which is why I'm saying, like,
yeah,
walk out into the field. You won't have cover, but you got superior firearm,
Yeah.
right? Like,
I thought that was him because it looks like a dude holding a
kind of does.
firearm. And I was like, bro, if you got a shot, just shoot him there.
Stop moving towards them.
Why?
Bro, take a shot. What are we doing? I don't know, dog. It's whatever. I'm just stressing. Maybe I don't go back.
52, be advised, I'm on this east.
I'm on this flank on the east.
Drop the gun.
Okay, cool. You're just going to get to watch another officer get shot. So glad.
All three, who's with Officer Reddens?
Also, earpiece is helping these situations. Problem solved. Problem solved? Problem solved? Problem solved?
There we go. Nice. So the rifle missed all its shots?
I'm sorry. I'm being rude. I'm sorry. This is not funny. But like, what? Hold on.
Officer Reddens.
That's a
Drop
whiff. That's a whiff.
What unit is with Officer Rice?
Also probably a whiff. Shout out to this Chad. I think he... Hold on. Yeah, rifle missed. Yeah.
Wow.
That was a shot from the pistol.
Edward.
Oh, it was an attitude adjustment.
That tagged him. Mm-hmm. Shout out to this guy.
Bro.
Marksmanship fundamentals.
An iron-sighted Glock at... Hold on.
That's zoomed in, too. But that's like 4x zoomed in.
Come on.
That's...
Oh, dude, this is like
that's
40, 50-yard shot. What a Chad.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because of like the dilation of it. I'm assuming just from here to here, like from here to where his feet are, at least 25 or 30. And you got to think he's further into that pavement, and this is probably at an angle. So just like eyeball math in it, his target is that big. What a Chad.
51, Edward, 10-4.
Stay down, stay down, stay down, stay down.
Put down. Down.
Hands. Stay down.
Keep it up.
Zero your gun.
50-12, I fired 2 shots. I fired 2 shots.
On the ground. All three, suspect down. Start rolling EMS.
My leg.
Coach behind you on the ground.
Looks like it's down at 938.
Got him in the leg. He did the Nolan.
He pulled a Nolan at 40 yards. For real.
Nolan Award.
I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah. That is the most effective range for a rifle, right?
Oh, you.
Where's he at?
He's medical too.
We're
looking for a tourniquet on this guy.
3 rifles.
What? Maybe I don't go back. Oh my god.
Well, they need rifle people, Josh, real bad.
Jeez. So we zero at the industry standards 50 to 200, right? For the uninitiated, that means that at 50 yards, my red dot, and these are all equipped with red dots, is where I'm aiming is where I'm going to hit, right? And what happens right after that is the bullet actually goes up just a smidge. Not much. I'm talking like an inch or two. And then it comes back down at about 200. Which means all I got to do is generally aim at like their waist. And it is almost impossible to miss. Like, you still got to do your part, right? Like, get on the gun, good trigger pull, sight picture, or whatever. But, like, I could get Boot Megan in about 30 seconds of teaching to get her to hit a silhouette at 50 yards. I probably do it at 100, to be honest.
I've seen you do this.
That's always been you have actually
before you were even like a gun expert on the. This was like before policing. I'm pretty sure,
dude, with the rifles.
You could do that.
Yeah, it did. Go back to school. Days off, back to school.
Also, I think that was iron sights, wasn't it?
Yeah, back then, yeah. Old man with an LPVO. If he was there, this would have been over. I'll tell you what, you have like a 4 power or even like a 6 power. They have some that are like 1 to 8. You have an 8 power. This guy looks this big to you. I mean, he looks enormous. So hitting that shot's an easy, but.
You can get one on him. Where your shot? Where your shot? This leg.
My leg. Oh, my leg.
Which leg? Which leg?
Starting compression with
Gloves.
Starting.
I think I put him in the head, so check his head.
I just cut his pants off, to be honest. Like, he's not going to be able to tell you where he shot. Get some gloves on, cut his pants off, start looking.
Left side of his head.
I put one to the
Like
window,
4 layers of pants too.
Cut him off.
I shot from the side. I shot from over here. Where were you at?
Which leg? Your left leg?
my right leg.
Right leg. Right leg, all right.
Trying to get them both.
His head, too.
Right?
He's dripping from his head.
Ah!
Make a pressure band on his head. With the bottom.
You got the gun? Who's got the
Is
gun?
it going to work over that many layers of pants?
Do what?
Is the tourniquet going to work
Oh,
well
yeah.
with
Oh,
that
yeah.
many layers of pants? Okay.
If it's hold on. If it's applied correctly, yes.
Okay.
There's the caveat if
He's got,
it's
like,
applied correctly. The only downside
layers.
is he's got a lot of layers of pants. Enough of them might change the efficacy, but typically the issue with tourniquets when they're applied incorrectly, one, they're not too tight, so it doesn't even matter, pants or not. You could be doing some bare ass leg and it wouldn't matter. And a lot of times too, especially if they're older, worn out, or if you've like done something weird when like you've twisted it, when you applied it, is it'll actually get thin. And if it's thin, it doesn't have enough real surface area to create a good, so like, yeah, shears are the way to go. Shears and a tourniquet are pretty much should be standard issue, in my personal opinion, across the board. He call out rifle guy? I would have. Yeah, but cutting the pants is the quickest way to do it. Word of advice. If you're going to do it, obviously having actual shears helps. But I actually would start at the waistband and work your way down. You can go the other way. The only thing is when you have an uncooperative patient, they tend to flail and kick, and that will make it a lot more complicated. So if you start from the top, you can damn near rip it with your hands by the time you get to the end. But that's the least moving portion of it while you're going. You're not going to cut them. It's just going to take you way longer to do it. So just start from the belt loop and go down, and then just kind of work from there. But.
Take off some.
No, it's not getting tight. It's not the bleed.
Oh my dog, Smith & Wesson. This is sponsored.
It's got to be tight. It's going to hurt to stop that bleeding.
Both Gerald and Detective Reddins were rushed to the hospital. Gerald survived, but Detective Reddins died,
No
marking
kidding.
the first Oak Park first responder killed in the line of duty
Gosh,
since
dang it.
1938.
Damn.
He leaves behind
He
a
also was only there
19-year-old
because
son.
of staffing shortage, which extra sucks.
Bro!
So he had to pick up some patrol shifts.
There was another officer that was there with him that was not a detective. I don't want to put any salt in this wound because obviously an officer that, God bless him, he's in a better place now. But when you don't make calls like this or you're not prepared to make a call like this, people get hurt. This guy was a desk jockey. He should have been behind a desk, but because recruiting couldn't get people out there, he's having to go from working cases it would be hard for even me that I haven't been on patrol for a while. If I got stuck in the exact same set of circumstances right now versus when I was doing it every single day, it'd be different. You're going to be slower to it. I get it. But like, I don't know, dog. This is why we don't. De-escalation emphasis killed him, in my personal opinion.
Tweaky wants you to acknowledge where those rifle rounds went.
Oh, does it say?
His mother and a grieving community. That afternoon, retired officers from Chicago, River Grove, Elmwood Park, and the Cook County Sheriff's Office joined Oak Park off.
Oh, I don't think you can
Put down! Drop the gun!
I doubt we can
All
even
three,
see
who's
it.
with Officer Reds? Drop the...
What unit is with Officer Wright?
I didn't even see him, dude. He's probably sailing him, which is the worst case scenario. Skipping him's one thing, but Doug, I don't know. That shit has me pissed off. This is municipals. I'm gonna take points, dog. What's sad, and this is, there were no female officers present. So I guess it was man brain that couldn't do it or whatever. But like, even getting that guy care, right? This officer that needed real medical assistance, and mind you, he could have got shot somewhere where they weren't going to save him no matter what, right? That it happens. The golden BB can get anybody, but the longer it takes for you to un-F that situation, I don't know, dog. I don't know. I hate seeing there's still DEI, PWP. That's not how that works. I don't know, dog. You just have to be like prepared. Like they give you a gun for a reason, dog. That is on you. You have to go and make that use of force decision. And I get it. It's hard. Like that's a hard set of circumstances. But like, I can't think of why. There's that one lady in New York, but like most officers are going to be faced with some level of use of force decision at some point in their career, right? So you're getting some reps, right? There's some training that's involved in that or whatever, but like, think about the call you're going to, and then think about the situation you're running. Like you should be pre-planning. Hey, some guy produces a gun. I'm probably shooting this guy. I've already like mentally prepared myself for that. You know, I don't know. That's just my
of officers testing their cardio as they chase shoplifters.
Running on foot. Stop running! You're gonna get bit! You're gonna get bit by the dog! You're gonna get bit by the dog! Coda, Coda! Coda, Coda! Here! Here! Here!
Oh.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
That was a friendly dog.
Yeah. Dog's like, I found him.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Okay.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh!
Okay, babe.
Did he bite an officer?
A reasonable canine deployment. Whoa, don't get run over.
Yeah, that was my biggest role with the pointless at this point for him to bite anything.
The guy complied to going on the crowd. You just letting the dog get a rep or what?
He's got to get his reward, right?
Be careful what you're saying there.
Don't move. Get over on your stomach.
He's biting me.
Get on your stomach. He is.
Maybe
Get on your stomach.
better training on the dog.
Put your other hand behind your back.
You can't get him to let go when you tell him to let go.
I'll be honest. He bites a compliant person. I'm writing up the handler. Like it's an unlawful use of force. Like,
I'm laying on it. Put your other hand behind your back, Coda. Okay, good job, Coda. Let's go. You got it.
Not good job. Right up.
So he's having to use that collar that they were talking about to try to get him to let go. Oh, that's a good dog. Dog's doing it.
What was his name? Not Champion.
I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember what it was. It was something like that.
Y'all need to
Hey, you just ran from the police. Huh? You just ran from the police.
All right, go on the side.
Hey, we're gonna search him
Major.
first before we even get him up.
You got anything illegal on you?
No, sir.
Do you have any weapons?
No, sir.
Do you have any drugs?
Hell no.
Hell no. Good dog. Good boy.
The tornado.
That was such a happy dog. Okay, we're gonna give good boys. I don't agree with the deployment, but whatever. And nobody got hurt, though. I think that was kind of a sus. The guy seemed fine. He wasn't complaining about injury or anything like that. 75. Oh, it seemed fine.
Yeah, that's what they said was stolen.
A lot of Red Bull.
Yeah, they said it was Red Bull stolen.
A lot of Red Bull, as this officer says, is an understatement, as the amount will be revealed very soon.
You're currently under arrest. You have the right to remain silent.
But I'm under arrest, though.
You're under arrest for shoplifting. You understand your rights?
No.
What don't you understand?
I can't hear because my arm is bleeding.
I can't hear you. It's too dark in here.
We're getting squad coming.
What am I under arrest for?
Shoplifting.
Shoplifting where?
Right now, 7 Hills, where we're checking Armire. What's your name?
What's your name, buddy?
Huh?
You said I had the right to remain silent.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Roll over to the other side.
Don't let that dog bite the shit out of me.
That dog bit you because you ran.
Hell no, that dog bit me because you said attack. You gonna let it keep biting me while I was on the floor. That's all on camera.
All right, we stole Red Bull 2 from our Meyer. They got you on camera. All right, sit up. All right, just stay right there.
Hold on, my arm twisted right here though, bro. You look crazy. Why y'all got dogs?
For people like you who run, they're way faster than we are.
Hell no. I was gonna stop. I just had to.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure you were.
I didn't know what was going on. Y'all scared me.
You're gonna roll over onto this knee.
1309. Y'all might have to treat me for stitches.
We got a squad coming.
A squad what? What that mean?
EMS.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sit in the back there.
Can I make a phone up?
All right, a second. First, we're gonna get your medical.
Please do. You seen that biting, bro?
Why'd you run?
Because you scared me. Black man scared of police. My arm
The
twisted
answer is
like
because I don't want to go to jail, sir.
Jail really does suck. In case you're wondering.
So y'all follow me from somewhere to here? That's crazy. Stand up.
Yeah, we're on a squad.
That's a lot of Red Bull. That's a lot of Red Bull. Oh, congratulations to Jacob. He said one arm. So Jacob didn't contribute because I know he told me he was the worst player on his team.
He's a bencher.
But they won. Everybody gets rings.
Participation trophy.
Do you think we could fit those in an evidence bag?
Could you imagine Sarah or Derek walking in the morning and just seeing this outside the evidence room?
I wonder if you could ballpark what one of these 12 packs are worth.
They said they're
I got
levels
a
misdemeanor.
civil asset forfeiture, half of that.
I wouldn't be against it. I'm teasing.
I mean, I can't imagine this would get. It's gonna be at least $15 a box. At least more than the entire vaccine. Yes.
We received an anonymous donation from a benefactor of Red Bull to improve our morale.
Oh my god.
It will be held in my house, and I may or may not bring it up here.
Yeah, he broke skin.
Good boy. Good boy.
That was more I was trying to get him under control. So I was taking Cody back as you guys were bringing his arms back. And that's why he was able to hold. I think you guys swung, like, you were swinging the arm in front of him as I was pulling him first. Like, he got him good on the side. Though.
Yeah, right place at the right time.
105 cases of Red Bull were recovered from the suspect's vehicle. Since each case is valued at approximately $20.99, the total value is $2,203.95. This suspect was charged with theft, obstructing official business, resisting, and receiving stolen property, which is a felony. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Wow. I already gave points, didn't I?
Yeah.
I did. We're going.
Go on for police! Come on, man! Where's the gun? Right next to me. You want to shoot me? Shoot me. I don't want to shoot you. Shoot me! Let me die. All right?
We don't want you to die, sir. That's the last thing we want.
Die. I don't care about what you want. Don't be a hero. You're going to end up in zero. Don't touch the gun!
A 911 call for help brings cops to the bedroom door of a man in crisis. What follows is a volatile standoff, and it's not long before this nerve-wracking battle of wills erupts in an explosion of violence that will leave officers shaken and loved ones desperate for answers. The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. At approximately 2:30 in the morning on October 16, 2023, a woman in Wallingford, Connecticut makes a frantic call to 911 after hearing a gunshot from the upstairs bedroom.
Breathing? Breathing! Okay, how old is he?
Police are dispatched as Barbie, the woman on the line, divides her attention between the operator and the man in the bedroom, Donald Passmore.
I was hoping this called Ken.
Do what?
I was hoping his name was Ken.
This guy.
Yeah, no way! Is there any serious bleeding? Yes, there is some bleeding. Dan, hold on. They're on the way. Hold on, I don't know where the phone is. I already called them. All right, hold on. All right, I'll get it. All right, Donnie, I got it. I got it. Put the gun down.
That one's pretty
22?
based, actually. I mean, it's an H&R, so it's going to be pretty cheap, but it's a little 22, like revolver. But it's like the break open kind. It's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I got it right here. Hold on.
The dispatcher updates the responding police as Barbie tries to explain the situation.
Patient is still breathing and alive at this time. He still has the firearm. The caller is outside of the house.
What a good time.
I think it was the
Has this been going on for a while?
I just started kind of dating him about 3 weeks. I've known him for a long time. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Within minutes, Wallingford police officers Gordon McCaskill and Robert Bellucci arrive at the house for an encounter that will leave everyone stunned.
He's not here? What room is he in?
If you walk up the stairs, he's up to the left. It's a second floor house. Upstairs.
Up the stairs to the left. Sir Officer McCaskill, Wallingford Police!
Come on in.
Where's the gun?
Right next to me.
Kick it away from you. Throw it away. Throw the gun away. Where is this? Is the gun on the floor? Sir, is the gun...
Don't worry about me. Come on up. I'm good.
Where is the gun in relation to where you are?
Listen, I'm laying on my side with gun behind me.
So, as a first responder that's responded to a handful of these, if you're the caller and you love your loved one and you want this to end amicably, the easiest, biggest thing you could do for us is to help disarm this guy before we show up. Not saying it's obligated, right? But, you know, him having a gun versus not having a gun, make this a lot easier. I have on many occasions, heck, here recently, I've held firearms for friends that have felt in the big sad or whatever it is. And I'm like, sure, I'll hold on to it. No problem with that. They're like, I just don't feel safe with this. I'm like, cool, dog. I'm all for it. I got a safe right there. Anyways, we'll keep going. This initial contact officer's got a great... He realizes what he's walking into. I do like that he stopped at that initial threshold where he realized he could make eye contact with the room that he was in. He's exposing himself as little as possible to this because he's trying to slow down this encounter. Rather than have it happen all fast and all at once where you rush in there and try to see what happens, right? Maybe open a dialogue with the guy. It's a barricaded person. Everything he's done is not illegal yet, outside of trying to hurt himself, depending on the state. But you're trying to have this end amicably.
Let me see your hands. Put your hands down.
I don't care. Take me away. I don't care. I don't care. You want to shoot me? Shoot me.
I don't want to shoot you.
Shoot me. Shoot me.
What?
Shoot me.
Where's the weapon, sir?
It's behind him on the bed. Stand ready. Want me to grab it for you?
No, do not reach.
All right, then. Well, okay, well, so you can shoot me. All right?
You're not going to charge somebody with unlawful discharge of a firearm.
Yeah, it's going to be deadly conduct.
Although that
Obviously.
would count, probably. Legal term is euthanasia. Oh, my God. Yeah, we're not trying to do that here. There's a pretty hot button topic to talk about whether or not we have an obligation to intervene in people that are feeling the big sad. I think in this instance, we don't make it ever better. I can kind of understand it when you have like a jumper, because it's like, hey, he's gonna land on like a highway or something. Like that makes a little bit more sense. But like in their house by themselves, like obviously the family members want us to intervene, and we would like to go be heroes, but that's a hard situation to be in because we don't really have a lot of tools, especially when they put us in this situation. But yeah.
Sir, just leave your hands on your head.
Get that light off me, or you're gonna be dead. Put the light off of me.
The light's not on you, it's on the bed.
Get the light off. You listen to me. I don't listen to you. You try. You want to try it?
Can you get off the bed?
So from a de-escalation and here's actually where de-escalation makes a lot of sense, right? I'm not getting control terribly quickly. And again, what crime am I really intervening in here outside of maybe discharge of a firearm in certain municipalities, right? But it's a guy I'm not trying to upset, right? He's already in the big sad. If he wants me to turn off a flashlight, turn off a flashlight. I mean, and then back out. Let him be in his big sad there. He'll get tired, eventually fall asleep or something. I don't know. Not saying he should have turned it off, but it could have helped and bought him a couple more seconds for this guy to not get agitated. If you can acquiesce in a situation where that guy's holding all the cards, and in this case he is, there's no real ask, tell, make here that doesn't force a lethal force encounter with this guy. So acquiesce when you can.
Are you gonna try it?
Can you get off the bed, sir?
No, I'm gonna die right where I'm at. There's no reason for you guys to have your guns out. No, nothing. Just go down there.
2-2, that is a negative. Do not enter.
Let me die. Let me die. All right?
We don't want you to die, sir. That's
I
the last
want
thing
me
we
to
want.
die. I don't care about what you want. You haven't lived my... Get the light.
Sir, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
Don't even think about that light in my eye. You hear me?
You keep your hands where we can see them.
Behind me.
You keep your hands where we can see them.
I'm dying, that's it. Just leave me alone. Let me go in peace. Okay? Can you ever do something like that?
Sir, keep your hands in front of you. Do me a favor. Come down on the floor.
No, I'm not coming on the floor. I'm not doing nothing. You got 2 chances. One, don't be a hero. Put the light down. No, put the light in my face.
There we go.
Keep your hands where we can see them, and I won't.
I already have my hands there. I just told you. Don't be a hero. Because you're going to end up at 0.
Country music blares in the background of this tense scene, and though the music has been muted due to copyright restrictions, the songs include She's Somebody's Daughter, Save Me, and The One That Got Away.
Don't do what you guys gotta do. I'm fine. I'm going to sleep. I'm not going to wake up.
Keep your hand in front of you right now.
My hands are up. Don't worry about it. Grab the phone. Can you grab the phone?
I don't know where your phone is.
I don't know. Gotta get up, get my phone.
Keep your hand in front of you.
They're right there.
Okay. Where's it?
Want to talk to me?
Where's your phone? Where's your phone?
When I go down there to get it.
Put your hand in front of you.
I would be nervous about entering that room, mostly because this guy could quick draw McGraw it, right? And at this distance, I mean, look what happened to the officer in the last call, right? That was at a way bigger distance with a handgun, and this guy probably hip shot it, but happened to a magic bullet got you, right? I'll be honest, I'm probably not even wanting to be in this door if I know this guy's got a firearm. If this guy wants to go, and I might just shut that door and back on up to that living room and figure it out from there. If I can't contribute to something, now if he's inviting me to come in or something like that, and we think that we're going to go take a risk and be a hero, here's your chance. But I don't like my chances knowing there's a firearm present that you're going to go and introduce yourself into it, because I don't know that helps. So from a tactic standpoint. Do what? Yeah, I mean, this is precisely a SWAT. You're going to hold until SWAT shows up, but somebody off scene's probably already working on that. The likelihood that SWAT's going to come out to this is pretty low, actually. It's not a felony. Our SWAT officers would only come out for felonies, and this does not qualify. So this is probably a patrol problem, unfortunately.
Put Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Right now. Tell you right now. You coming to that room? I'm going to grab that phone.
I'm with Mac. It's kind of what I'm saying is like, you don't really, there's not really a law enforcement objective on intervening. I know in Texas, it's illegal to kill yourself, literally. They made it that way so that we could intervene, specifically for emergency detentions and stuff like that. In this specific instance, I don't like pushing it. If we got to be here 40 minutes, we got to be here 5 hours, doesn't matter. I'm not really gaining anything by escalating, especially if he's in there by himself. Screw it. He's in there by himself. Shut the door. Talk to him through the door, or talk to him through whatever. Or if you keep eyes on, but like your tone and the conversation should be very different. Notice, and this is just from a pure, like actual de-escalation standpoint. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Is there anybody you want us to talk to? Is there anything you want us to do? Stuff like that, because you're going to try to give him a little bit of agency. He doesn't really have much, but you're trying to give him some. Because that agency, like, hey, well, I'd like to back out of here. I'm going to turn my flashlights off, and we just want to see if we can get you something. Can we get you? Oh, are we getting lag?
Yeah, we're starting to get it.
Oh, let's see. I'm checking.
We have a YouTube error, at least on my end. It says YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
Oh, I'm starting to see it on the OBS side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Hope it was a spike. I'm going to refresh this. See if it goes away or not.
Mm.
No. Well, it went back to like a regular.
Just regular streaming?
Yeah, it looks good now. Hopefully it was just a hiccup. Oh, it went right back down. Maybe it's throttling me.
Maybe.
I think we might be getting intermittent like lag here. Tell me if it stays. We'll see.
Did you ever call Spectrum about your
I
internet?
did. They don't care.
Yeah, of course.
You're not grabbing the phone if it's off the bed. Forget it. Keep your hands up where we can see it.
I'm going to get that phone.
Stop ringing. It's done. Put your hands up.
You'll be done.
Keep your hands up.
Look at it. Relax. I'm just gonna die. Shut the lights off.
We don't want you to die, sir.
I'm going to be honest. Keeping the lights on isn't really helping you tactically. I get wanting to see it, and I get that's like the comfort light, but if it gets him to chill out, I think we're probably going to go that route.
I do.
So one neat trick you could do if you're worried about, like, so I can't tell because of the light shining through if the room has any lights on. But what you could do, especially if you got multiple officers, one of y'all pulls out your stream light, shines it on the ceiling, bounces it off the ceiling. That lights up the room enough that you can see what's going on in there, but you don't have to shine it directly at his face.
Yeah.
So it doesn't irritate him.
No, and I get that. Oh yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah. I mean, that could be a way to.
Yeah.
Mitigate that.
It's just, man, like, what am I going to see? He's got a weapon.
Yeah.
And what am I really intervening?
I'm just saying, like, if you're going from like. If you turn off your flashlight and the room is completely dark, then you may have a problem because then you can't see what he's doing in there at all. So at least you can get a little ambient light in there so you have visibility of the room while you talk to him.
Man, I'll be honest.
What you're trying to do is just make sure that he's not going to grab the gun and start blasting.
Well, and like, I'm in his house. He hasn't committed a crime yet. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I'm saying, like, I get it from a tactic standpoint. Obviously, I'd like it to happen. If I was taking him into custody, I'd feel very differently about it. Like, I've said it multiple times on here. Your feelings don't matter the second you've committed a crime and we're over here to go handle up. But in this instance, like, you're really just trying to build rapport and, like, try to talk to him. That's really all you can do. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Got it? I'll show it to you.
Just come down off the bed. Come down off the bed. Come down off the bed.
It's the gun.
Do not touch the gun.
Get the light on.
You don't tell me what to do. You don't touch the gun. You hear me?
I'll tell you what to do. You're in my house. You want to find out?
Officers Bellucci and McCaskill hold the doorway while backup positions themselves at the base of the steps.
See, I would do the whole thing from here, to be honest. I would do the whole thing from here. I'm probably not trying to be anywhere but here for most of this. I don't know. It's just like, because cool, I'm getting more situational awareness for what? To witness this guy kill himself? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I'm getting. Like, what's your objective? And that's kind of why, and like maybe a backup officer could step in here or a senior officer could step in here, but like somebody needs to come in and be like, are we really about to force this issue? You know? And then for what? Like, I don't know. If it's not contributing to rapport building, like, yeah.
Well, our time on call is getting pretty high, so we got to end this quick.
I guess you're right. Yeah. If we're doing things that by that, yeah. Yeah. Kind of like I said, agency is going to help give this guy a little bit of a morale shot in the arm. Because what gets people to feel in this way is the lack of it, right? Bills start piling up. People start getting stressed out. Life situations start to spiral out of control. You know, I don't know. Like, giving this guy something, anything, just to bargain with. And, like, at this point, like, why? Again, you're here in his house, and technically he hasn't committed an offense outside of wanting to hurt himself. Like, I don't know why you push this. Because then it puts it on you when it shouldn't be. Really.
We need you to come down off the bed. I'm coming. I'm bleeding to death. That's what I'm doing.
Let him pass out.
That's it. I'm going to bleed to death. Then you take out the corpse. All right?
Okay.
That's all I want to do. I just want to listen to my music and bleed to death. Sorry, you guys don't want to hear it. You know what? If you're
here's a really cool opportunity to be like, well, can I get you a beer? You want a cup of coffee or something? Some water? I don't know. A blanket? We'll bring the old lady in? I don't know. Like, what do you want? Like, because even if it just gives you an opportunity to be the hero, right? Like, hey, I can only bring it so far, but like, if my sergeant will let me actually come and hand it to you and open it to you if you just like give me your hands or something like that. You could try Taser and go be a hero, right? I've shown the Discord where literally we just talked this guy into being complicit enough that we got close enough, and then someone decided to go be an idiot and be a hero. But like, dude, there's been no attempt. This is the first time you've heard on this. Well, I've been doing these damn streams for too long now that I've said, and I started to advocate for real what de-escalation classes would teach you are de-escalation techniques. Because at this point, like, me having control of the situation doesn't matter. It's me trying to advocate for this individual. It's a special set of skills. I don't think it gets taught very often. And really, in my opinion, this is kind of something you're more born with. You can teach these, but like going to those in a moment of stress like this is going to be either you got that in you or you don't.
service, you want to saw.
Why don't you tell me what's so bad in your life that makes you do this?
Terrible fucking question. So this is my reason why I would advocate not to ask. Yes, Josh was that idiot. Yes. Someone decided to deploy a taser. Was Buxom there for that? They might have been.
Probably. Yeah, I think we've shown it a couple of times.
That's so funny. Yes, I was the idiot that decided to go save that idiot's life. Concentrating on what is upsetting this person is not going to make this situation any better. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get what we call like emotional, footholds is the best way I could describe it. Hey, do you like this song or this artist? You know, what do you got going on? Like, I'm sorry you're upset. Because, like, even if it's just over, because I've seen this, he just lost his favorite Pokemon card, and he thinks that's worth ending his life over, right? That's going to be real hard for me to, one, keep a straight face on, and then, two, like, sympathize. How do I talk him down from that? I can't reassemble his Pokemon card, and that's the way their line of thinking is going to go. Well, you can't get my girlfriend to love me again, and my life's over because my girlfriend doesn't love me, or the girlfriend that I want doesn't love me, so I'm just going to end it. Like, the more we stick on that cyclical discussion, bro, can I pray for you, brother? Or can I get you some water? Or do you want some food? I can Uber Eats you something. Do you have anything that's nearby that I can get you? Even if you're not going to get it, it doesn't matter. All it's doing is like, hey, are you hungry? hey, are you thirsty? Any of those things can start to supersede what's currently going on in that brain of I want to hurt myself or I want to die. And I could change that to, bro, like a Big Mac might just smack. Dude. Like, hey, before you go, you might as well go good. Like, you lactose intolerant? Bro, I'll go get you some ice cream. You might as well do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Gonna shit yourself anyway. Might as well.
Right. And so, but like any one of those things can get them to discussing stuff with you. And once you can get them to converse, you'd be like, dog, but what if this is the year? You know, Jerry's finally going to figure it out. Like, you know, the draft went kind of well. Like the Cowboys, it might be. He's like, it's always the year. It never. But now you got him off of whatever was upsetting him. You have an opportunity to get one of those footholds in anything. It doesn't matter what it is. I've lied in so many of these situations about dumb stuff that I don't care about. But like, I'm giving them an opportunity to walk themselves out. But yeah, the flashlight, the tactics. Why are you upset? Probably not a good idea. Ugh.
You're not a negotiator.
Yeah.
If you're a negotiator, you're shut up and get it. I know all about it, so I'm good. Don't sit there when I'm recording. That's all I say. Do you want the red bean between your eyes? Put the flashlight down. Put both flashlights down.
Sure, you know we
I'm
can't.
telling you right now.
You can, though.
You know
Where are you going to go? What of you are going to go?
The only flashlight that's on is pointed at the ground right now.
Listen, for both of them off. Now.
We can't.
Now? You can't?
You know we
Oh,
can't.
there comes
Put your hand in front now!
Keep on where we
Do not touch the gun! Get your hand in front of you now! Get your right
You're
hand
giving
up
him what he wants.
now!
Suddenly, the two officers open fire at the same time.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
You good? Yep.
After waiting more than a minute to watch for movement, the officers move in.
I need you to just get them off the bed, cuff them, secure that weapon.
Yeah, I need that light. Come in with me.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You got lethal cover now.
Give me that spot.
I'm gonna stick
Another
this in.
shot fired, but they didn't tell us what was going on inside.
He did.
I'm so sorry, man.
To confirm her worst fears.
Man, is there anybody else in the house? He wouldn't put the gun down, man. I'm so sorry. He wouldn't put the gun down.
So we smoked him rather than let him shoot himself. Have fun with that. Sorry, I'm going to move forward. And I don't want to put this blame on the officers because ultimately this guy made decisions that made this happen. These officers technically, by the letter of the law, did nothing wrong. Guy presented a deadly threat. They had a lawful reason to be there, right? The lady asked him in there. It's a welfare check. They asked for police assistance and consented to it, right? But, big but, yeah, this is not how you draw it up. If you had to have training in this, or if you had to have like a game plan for this is as pissing him off, you know, being more concerned about illuminating the suspect rather than, again, worst comes over, shut that. I'm just going to bleed out. Okay, well, just let us know when you're done. We're going to welfare check you every couple minutes to see if you're doing all right. And just leave him in there with his thoughts, with his music, something, anything. It would have been better to leave him in there and let him do it. That sounds shitty, but from a legal standpoint, hey, he made that decision to go do it. Hey, is it cool if I pray for you real quick? Yeah, I really hope you don't do it, but I can't do anything to stop you, and I'm not trying to piss you off any more than you are in your last moments on earth, right? If that's going to be the case. Anything I can get you? No? Cool. I'm going to shut this door. Just promise me you're not going to hurt anybody else. You start threatening other people, and you're going to have to deal with us again. Start calling medical, stage medical. See if SWAT will come out if they want to come out. Call your command staff. Be like, yo, dog, this guy wants to hurt himself. What do you want us to do? Command staff asks you to go in there and be a hero, fine. But do it with a plan. Flashbang through the door, taser, OC him, jump on this guy and go be a hero. But, like, have a plan. Not just get into a verbal altercation and smoke the guy. Like, I don't know, man. I've been in a lot of stressful situations. I've seen both successful and unsuccessful control at the lead attempts. I should teach a de-escalation class. How to talk to control delete people. Should teach that one.
I'm so sorry, man. He wouldn't listen to us.
But Barbie isn't the only one reeling from what just happened.
We're good.
Hey, they got a transport. Where's the Lucy?
Live and you learn.
Tell me if anything was going on with him today that led to this.
What happened was he's supposed to go at 3 in the morning right now to move his friend to Florida.
To go to Florida?
Yeah, he was supposed to drive and move his stuff. And he got all upset and then he started trying. But I think a lot of things that happened in his life, you know what I mean? It's bad luck, you know what I mean?
Soon, Officer Bellucci excuses himself to fill his lieutenant in on the tragic encounter.
You alright, Bellucci? You alright, man? As good as I can be. Yeah. So run the tape, once they leave, run the tape through all the trees. Yes, Bellucci. He's going to be transported to the hospital. I guess he still has a pulse. He was laying on the bed. He had a handgun to his side. And, he wasn't complying with the orders to keep his hands free. He ended up raising a gun. And we got the fire on him.
Medics load Donald Passmore into the ambulance to perform CPR while the two officers who shot him come together in the street.
Good, dude.
I don't know, man.
Good, no other.
That's a shitty situation. I get it. Oh, I hit a button.
Chrome wanted to help.
I don't want to pour salt in these guys' wounds. We don't want a Monday morning quarterback. This was their call to work. This was their burden. I'm lucky it wasn't me, right? I'm glad it wasn't me. I've been in some of these situations. I've been lucky enough that the people, I had a bunch of quitters, as I used to call them, which I'm okay with them being quitters. Be a quitter. That's the one time in your life where it's a good idea to be. Well, outside of that and smoking and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
but,
quit smoking.
You had no other option. In general, tends to be wrong. Especially in these situations. I hope it's comforting to them. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
You're Susan?
Yeah.
Are you Robert Passmore's sister?
Rough. I've had to make a few death notifications. We'll go see how. Hopefully they do better at this than they did negotiating here.
Yeah, why?
I'm sorry to inform you, he passed away this morning.
No.
Yes. So it was a.
Uncle Bobby, there's 2 Robert Passmores. Which one?
I'm sorry, Donald. Donald Passmore.
Donald?
Yes, Donald.
They're like, oh, that tracks. That's so
Yeah, they're like, oh, him? Oh, okay.
No,
I thought that was the one we liked.
Jeez.
What's going on?
So.
Please, do you want to come in?
Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah.
Oh my God.
I'll be honest. So I've had to make a couple of these death notifications. I'm not saying don't go in. You do whatever you're comfortable with. You can read the room, the situation, or don't. If that's not you, you're not that high speed, low drag. You're going to offer. There's sometimes, depending on how sophisticated your agency is, you'll have like victim services. They'll have counselors and stuff like that they can kind of do follow up on. Yeah. I think passed away is one way to put it. That broke me. You're going to tell them, say, hey, this individual is deceased, right? You're going to have a police report that's going to follow up with all the information. Is there anything else you need from me? Typically, you're not going to be able to help that much because you're the faceless drone from the government, right? Understand that. You're not going to win any awards for making people feel better. If they're by themselves, maybe you'll linger a little bit longer just to make sure they're okay because you are making a crisis for that person. But after that, leave because you're not helping. I've had a death notification turn into almost an altercation. So just, I don't know, be cognizant of that.
Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ.
If you want to sit down. So we were called out there around 2:30 in the morning. I don't have too many details right now, but he was implying the use of a firearm, and from what I know, there was an officer involved shooting. And
The cop shot him?
Yes, ma'am. It's a very active scene right now.
Bro, look at how big this man's blockout is here. But I'm maybe not giving him the "we shot him" news by myself in their house, but I don't know. You do you, boo.
It's a very active investigation.
Donald, shut up. He's such a little boy, oh boy. I'm not gonna lie, he probably deserved it.
Jeez.
Told you.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
All right. That makes me sad, but we're going to go ahead and take... was that PD?
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm going to take 20. You know what? I'm going to take 25. That's pretty bad. They didn't do anything wrong. Oh. They didn't do anything legally wrong. They could have employed better tactics. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to nitpick the hell out of them, but you guys kind of come here for the I'm dropping frames. Tell me when I'm not dropping. Oh yeah, I'm dropping frames.
Oh, it's back.
Is it
excellent
back?
Connection. I see excellent connection again.
Okay, good. Let me know if we keep dropping frames.
We do have apparently like severe thunderstorm possibilities tonight and into the morning. So
of course, I'll try to get through some of these.
Oh, they're over in your area. That's why I see start of big ol' thunderstorms headed your way.
That makes way more sense. Dude was not naked. But yeah, I don't know.
He was in his tidy whities.
Better tactics could have been employed. That's a lag switch. I wish. But yeah, just you don't have to intervene. You don't have to. When people are wanting to hurt themselves, you do not have to save them. If anything, you can't in most situations. Unless you're that guy and you're high speed, low drag and you're willing to go make that choice for them, knock it out. And I applaud you for wanting to do it. I've been that dumb person more than once. But you better be swift of foot and have high dexterity is all I'm saying, dog. The handful of times where I intervened in some of these and it worked out for me, I was a pretty athletic human being. I think now, knowing that I'm just a hair slower and just a hair whatever, I'm probably not pushing it there. I can talk my way out of almost anything. I'm very gifted in the charisma department to keep with the D&D thing. I can get away with some stuff verbally, but if you don't have those skills, you just need to have your game plan of, hey, we don't intervene in these. We try to make the person comfortable, and we try to 30. I don't know. You just try to make people comfortable. That's really all you can do. The families, whatever. What would you like us to do? Can I call somebody? Can we get him on the phone with somebody that'll make him feel any better? Anything like that? Something. Anything. Shining a flashlight in his face and then smoking him. I feel sorry for those two officers. I think they'll look back on that and they'll start to see what we see. Maybe they're in denial and that's the way that they cope, but that they don't see it that way, but that could have been approached differently. And again, I want to reiterate, when people are the big sad, don't ask them why they're the big sad. It's like the worst question you could possibly ask.
Don't ask us why we have the big lag.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Forkish.
There it is.
Public Information Director for the Los Angeles Police Department. This critical incident community briefing is intended to provide you with information about an officer-involved shooting that occurred in Northeast Division in the city of Los Angeles.
This is like
You're about to see relevant video footage and learn about other evidence and police procedures related to the case, so you can have a better understanding of what occurred based on what we know right now.
Oh, this is the bassist. This is what's his face? His wife that got smoked.
Oh yeah. That's right. This is the update for Weezer boy.
Weezer wife. I have seen this.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be the body cam of the other side of it.
Yes.
Okay. On the perimeter that they had seen one of the suspects in their backyard jumping into a neighbor's yard.
Legit suspect. They're making a perimeter, which is smart. Oh boy, decided to joyride and run, which I get. Young people be dumb, yo.
In the other yard? Okay. Do you still see him? Hey. Yeah. There's a homeowner that came out. He wants us to. Hey, sir. Hey, give me 1 second. Inside the house right now. Yeah.
In general, you don't collapse perimeters ever until you're breaking it down. The second you have a perimeter, right, and then the Battle of the Bulge happens and you decide to collapse that perimeter in, you leave a gap. That gap is what's called an avenue of escape. They make it out of that perimeter, the perimeter is useless. Generally speaking, especially if you got a good one. Don't ask about the big sad. Oh, he's... Anyways, here's wonderful. Make an arrest plan. This is a multi-agency response, so I'm gonna give him a little bit of a pass. But make an arrest team or a contact team is what we typically call them. Perimeter team, contact team goes through the perimeter, the inside of the perimeter, to go scan and actually find out where the guy's at, while you keep them as the perimeter team in one area.
I say we just go in there. Because he's in there.
They just want to respond over there. He will miss down all day. I'll see what's the there. And also, if there's anyone code 6 with the DHP, see if they're able to switch over to one of the Claymores channels, the mutual aid channels, so that you guys all talking on the same frequency.
While in the rear yard of that residence, the officer saw a woman in an adjacent rear yard armed with a handgun.
I don't want to say this lady's high, but her behavior's a little weird. And generally speaking, I'm going to give you the Texas law, then I'll give you California's law, right? Castle Doctrine, or Texas state laws, going to cover you from not needing to retreat, right? So somebody comes at you, you can stand your ground, whether you're in your house or not, right? The difference is it's stand your ground, not advance your ground, not draw a line in the sand kind of ground. This is, I'm allowed to be where I'm at and where I'm going, and if somebody gets in the way of that, I can go handle up and we can get on the FAFO kind of timeline, right? Castle Doctrine on top of that, which is like a further kind of extension of that, is whether it's your car or your castle, specifically your house, you're kosher. Someone breaks the field of that, I mean, up to and including PD, and better FAFO and have a good reason to do it, because if not, you're absolutely able to gung-ho, put the grape shot in, and do whatever. The second you leave a structure and you start advancing on a position, you're losing both of those contingencies. Now, this is curtilage. Obviously, this is her yard. She's in Texas. Would be allowed to be in her yard with a gun, technically. Discharging said gun would be a little different unless she had a very good reason to do it. But she's losing a lot of the affirmative defenses where I'm in fear for my life. I thought this person was going to hurt me. So you're losing all of those elements of the affirmative defense for lethal force, right? And she's protecting her castle, whatever. I get it. California, on the other side, take it a step back, does not have the stand your ground, but you have a duty to retreat, one. And then I just listened to Blue October. But you have a duty to retreat, and Castle Doctrine, for the most part, doesn't apply here. There's going to be maybe some exceptions to that, but in general, probably not. No matter where you are, universally, if there's law enforcement outside, probably don't brandish a gun and run towards them. This just did Josh approves grape. It's the best shot, okay? So serves multiple purposes. So maybe don't do this. You hear the police helicopter, you can hear police. Like, maybe don't do this, right? Not just my caveat. Conversely, if you're going to go run around and protect the castle, I don't know, do it at like a low ready or something. It's a safe direction, I guess, but I don't know. They have Standish. That doesn't count. And I guess if they have Castle Doctrine, shout out to them. Does their Castle Doctrine also include a stand your ground-ish policy, or is it a duty to retreat while you're protecting your castle? Give me the case law on it. Must man the battlements. This is why I think.
Okay, so in their home, it's without a duty to retreat. Although they're trying to add one in 2025.
No surprise.
Oh no, it was withdrawn in March 2025. Okay, so never mind. So yeah, you do have you don't have a duty to retreat in your home.
Oh well, shout out to them
California.
for that. Mm-hmm. Well, she screwed herself because she left her house. Callie has
does
both.
her yard not count?
Curtilage can count. The problem is that like
if it's enclosed with a fence,
right? In that case, probably. The only issue we're gonna really have here is like the immediacy of it. Like you created the conditions. It's kind of like if I let you in my house and then try to claim Castle Doctrine. Like, well, like that's more of a domestic at this point, right? Yeah, so we're gonna treat it like a murder. Versus there's forced entry. Like you kicked in my door and I smoked you. That's different, right? Same thing with like because it's the front of your house. Let's say it's like passive access, like they can approach like certain aspects of your house. I can't just. It's what got that couple hemmed up when they got onto their front yard and were like threatening them, like basically brandishing guns. It ended up being because they have good lawyers and all that stuff that they were fine. But like you open yourself up to legal liability because you're putting yourself in a set of circumstances where force has to be used. Right. I'm not saying don't protect the castle. I'm all for protecting the castle. I do think it is and should be an inalienable right to go do. You should be able to create your own safety. The problem is in the manner in which you do it. Right. She has no idea if anyone's there and is walking around gun in hand, just kind of bullshitting. And really the second law enforcement shows up, again, you're starting to slowly erode because you're interjecting yourself into this without being asked for aid or whatever.
you do also have a right to defend your cartilage, BWP.
Cartilage, yes. Cartilage.
That woman was later identified as Jillian Schreiner. The officers gave Schreiner repeated verbal commands to drop the handgun. However, she did not comply. Moments later, Schreiner racked the handgun, pointed at the officers, and fired, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Here is additional body-worn video from the officers involved in this incident.
Put the gun down! What? Hey, hold it for me. We got I have an armed resident Hey, put the gun down! Put it down! Put it down on the ground! Put it down on the ground! Can I help call for a 450 female with a gun? Be behind the residence.
So, yes, put the gun down, right? Here for lawful orders. Who are you to her behind that fence? A face with a gun. Is this lady maybe high? Sure, she's definitely stressed out, right? But at least hit her with like a police. Something.
Lay the gun down! Lay the gun down! We got one at gunpoint, we got an armed suspect. Shoot up! Man, put the gun down! Put the gun down! Put the gun down! She's walking away. Party's walking in our direction. Yeah. She's armed. Long gray shirt, black hair, black pants. She has a gun in her hand. Put the gun down! Yeah, she lifts that gun. Man, put the gun down, okay?
I've still yet to have a... We're the police, by the way.
Hey, you have cover? Yeah.
You have concealment. Cover is stop bullets. Concealment's, she sees me less.
Do you have visual of her? Yeah, I can't see her right now. The gun's not up. Matt, put the gun down! Come on with your hands up!
Still no.
Drop the gun! You're gonna get shot!
Still no.
You're getting shot! It's the police!
There it is. We finally got it. The police.
Drop the gun!
There we go. I would be announcing again. I'd just keep yelling at her. We're the police. Drop the gun. Now, the only downside to that is you're covered up. Suspects can say the same thing. And so a lot of times when we establish the knowingly and intentionally clause with they knew I was law enforcement, in full uniform, made multiple announcements, so on and so forth. This fence does kind of screw these guys. It's also not cover, which is kind of weird. That they're trying to utilize it as such.
Just hold your badge up.
Yeah. For us, helo does not equal cops, but it's the same everywhere else. Well, helo could equal cops, but you don't know that these people are the cops. That's the problem. You know that there's cops in the area, right? And they're yelling that they're the cops. But, like, is this lady dumb and should she have been inside? Yes. But this is why it's a little more muddy.
Put the gun down! Hey, what is she? I can't see from. What is she doing right now?
She pointed it. Not an announcement, she just lifted it up.
That's a bang play.
Shut.
Yeah, like they can't see these guys at all. Like,
suspect?
Nope.
Hey, Asa,
Schreiner was struck by
Shout out to
gunfire.
marksmanship that they only hit her once, even though they fired like 15 times.
So she racks it here. I'm guessing this is the fence line they're standing on. She racks it. Oh, she cracked one off. Yeah. Miss. They probably tagged her.
Schreiner was struck by gunfire and fled into her residence. Here is an additional 911 call made after the officer-involved shooting.
Oh, there were 3 men. She says there were 3 men, and one of them shot her, and the cops are looking for him right now. They have their guns out, and, like, I don't know if they found him yet or not, but they told me to not look out the window, so I'm not doing that.
So he's not in your yard. You don't know that he's there?
Well, he was in my yard because that's where he shot her.
Oh, okay.
He shot from the other side? Okay, he shot from the other side of the gate.
Other side, I had my gun.
Okay.
And he said, put down that gun, put down that gun. I said, put down your fucking gun.
Oh,
and
okay.
then he shot me.
Okay, that's what happened, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a gun.
So you guys don't know where he went?
Okay, babe, just please breathe, okay? Okay, how long do you think until someone can be here?
Well, the officers are looking for this man. That's why I'm asking. Do you know where he went?
Poor dispatcher.
I have no idea where he went. Where was he when you got shot?
There are 3 men out at the other side of this fence here.
Okay.
Approximately 1 hour after the officer-involved shooting, Schreiner exited her residence and was taken into custody without further incident. Here is additional body-worn video from one of the officers involved in the incident.
Hey, she's shot. She's shot on her arm. Do you want to cuff her? You want to cuff her?
Yeah, she did shoot at the police, to be fair.
One of the 3 initial suspects wanted for the hit and run was ultimately detained by CHP officers a short distance away. He was subsequently questioned and released. CHP investigators will be submitting the hit and run case for final consideration against the suspect. It was later determined that Schreiner was not involved in the initial hit and run incident and actually lived at the residence she was seen at. Los Angeles Fire Department paramedics responded and transported Schreiner to a local hospital.
Oh, really just winged her, legitimately. What? Talk about gangster, though. She got a gunshot wound.
To be treated for the gunshot wound she sustained as a result of the officer-involved shooting. While there, medical staff determined that Schreiner would require extended treatment and admittance to the hospital. Investigators recovered a Glock 9mm handgun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's not California compliant.
It is
Schreiner
if you're
was
rich.
armed.
That probably is if you're rich.
With, as well as a spent cartridge casing at scene, and booked them as evidence.
That would have been 15. Yeah, it's a Glock 19. That's like a regular. As the magazines was going to be what's prohibited here.
Schreiner was absentee booked for attempted murder. She was subsequently released from custody after posting bail, and is scheduled back to court on April 30th, 2025. Jillian Schreiner is a 51-year-old resident of Los Angeles.
In the next several months, the LAPD will continue to investigate and analyze this incident. We will continue interviewing any new witnesses that may come forward and complete any forensic tests. After the investigation is complete, our critical incident review division will forward their findings.
Wild. What a weird situation. She did seem kind of high. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Also, not a great situation to hear. Like, obviously, we're on the body-worn camera side, so we can hear them announcing. Who knows with the helicopter and whatever else is going on, whether she can hear or understand them all that well.
I've taken my hunk of flesh.
There you
We
go.
were so close. I'm only taking some, just because, again, announcements probably should have happened a little sooner. She put herself in the situation to be stupid, so she kind of made. I mean, you can't exactly shoot at police and not have the shooting is perfectly justified. Just kind of stupid. It was it's a bang bang play, and it's kind of a screwy situation. She interjected herself into a situation she shouldn't have been in. She hit the FAFO chart pretty well. The reason I'm still continuing to take points is you had a lady that shot at you, and fortunately, you only tagged her once. So, by the grace of God, that lady's living, and cops marksmanship. Good on you. We have old boy taking 2 shots at 40 yards on moving at an armed guy. Absolutely drilling it, and LAPD and CHP over here barely winging a cracked out lady in her own residence at probably 20 yards tops. Dumb.
Also, her friend should have probably told her to stay inside the damn house.
1000%. That's why I took so many points from society. Stupid.
Hi, there's an armed robbery going down at Maplewood condominiums right now.
What's the full address there?
North Backer Avenue, what unit?
And there's like 4 or 5 of them. They all got guns.
My neighbor just came to my house knocking.
They broke into my window and they said Fresno Police Department. And
okay.
That's all. I looked out the people.
See, even suspects can say it. That's not good enough. You need to see uniforms.
For a second, it wasn't cops, and I ran out the back door.
And you guys are in unit.
Yeah.
I'm in unit. House robberies.
I see him just keep going back and forth grabbing.
They got guns and stuff, and they're just looting his house.
Well, that's a nice courtyard.
It really kind of is, dude. Kudos to landscaping.
Mm-hmm.
They must have known this guy had stuff to randomly pick it. Looks an awful lot like a dope rip. Yeah, it's a dope rip.
Mm.
For the uninitiated, dope is simply just drugs. This is another word for any kind of drug, right? Weed, heroin, whatever. A dope rip is where, let's call them entrepreneurs, realize that they don't have to go and talk to the cartel or some sketchy Chinese guy to go buy drugs. They can steal it from the guy who's selling drugs, right? So they'll figure out who's selling. So they'll go through the way everyone else does to find a dealer. They'll go to that dealer, and sometimes they stop at the dealer level, but every once in a while you'll get like a supplier. This guy could be helping to distribute to multiple dealers, but you're going to typically have like north of like Anywhere from around a pound or north of that. This is where dope rips tend to happen. Always in trap houses or whatever. But to have these guys be this organized and in broad daylight, yeah. He's got drugs or some sort of illicit thick lock switches, something stupid. And rather than procuring it themselves, they get way more profit. They just rob this guy of what he's got. And welcome to the streets. This was like over half of the shootings that I worked were these. The rest were like domestics. Shout out to this Honda CRV though, crushing it. Removed a safe that they had to have known was there. Oh.
It's a big old safe.
I'm just saying he almost ran over his homie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Driver's not great at this.
Very nice.
This might be their first time doing this.
That went smoother than I thought it would.
In the middle of the complex. It's in the middle of the complex.
Copy.
It is here. They hold shots for you to link up.
Oh, thank God, there.
Forward with the key 4PM. Give me the...
No way.
Stay right there. Get on the ground.
Wild, dude. That's pretty crazy.
Get on the ground.
What a Chadwick.
Get on the ground.
You're going to get a shooting here.
I got the car on the south side. Get on the
100%.
ground.
They're about to drive at you.
Don't fucking move. They're trying to drive away. Don't move. Don't move. King 14, they're going back towards you.
Oh.
Stop right there.
Who's the house?
Sus, yep.
We're 11. Shots fired. Shots fired. Stop right there.
I'm not gonna lie, dog. You're in a pursuit now.
Well, maybe unless that's a cop car right there that's about to pit him out.
Maybe. But I tell you what, that is... What's a RAV4? Shout out to the RAV4. It's either a RAV4 or a CRV. It's one of the two.
I thought it was a CRV.
But 9 milli does pretty terrible through glass and all that kind of stuff. So no surprise here.
Why not go for the tires? Because you're wasting bullets.
Oh, dude. Like, this thing's still going to be operable even if you went for the tires. Now, I will say this. You know what ends that right then and there? A 12 gauge. Yeah, I wouldn't have. That ended right then and there. Shout out to 12 gauges. Are we pitting? Oh, look at this. Bro, Fresno getting after it. They stand zero chance of getting away here. They have 18 stars.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm shocked they didn't shoot. Like, this didn't turn into like a gunfight. These officers are, well, so far, pretty lucky. Oh,
there it is. That's a good boop.
That's a 25-point boop right there. That was a good. He knew what the deal was. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You're probably smoking that guy, to be honest. Like, after everything that's happened, he's almost hit an officer, robbed a guy, whatever. You can get into it. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember what the case law is for it, but fleeing felon, this would count.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee v. Garner? I think that's what it is. Oh, yeah, you don't want to run after that guy. The dog is going to get him.
Shots fired.
Whoa, man. Okay, Fresno, keep it together.
There's a guy in the car still. There's another guy in the car still. Another guy in the car.
Gosh dang, bro, this guy's shot. What a Chad, though. This guy's a real hero. For real, though. Buy this man a steak. What a Chadwick.
Let me get that. I got you.
My face wearing no seatbelt. Oh.
That's probably a P80. Yeah, you can see it. There's no roll mark here. So they drill these out. It was on fire. Doesn't mean it was ready to go, but it was on fire and you got a mag. That's what I was saying. I was shocked this didn't turn into a shooting. Oh, hold on. Super sin. Don't catch me doing what you guys doing this. Don't mount your optic on the front of your handguard here. That's a sin.
Hey, I'm going to put this in my car.
Oh my God.
You don't shoot from back here, Josh?
Yeah, no. That is wild. Bro, I'm going to give points. That was a pretty short stick if I've ever seen one. Good on them for understanding what they got. They understood their authority. The whiffing on the fleeing felon shots are kind of sus, but I'll let you get away with it this time. Results matter. Nobody's doing a robbery in your city without you handling up. Good on them. And good for their policy to let them do tactical boops. That was a pretty great boop. We call him that an optic buck, so chill. Oh, I think we saw this one, didn't we? At least I've seen this.
I don't think I was here for that.
Chat, tell me if you guys have seen this or not.
This is March 7th, 2025, so besides last month, maybe.
It's like a hand-to-hand or something going down here. You got it real close for them to be doing a hand-to-hand by himself. Unless he thinks this is a UC. It's a pretty homeless-looking PT Cruiser right here.
Turn off the car. Turn off the car. No.
Oh, fuck.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Now!
This gets nothing but worse. We don't arrest cars with our bodies. Just remember that, boys and girls.
Get out of the car! Shots fired!
I believe you have more magazines on your belt, my friend. Should use those.
Your hands! Show your hands! Shots fired!
Well, that buffered for me. That was weird.
Yeah. I think that's just part of the video.
Hands. Back up! No, back up! Show me your hands! I can't move.
And headquarters.
Oh, we get body cam for this. What was he saying in this?
Wasn't Health Street, now we shelter there. The way to check the church beside that away. Type 911, texture said the occupant is 55 and getting escalated. Again, 1140 South 12. 10-4.
It's a domestic?
89 copies.
Hi, what's your name, ma'am?
Why are you calling? Why?
We got called to come check on you. They were concerned.
There's nobody concerned.
There was. We got a phone call. What's going on today?
Who did you get a
She got the big sad.
I don't know. It was an anonymous caller saying there was a white.
I know,
trooper
that's
sitting
what they keep doing that. You know when they did that in Nebraska with my children? They keep calling in false reports.
Okay.
Nothing. I don't think that it's okay for people.
I can't help it when people call, and it's my job to come respond when we have a call in, to come check on people. Okay. Now my concern is coming out. My concern.
Your concern is you know everybody. That
my concern is that the car smells heavily of marijuana.
So this was a welfare check, but now you're turning it into an interdiction stop?
When's the last time you smoked any marijuana in here?
Other people have smoked marijuana in here, and I don't want to get into that because then they're calling you on me.
Other people have, you don't smoke any marijuana.
I have medical marijuana. I had my card.
Do you have a marijuana card?
I had one.
Do you have one? Current? No. Okay. Step outside legally.
No, you're not.
Turn off the car. Turn off the car.
No.
299, she's fleeing.
Not entirely sure what his goal was getting in front of this car, but it's just not advisable.
I'm working out.
Get out of the car.
Got TRT brain.
Yeah, it's that TRT brain. DEI higher, 30 by 30.
Get out of the car.
Oh.
Also SIG 320s for the
Bro,
win.
Jedi Pirate Man. Oh, it's Australian. Never mind.
Jedi Pirate Man, what's going on, homie? He said, thanks for the great
I
stream.
thought it was real money.
Question, after being an officer for so long, do you feel like you start to develop a sixth sense for... It's not a sixth sense. It's called pattern recognition. So, like... I don't know how to... So, like, there's a... The easiest trope I can always... I've used this analogy a couple times with people where you're playing a game, you've leveled up a couple times, you're, like, digging for loot, and randomly all you start finding is extra ammunition. And all of it, you just start getting health packs and revives. You're like, oh, this is a little sussy. There's like no enemies around. You're just finding a bunch of stuff. Then there's this huge open area in front of you, and you're like, oh, this is a boss fight. That's kind of what happens here. Is like you start to, once you've been in enough like violent encounters, it's how they've developed stuff like pre-attack cues. There's some psychology behind it, but also like the likelihood that people that are dealing with mental health issues that are going to escalate it to physical altercations is very high. People that are in what I call prime time for their criminal career, they have economic strife, right? Like they're economically poor, chronically economically poor. They are young and under the pressure of society to go and make better of themselves. And they're surrounded by a materialistic society that makes them want stuff, right? With no moral codes or systems of accountability, they're going to commit crime. And they don't want to get caught when they commit crime. So they're going to run. They're going to fight you. They're going to punch you. It's not a personal thing.
Feels bad, okay?
Yeah, it's not because they hate you. It's because they want stuff and you're in the way of them getting those things or being a consequence for those decisions. So, like, it's like a sixth sense would be like there's no cues, like at all. You're just kind of picking up on it. I think if you trust your sixth sense, it's typically complacency, where you'll look at someone and you'll see them as not a threat because you're not picking up on that pattern of behavior. That's really where tactics kind of saves you, right? He's not convinced this lady's going to hit him with a car. This is why he feels comfortable enough getting in front of it, right? Or getting near it or pulling on the door. Like he wasn't anticipating resistance. The solution's right here. You know, I'm not saying the gun doesn't help. I mean, it is a 320, so we'll lower expectations, right? But the solution's here to make this safe, right? But I think the inverse happens actually, where the longer you're exposed to it, the more these situations are more likely to happen to you because they don't fit the profile of the people that have assaulted you or whatever in the past, that you feel like you're in control when you're really not. There's this idea that you don't have to leverage certain techniques or tactics or whatever. Or again, you get used to just people complying all the time. And finally he doesn't. And he's like, if you don't turn off that flashlight, I'm going to kill you. And I'm the police. You can't make me. Like, you get stuck in those trends. And I think that it can be worse. But you definitely get better at spotting it. The longer you do it and you're in it, the more you can kind of recognize it. It feels weird because I can almost call it at this point. This one I'd already seen. But on most 90% of these now, I don't see them at all before they make stream. And it's pretty easy to see, like I said, the pattern. Heck, most of the guys now in chat can do it, which is pretty impressive.
299, she almost struck me.
Get out of the car!
Right, she was spooling up. Oh, he was flying.
Looks like she can keep going.
Well, she probably couldn't. She's pretty stuck in there.
Show your hand!
And so as soon as I heard that, I put two and two together, like just people like hearing, you know how you turn in the gravel scratches? Yeah, I heard that.
And then that's when I kind of sped walked to the truck in case she was to ram it. It'd be the truck, not me. So I sped walked to it. And then she rolled her window down. She was like, no, just start screaming. I was like, hey, calm down, like, calm down. So I started getting into people over and her dad owns an oil refinery and all sorts of crazy stuff. Now she has me drive, so I'm trying to be low key because like this is all happening within minutes of each other. I just texted.
So she had already tried to hit somebody else.
What would you call that, Josh? Like a clue?
Get out of the car!
Do what?
What would you call that? Would you call that a clue?
Yeah, that's a clue.
Get out of the
Backstop's pretty terrible here.
car! Get out of the car!
Now! This guy just
Get out of the car! Shots fired! Officer hit!
Oh, she could have kept going. I think she got deceased.
Show your hands!
Shots fired.
Show your hands!
He's hurting.
Show your hands!
Back up!
Yeah, he went flying.
Let's see if they give us any. Oh, his firearm flew out of his hand. Lol.
Oh, damn.
320 not going off. Shout out to that.
Yeah. Officer James required knee surgery. Poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy.
Be a year before he's ready to return to regular duty.
She did not make it.
DRT.
Yeah. Oof. Well, either you make those, you learn, or you don't learn. He learned the hard way. Poor guy. Last three. Actually, last two. The last one's just
last two, good. Yeah.
Axon. Oh, you know what? I can't ignore chat. You're right. We got to give Axon points for staying on. For municipals, I'm be honest. I'm probably taking 5. Results matter. There's a dead person and an officer that can no longer work to their full capacity.
Over the smell of marijuana. On a well-haired fair check.
I don't know, Doug. Maybe I'm just not that high-speed, low-drag guy, but it is what it is. Also,
does matter? Play it for us in slow motion.
Jeez, stop. What happened to the subject? I think I said it. Hopefully he catches up. They smoked her. She's gone. She did. Speaking of cars, which bodies have you been reading? Barnes v. Felix case. I am not familiar with Barnes v. Felix. I got to look that up.
Supreme Court case is about the moment of threat doctrine and how it applies to excessive force claims under the Fourth Amendment. Core issue is whether courts should only consider the circumstances immediately before an officer uses force when determining if it was reasonable, or if they should consider the entire chain of events leading up to the use of force. I am on the side of entire chain of events.
Well, yeah, because yes and no. The only downside to the entire chain is call take. I call text, right? Mm-hmm. So I call in and I say, well, Juan has a gun and threatened to kill me. Well, he can own a gun, and that, like, my statement's not incorrect, right? But like me saying he has a gun and he's threatening to kill me doesn't mean he actually pointed it or used it in any way, shape, or form. He could have just said something because I rolled a 7 and said Settlers of Catan and covered up his thing, and I'm just sensitive, right? And so, like, yes and no. I do think that the reason I don't know if they need to change the standard for that, because I think it's pretty decent as it is. Did you miss me? What?
Yeah. So at issue is the moment of threat doctrine limits the analysis of excessive force to the immediate circumstances, potentially ignoring actions that led to the use of force.
I guess like if they escalated it or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Right. So my concern is going to be that part of it, where it's like, again, if your moment of threat is car driving at you, right?
Right.
You shoot. Okay, cool. Did you put yourself in front of the car and try to stop it with your body? That kind of chain of event, you know.
I could see that.
Whereas, like, to your point, there's an autistic guy with the knife,
Right.
where like somebody calls, says, "Hey, there's a drunk man threatening a family with a knife,"
Right.
and you show up and have to use force with that information.
Right. That's a rough time. Yeah.
So yeah,
The nature of this program, viewer
kind of a nuanced
discretion
one.
is advised,
called police
and all
transparency.
suspects are innocent until
Nerdery
proven
is on full
guilty in a
display
court
tonight.
of law.
We
On
go
December
deep.
3rd, 2023, in Stockton, California, highway patrol officers were dispatched to a very large
AC 130, just one 105 mil round right in the center there, and just I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
out-of-control sideshow occurring at the intersection of El Dorado and 8th
I
Street.
played this level of Call of Duty.
CHP Air Unit
Yeah,
21 informed the
Nobody
officers
here
about a black Camaro attempting to leave the area with its rear tires blown out.
Oh, that one's toast, yeah. Oh, how annoying.
I prefer the ones where the people run up and then they just get hit by the cars doing the drifting.
Yeah, dude.
I'd like the consequences of actions. There you go.
We're
Do
almost
it.
there. Yeah, that thing's toast.
Yeah.
Its rims are also toast.
Oh, they got the wide cam.
Yeah. Also, we're going to just ignore the street takeover there. Dog, the amount of tenacity I would approach a street takeover like that, if it was up to me and I was command staff, I'd be like, arrest everything that moves. So I'm guessing that's the patrol car. Getting after it.
Pit, pit, pit.
Not in a residential, dude. Let him get to a highway first.
Maybe in a residential.
No.
It's wide enough. There you go, right there.
Yeah, this is a little more reasonable. I'll tell you what, with no back tires, it's still getting after it on a rear-wheel drive car. Dumb.
Trapped yourself, idiot. Suddenly he understands why these are annoying as hell.
Yeah, it's all come full circle. 200-foot spike strips? Yeah, dude. The Mario Kart kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just make a perimeter of spike strips. Everybody tries to leave.
K3 CHP is in pursuit again. Do they need a K9?
K9?
K3 time.
Aiding and abetting over here.
K3. K3 negative this time.
Tell you what, this thermal's kind of rad.
Mm-hmm. He needs to chill out with the crash loops, though.
Take points from society for aiding. I'll allow it. We'll take 30. See, this is where like the undercover Chrysler Pacifica jump out boys make the most sense.
K3.
3?
CHP Air just heard that K9 is going to, or SLK9 is going to be around, confirming they don't need a dog.
K3 standby. They may be calling now.
Where's his pit crew?
Right.
They're trying, but none of them know how to change a tire.
San Joaquin from Air 21 info. This Camaro, newer Camaro, we went pursuit with. He's stuck in the sideshow crowd, so I've got units in the area. And then so it's a BOL for a newer Camaro with a flat tire. It's good for evading.
Oh, yep. Police showed up. Everyone's starting to scatter.
21, I copy. Confirming that at the Ethan Eldorado location. 10-14 for copy.
Copy. And when this guy leaves the crowd, I'm going to, I'll voice where it goes.
10.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to control this thing.
99, fly back.
6-1, I copy here. Confirming 926.
Speedway on ride enough line. Or direction ride in country club.
10-4.
You can see where all the cars that idled.
So the sheriff, that Camaro is now southbound El Dorado. Again, black in color, got a flat rear tire, and license plates on it say Cal Expo.
King 3, copy. King 3, did you want to do for incident for that?
Let's go.
Get him. Look at him wobbling.
Well, it's got one good tire. That's why it's able to get up and go still.
For now.
That's a boopable car.
100%.
I'd boop it here.
Air 21, you are 10-1, 504. Go ahead with your update.
He might self-boop.
Now that he's having to turn left.
There goes the other tire. Self-boop. Get shreked. Oh, he's still trying. Oh, he's gonna head-on collision somebody.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're coming up on it. Self-boop.
Boom. Boom.
Idiot.
There it goes. Oh, I thought he was going to hit another car. Into the mailbox. Oh.
Let's get screwed.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck trying to run in that.
Get out!
Even though I
I mean, at least you know the probably can't breathe in there, so.
Yeah, they're on the tail side of this.
Fuck you! Shut up! Ram me, motherfucker! Bitch, you did! Crazy! What? What? What the fuck? No, we're good. Alright. Don't start crying, man. I can't feel my neck now. Big man now, that's cool.
Start crying. Chill.
Did his body camera fall off?
Okay.
It did.
Maybe you should have stopped, dumbass. Yeah, quit ramming cop cars. I got scared. So you rammed the cop car? I didn't mean to ram it.
No need for the lecture. You caught him. He ruined his car. Frag! We're the robot cops. Come on.
Crazy, man. You know I'm the one you rammed? I'm sorry. Shut up. Back up! I need an ambulance. For ramming me? Yo, stand up! I got a bullet on my leg. Okay. Enough to drive, right? Stand up. Stand up.
I think that's it. Who is this? CHP?
CHP.
I'll give points. Oh. There you go. They get points. Last one, probably extra spicy because I left it at the end. This is already a pretty spicy stream. Shout out to everybody that's hung out. If you guys reach the like goal, there's 100 points towards chat that you can win.
What is the like goal?
It's 130.
130?
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Hey! Turn off your car!
Watch no call. Suspect custody.
Turn it off. Can't tell. The lights are still back in front. All right, give me
This is 230 by 30s.
1 second. Yeah.
Come on, Chelsea's.
Tell him to roll down the windows too.
I'm rooting
Driver in the red Toyota. Turn off your vehicle. Put all your
Shout out to
windows
using the
down.
PA.
May you try Spanish?
Conductor del vehículo rojo. Baja todas tus ventanas.
Hey, good job.
He was swerving in and out of lanes. He almost teased into a car.
Todas tus ventanas.
We tried to pull him over, but he stopped over here.
Pon las manos para afuera. Put both of your hands out.
He sounds cooperative.
Hey, dude. Hey! Hey!
We're going to have a conversation about marksmanship fundamentals and the way you're trained on how to do this.
Put both of your hands out.
You're supposed to shoot like this.
Hey, dude.
Okay. Let's see how this first round cracks off.
With a taser in your left hand.
She's shooting compressed. So this means there's pretty low chance of sight picture here. Shout out to not 30 by 30 here, shooting from the back of the bus. So this first one, no grip whatsoever. That's a pretty big. This is a 9mm. There's no reason. Yeah, that's the first one. No sight picture. This chick's got her flashlight inside of the car, so I don't know that
her eardrum just popped.
Oh yeah, because not 30 by 30.
Old boy went.
Yeah,
right there.
Ooh, this looks like the pavement. This looks like it got sailed. You can kind of see it's like, kind of like that. A lot going on here. Oh boy, still shooting from the back of the bus. Dog, chill. That's a one-handed, definitely a skipper here. Ooh, look at that. That's a skipper. That's another skipper. That's another skipper. Look at that. Come on, girlfriend. Damn, dog. What a wild situation. Okay. I'll let it play.
He was swerving in and out of lanes. He almost teased into a car.
Todas tus ventanas.
We tried to pull him over, but he stopped over here.
Pon las manos para afuera. Put both of your hands out.
Careful. Hey, dude. Hey! Hey!
No location. No. Whatever. It's LAPD. Gosh dang it.
Yeah.
Y'all heard me today.
What you guys got? Just He was swerving in and out of lanes. He almost teased into a car.
Hey, G-Shock. Shout out to Cassie here.
No, stopped over here.
Don't throw your hands out.
You from the back of the bus for show. Bro, everyone's 30 by 30 today.
Yep. You fell straight backwards.
Old girl got a little closer to Jesus today.
Mm-hmm.
Who shot again?
I think it was
this whole boy here. What a wild man. I'll be honest, his actions were more unsafe than hers.
Yeah. I mean, he flagged the hell out of this officer.
Yeah. I want to see this guy.
He was swerving in and out of lanes. He almost teased into a car. We tried to pull him
They got a 2-minute buffer period? That's sussy.
Quick, don't throw your hands out.
30 seconds.
Careful.
Curious to see his posture.
From what I saw, he reached in.
I could see this. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said F you, not being cooperative.
Comes out and immediately does
pulls out the cell phone, does the triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Throw my wallet at you. Move.
Okay, this guy, was less sussy than I thought. He got pretty far off to her right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little less
I thought
upset.
he was from the other angle. He
It
looked
like it was right here
next to her. I legit thought he was like here.
I would take this shot. I'm cool with this shot.
Careful. Hey, dude.
He even took a half step to the back. Golly, this is way worse than I thought.
Yeah, she's not hitting anything.
That's pavement. That's pavement. That's pavement. Pavement. Oof. I might have hit that passing truck, to be honest. Yeah, in no universe was this. I bet he only got hit once.
Django says there's still another one behind her?
Officer, please help.
No way.
Like a fifth officer?
He's messing with his red dot. Lol.
Driver in the red Toyota. Turn off your vehicle. Put all your windows down.
May I try Spanish?
Look at them all riding too, man.
It's LAPDs. That's how they roll. Oh, dude, the backstop. I didn't even want to bring it up. This backstop's pretty terrible.
It was awful. Cars were driving right by him.
He was swerving in and out of lanes. He almost teased into a car. We tried to pull him over, but he stopped over here.
Quick, don't throw your hands out. Careful. Hey, dude. Hey!
Hey!
Yeah, he pointed. That's reasonable. Oh, someone tagged him. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, on the floor over here? Sketch.
Now, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm
saying it.
Person of rather high skill, right? I am more squared away than the average bear, but if I was going to do it laying down, I'd at least want both hands on the gun. But that being said, it's suboptimal. That's for sure. There are 4+ officers. Why do you need more help? You never know. Of course, they waited for like 18 times.
They waited for the shield. Wussies.
Roll them over, good pack.
Wild.
It's a 5G shield to protect him from the cell phone radiation.
That's what it is. Yeah, there's no way he survived all that. Rough. So it was a lawful shoot. I do think that the posture made sense and it was unreasonable for them to not assume that. But I'm going to say I'm only going to give them 5 because nobody else got hurt. They got lucky. God stepped in and decided that nobody else in LA needed to get hurt over this altercation. Very lucky a secondary did not strike another person. I'm sure one of those cars driving by probably found a bullet hole like a week later. But that is our stream. Texas police Ain't trained to fire from the prone position. We can teach prone. They typically didn't in. You could shoot from prone on the I think it was a 25-yard qual. Part of the qual's at 25, and you could choose to shoot it standing or prone. And they taught you how to do it, but it wasn't required that you shot from prone. Prone with a pistol is also less ideal than you would think. There's an older school of thought that believes shooting from the knee was maybe a little better, which I could see for like long term, like if I had to hold my gun out there for a hot minute, where you go to kneeling. Prone with a pistol, it's okay. I'm not saying it can't help, but generally speaking, you start to run into like the limitations of the platform itself. It is from somebody I've taught from literally the best shooters on the planet, and this is their opinion, not mine, and we tested it and we verified. Your sight picture, especially with iron sights or even most red dots, is so limited. And you, again, only have 2 points of contact unless you can find like a barrier or something to kind of press that gun into. That pistols really start to like, either you're that guy or you're not that guy on developing a sight picture and actually cranking off a decent trigger pull to get that round to hit your target from prone. Now, point blank, it's a little different, or in this situation, it's within probably like 15 yards. It's a doable shot for most people. Problem is you need both hands on the gun in your sight picture is kind of the problem. And that's kind of where you're going to run into issues with, especially when you're surprised, when it takes you off guard to have to pull your gun and point it at somebody. That can kind of become a problem. But if John Wick can, why can't anybody else? They should train standing, kneeling, and prone. We do kneeling and standing for sure, but prone, like I said, has been less. Better have the training. Yeah, it's taught in academy. You're taught how to do it, but it's not something that they typically require. They'll require kneeling and standing, and they require one-handed both in your left and your right hand, which I think you should do. You also have to shoot from retention, which is a whole other, like you're not seeing your sights at all. This is just basically from the hip, but it's at like 3 yards, which is also doable. I could teach, again, somebody with zero firearms experience how to do that in a couple seconds. So, and then
J-Rob wants to know, does stop and ID mean you need PC 24 ID or something else?
So stop and or like a Terry frisk or a Terry stop is a Terry stop is different. A Terry stop is you're in the area where a crime has occurred and I am stopping you because I think you might be implicated, right? Stop and ID is, in my opinion, unconstitutional. Most places and most jurisdictions will not allow that. In the places where you would, there's a lot of, I remember seeing this a lot in like England during lockdown time. Like there was only certain days where certain people could be outside at certain times. And if they thought, there was the famous one where the guy was buying Call of Duty or whatever. He bought the physical disc for Call of Duty and they stopped him because he was out in public when he wasn't supposed to be or whatever. So that's a, in those circumstances, they can just ask you. It's papers, please kind of situation. But there's a lot of constitutional protections against that in the States, unless you're like a known felon or something crazy like that, where they know you're on probation and maybe they can shake you down like that. But it's pretty easy to run yourself into a lawsuit if you're law enforcement in America and just making someone stop to ID them. That's a pretty big no-no, unless it's in the immediate area of a crime and they happen to match the description. But you'll need some sort of reasonable suspicion for the stop.
If Ohio doesn't exist, you don't have Terry stops. True. Terry
that is true.
It's big brain.
But yeah. But anyways, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week until Thursday. And on Thursday, I will see you guys then. We should have uninterrupted streams, hopefully, if weather holds out. This was, I just want to throw it into everybody's face that I changed 0 things about my settings and got a better stream. So, joke's on y'all. Sometimes
we survived the big lag.
Yeah, sometimes it's not troubleshooting. Sometimes it's just crap weather. Anyways, I love you all. Bye.